Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had met a Singularity Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku has a healing quirk, one that only activates under certain circumstances. Can we traumatize Aizawa by seeing one of his students apparently committing suicide over him? Only for Izuku to burst into flames and cue Aizawa being caught up in the flames also. When the flames die down, Aizawa is healed. Or as Recovery Girl corrects him, aged 5 years. We also have taught Izuku running around. Phoenix Quirk, Izuku causes all the headaches, all the terror, all the nosebleeds. Because Izuku is a fluffy sunshine boy and also suicidally reckless. Aizawa will never recover his mental equilibrium because Izuku did the thing. God damn it, Izuku. Also, Dadmite is not happy. Dadzawa is even less happy. Inko is scarily oblivious where Izuku's healing quirk is concerned. Snippet. You are not to do that again, Midoriya. Do what, sensei? Your quirk. Izuku's face scrunches in confusion. Full cowl? I've used it several times without problems. No. The fire. No more, problem child. Oh. Izuku grinned. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei. I don't intend to commit suicide simply to heal every little scrape. Shota resisted the urge to cringe. You are not allowed to die for any of the teachers. Saving the adults is not your job. I promise, sensei, Izuku said. I have no intention of dying anytime soon. Aizawa has had enough of Hisashi's teasing. He convinces Toshinori to go along with a prank, using the fact that he can't say no to Izuku. Izuku goes along with it because he is getting fabulous amounts of data about heroes that he would not get otherwise. That and he's having fun. Aizawa and Toshinori convince staff and students at Yui that they are secretly married and that Izuku is their adopted love child. Izuku quietly exits on. Snippet. Aizawa Shota, despite appearances, was fond of his friends. What he wasn't so fond of was the constant teasing, and boy did Yamada Hisashi like to tease. Despite appearances, Aizawa Shota was the pseudo-father of roughly 20 precocious and devious children, all in their teens. One of whom, while almost suicidally reckless, could convince anyone to do anything with a look and a smile. But that was not what Shota was after. No, he was going to get the kid to float an idea to his mentor. That Toshinori Yagi could never say no to his favorite student was the worst-kept secret in UA, and Shota was going to take cruel advantage of it. No one would ever expect blunt and wholesome Toshinori to be messing around. And even fewer would think for an instant that Aizawa Shota was capable of playing a prank. And oh, what a prank it would be. Every hospital, no matter how large or small, has a ward dedicated to the service of pro-heroes. Hospitals in the vicinity of Tokyo and Muzurafu have an entire set of rooms added on dedicated to their most common visitors. Namely, Deku. The coroner's has a drawer with his name on it, and it sits empty, for now. Hospital staff dread the day when Deku is wheeled out of the emergency room and not into the room in the hero ward that had been set aside for him since he turned 18, but into the coroner's labs. He's just too reckless. 1. All Might gets frustrated with the expectations of society and goes around doing the exact opposite of what people ask of him. Sir Night Eye and Izuku team up to stop him. 2. All Might's answer to everything is to punch it and roar, smash. 3. Endeavor's sheet goes too far. When he desperately needs help, All Might monologues him about how he treats people. Endeavor begs for help. All Might looks him in the eye and says, no, and walks away. 4. All Might is more than just brawn. He's just a really bad teacher, okay? 5. All Might talks in puns. UA is a school with multiple departments, Gen Ed, Support, and Heroics. But in addition to that, like any other prestigious school, UA's students can be separated into two groups, the New Bloods and the Legacies. New Bloods are students who were the first to attend the school in their family, while Legacy students were students who had family members attend the school. Midoriya Izuku thought he was entering as a New Blood. He couldn't be any more wrong. No one knows where his quirk came from. It did not come from his mother, whose quirk was attraction of small objects, nor did it come from his father, the latest in a long line of fire breathers. Izuku was as good as quirkless, but he wasn't. He just wasn't affected by other quirks. That was why his quirk was registered under nullification. It would be his 3rd year before anyone found out why. When an incoming first year whose quirk allowed her to trace bloodlines revealed that Izuku and Aizawa were cousins. It turns out, Midoriya Inko was the daughter of one of Aizawa's uncle's handful of illegitimate children. From beginning to end, Izuku takes absolute care not to deviate from his schedule. Every moment is rigorously scheduled for good reason. 1. Izuku? Izuku, Inko panicked as she rushed to the still form of her son at the bottom of the stairs. 2. The boy collapsed. You killed him. Oh my god, I'm too young to die in jail. He's dead. He's dead. Oh my god, Deku's dead. Bakugo's killed Deku. Shut the F up, you shitty bitches. The worthless Deku's not dead yet. The blonde kicked the fallen boy. Get up, you shitty Deku. 3. I am here. The hero's heart sank as he noticed that the boy was unmoving in the sludge villain's grasp. 4. Holy heck. Oh my god, did I break his neck? I didn't think I'd kick that high. How unmanly. Crap. Deku. Are you alright? Deku. 5. As heroes rushed to the scene of a derailed train, I found one. Oh crap. Is he alive? That's a UA student. Isn't that All Might's favorite? The heroes blanched. Oh my god. All Might is going to kill us. We didn't save All Might's favorite in time. I'm too young to die. +1. Aizawa Shota gently nudged the still form of his student with his foot. Izuku muttered in his sleep and settled back into silence. You need to learn to stick to the schedule, problem child, the underground hero side. A good hero learns how far he can push with his health. 30 minutes later, I found him. Is that? Through it all, Izuku snoozed obliviously on, bundled up in a yellow sleeping bag. Toshinori Yagi sometimes wonders if he is the only sane adult in UA. He knows he's not, because Aizawa Shota is there, but the man tends to sleep through everything 90% of the time, and spends 9% of that tuning everything out with the ease of years of practice. Occasionally, the remaining percent of the time, he is just as insane as the rest of the pro heroes who make up UA's staff. No one has the heart to tell Toshinori that he is just as insane as the rest of them, he just doesn't notice because he's too busy getting caught up in the shenanigans of Class 1A. If he could see himself from Aizawa's perspective, he's just an overgrown child. Plot twist. Bakugo is actually the only sane person in UA, which is a scary thought. Midoriya Izuku was born with the singing voice that was bright and clear. Izuku, like all children, wanted to grow up to be a hero. But then his mother took him to a musical, and his goals changed. A hero was wonderful and awe-inspiring, but a singer, an idol, brought smiles to the people who heard them. An idol could sweep people away into a new world, where the heroes were brief and fleeting. This he believed, and he knew it was even truer than the hairs on his head after he met number 2 hero, Endeavor, face to face when he was 11. The flame hero made a less than stellar impression. Heroes could tarnish. They could be faked. But idols were obviously flawed, they were human, and where the comfort of a hero was limited, the comfort of an idol was forever. Izuku wanted to be an idol. Then he met Yagi-san, the man his mother was dating. And when they learned that Yagi-san was All Might, and Izuku sang to keep him awake while Recovery Girl worked on him, they found out that his quirk has a lot of interesting effects on people and their quirks. You have an excellent quirk. You would make a fine hero. That's flattering, but I don't want to be a hero. I just want to make people smile when I sing. You can do that as a hero also. As what? A singing hero? No offense, but singing doesn't a hero make. Heroes are not all flashy quirks. It's a shame that is what society these days is on the flashy things. But I will make a deal with you. I'll recommend you for UA. Just take the entrance exam. You don't have to stay in the heroics department if you don't want to, even if you pass. You can transfer out at the end of the semester. I will support your choice. Fine. 1 semester. 1 semester. Yamada Hisashi was practically in love with one of his best friend's students. Kid had a singing voice like an angel. It also had a tendency to enhance the power of a quirk. He wanted to mentor the kid, hone that voice into something glorious. But All Might hovered over the kid like a giant overprotective papa bear. And Shota had somehow gotten it into his head that Hisashi had less than pure intentions toward the kid. He didn't. He just wanted to hone the kid's voice. He wanted to make that kid's voice ring out loud and clear. It didn't matter that the kid's voice could topple villains or enhance the strength and potency of a quirk. Hisashi wanted to hone the kid's voice and hear him sing. Once upon a time there was a boy who wanted to be a hero. As he grew older, he wanted to be an idol. Yui saw no reason why he couldn't be both. Your wings are not your own. They are your soulmate's wings. When you kiss your soulmate, you wing each other, that is to say, you swap wings. Izuku loved his wings once. They were beautiful and strong. Brilliant reds, yellows, oranges, and umber exploded in patterns across them. From a young age, Izuku knew whom the wings belonged to, but as he grew older, he grew to hate his wings. They represented a prison, a lifetime of pain. Because his wings were not his own, and the person to whom the wings truly belonged was the one who hurt him most. He wished he could have had another person's wings instead. Even being Stain's soulmate would have been preferable to Katsuki Bakugo. Todoroki Shoto was one of the few people in the world who had his soulmate's wings, but his soulmate did not have his wings. He watched his soulmate get abused by his soulmate day after day and wished he could carry the burden instead. Izuku deserved much better than Bakugo. Hitoshi Shinso had no wings. He did, however, have the ability to forcibly wing a person, breaking a soulmate bond in the process. He could also transfer the broken bond if that was what both parties wanted. It had only been a matter of time. This was one bond Shinso was more than happy to sever. He asked no questions, only congratulated them, and at the end of the night, Todoroki Shoto and Midoriya Izuku walked away from him hand in hand. Izuku's wings were sleek, strong, and built for speed. Shoto's wings had changed as the bond was transferred, and now they were wider, broader, built for strength and endurance. In the dormitories of Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo screamed as his wings crumbled and feathers flaked away. His wings, once broad, strong and powerful, were now featherless bony things with blackened skin stretched over bone. A sign of a severed bond for all the world to see. A sign to all the world that this was a person not to be trusted with hearts. It's not really a good thing for a hero fanboy to have a teleportation quirk. Seriously. Izuku. No. Stop teleporting into the middle of hero battles. 1. It's a good thing there are cameras trained on him at the time, otherwise Endeavor would have simply punted the brat the first time he appeared out of nowhere and glommed onto his leg. As it stood, Izuku was hastily plucked off the flame hero's leg by Cementos and carried out of harm's way seconds before Endeavor did burst into flames. From surprise, the hero said, because he was running on adrenaline and didn't expect a limpet to suddenly attach itself to him. Several reporters in the crowd raised disbelieving eyebrows. 2. Holy hell. Kamui Woods was barely able to stop his kick from colliding with a fluffy, green-haired head that materialized out of nowhere, and the result was an inglorious faceplant at the kid's feet. MT Lady proceeded to curbstomb the petty criminals while Kamui Woods did his best to keep the fanboying kid from getting squished. 3. WTF. Gunhead jerked his arms upright as a tiny green-haired boy appeared in front of him, the bullets flying harmlessly away from the child. "Oh my gosh, you're Gunhead," the boy squealed. "Sheet kid. Don't appear in the middle of a fight." The hero lunged forward, grabbing the child, rolling to his feet and pelted for the nearest source of cover available even as the villain created earthen spikes in a bid to impale them. 4. A sudden squeal shattered the calm of the alley, and Best Jeanist sent Fabric whipping toward the sound on instinct. It took a few seconds for adrenaline-fueled brain to process what he was seeing. By then, the fabric had wrapped around a tiny neck. Oh my goodness. The hero hastily let the fabric drop to the ground harmlessly rather than strangle the kid. "You startled me. Oh my gosh, you're Best Jeanist. You have the coolest quirk ever. You dash." The blonde hero closed his eyes to and allowed the green-haired child's excited chatter wash over him as he tried to lower his heart rate, and knew he was probably going to have nightmares about accidentally snapping the kid's neck tonight. 5. Hi. Holy sheet. Snipe jerked his gun upward, yanking his finger off the trigger as he did so when the green-haired boy suddenly materialized in front of him. Foo dash, he cut himself off and grabbed the kid and ran for the nearest exit as a massive fireball flew at them. "Where the heck did you come from, kid?" "I'm Izuku. I have a teleportation quirk." "You're so cool, Mr. Snipe. You quirk dash right, stop talking and teleport yourself straight home, kid. It's not safe." +1. 7-year-old Midoriya Izuku tucked himself under the park bench as people ran screaming away from the villain that was telepathically ripping people to literal pieces and tried not to cry. Where was mommy? He was scared. Where were the heroes? He pulled his knees to his chest and squealed in terror as a head rolled under the bench. The villain strode toward the sound. Izuku panicked and squeezed his eyes shut and pushed. His butt hit something hard and Izuku squealed as he toppled over. His head smacked on something hard and he shrieked in pain as stars exploded behind his eyes as he scrabbled and fell back. Something wrapped around his chest and yanked. "Shh. It's all right, I've got you," a low voice murmured soothingly as Izuku opened an eye watery with pain and found himself cradled close to a dark-clad chest. The ragged-looking man vaulted over the railing as a blond man in leather ran up to them. "Shota. Did you get him?" "I've got him." Tired dark eyes peered down at the bloodied child. "Are you all right, kid?" "There's a villain at the park," Izuku sniffled. "I want mommy." Yui is the premier hero training school in Japan. With so many diverse quirks being trained, they are quite used to weird things. Even time-traveling students and alumni. The pro heroes of Yui have the most surreal scene, a fully grown Aizawa Shota, troublemaker extraordinaire, glaring at 3 boys, one with dual-toned hair, another with dark hair, and the last one with a fluffy green mop. Why is it when something happens, it's always you three? Sorry Aizawa-sensei. Did they just call him sensei? That insane Aizawa kid grew up to be a sensei? A phoenix quirk might seem like a wonderful quirk. As long as your injury isn't immediately fatal, you will revive from your own ashes. But this. Toshinori Yagi locked eyes with his successor. He did not look away. Couldn't. They had cut off his eyelids so he couldn't close his eyes, his head strapped into a contraption that would not allow him to look away. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to escape the sound of Izuku's tortured screaming. They tortured the boy to death every few days. And the very nature of his quirk revived him. There was blind faith in those eyes, faith, love, and worst of all, forgiveness. The boy was being tortured to death because of him, and even now, after innumerable agonizing deaths, he still loved him, still looked up to him, still believed in him, and not once did Midoriya Izuku blame him for this. All Might had many regrets. As he watched his successor's body burst into flames once again, he regretted giving the boy one for all. At least then, maybe Izuku would not be in this position. Inko remembers being young and foolish, and finding a hero in her apartment dumpster. She remembers a young man with dark hair and dark eyes and gentle, but calloused hands. She remembers 7 nights of worry as she nursed him back to health and 2 nights of bliss before he left. She remembers promises whispered in the dark, and the heat of devotion as it pierced her to her very core. She remembers the day he walked out her door, leaving no way to reach him, and the call from her grandfather's lawyers. She sells the house her grandfather left her, and as her belly begins to swell, she married the man who had chased her, and thanked every kami she can think of that her baby looks like her. She sheds no tears when after 2 years overseas, when her baby is 4, Midoriya Hayashi sends her the divorce papers. Inko raises her boy as best she can, teaches him as best as she can, and cries whenever Izuku nullifies her quirk in a burst of emotion, because even if he had returned, he would find an empty apartment. If he looked in on her, he would find a married woman with a child and an estranged husband overseas, divorce still pending. She is raising her baby and living off her dwindling inheritance, and she is alone. She deliberately takes Izuku to a doctor with a reputation for using the toe joint as gospel for identifying quirks. She cries and apologizes over and over to Izuku, because she knows the doctor has misdiagnosed her baby, because Izuku has been nullifying quirks when emotional for years. She hopes that with label quirkless, he'll never be a hero. He won't ever cross paths with that person. Inko is selfish, and she knows it. Years later, when Izuku suddenly develops a strength augmentation quirk, Inko is suspicious. But her baby boy is so happy after years of believing himself quirkless, she can't bring herself to stamp out his happiness. She lets him go to UA and dreads the day that man comes storming in, demanding to know why she kept his son from him. When he does come, he does not give any sign of knowing her. He is blank-faced even as he tells her what she already knows, that Izuku has a quirk under the strength augmentation, that he can nullify quirks. Her boy grows into a fine young man under the tutelage of his father and All Might. Shoyuta remembers being less than observant of his surroundings and blacking out after being thrown off a roof into a thankfully half-filled dumpster. He remembers waking in a warm bed, his injuries tended to, and a young woman with the face of an angel. He remembers 7 nights of healing, of falling in love, 2 nights of bliss, of promises whispered into the dark and the searing heat of devotion that stole the breath from his lungs. He walks out her door, leaving her no way to reach him, and his promise to return. And return he does after 8 months of tracking and shutting down cartels spreading around illegal quirk. Enhancing drags, to an apartment inhabited by a new person, the work of 4 months tracking her footsteps, and finding a woman married with a baby at the BRST. He turns his back, broken-hearted. 14 years later, Shoyuta sees him. The boy looks so much like her that it breaks his heart, and his smile is so sweet, it takes his breath away. This is her boy, the boy that could have been his. Terror grips his heart as the villain with the disintegration quirk reaches for the boy. His last sight as his face caves in under the monster's blow is of 5 fingers touching the boy's face, the face that looks so much like hers. The boy has a quirk under one for all. He can nullify quirks. It is on a whim that he asks Recovery Girl to run the tests. He doesn't expect them to come back positive. Except they do. The problem child is Shuta's son. He keeps it secret. All Might finds out by accident. Shoyuta doesn't approach the Midoriya apartment if he can help it. Shoyuta nearly has a heart attack the first time the problem child calls him Dad. Afterwards, it's all he can do to keep a straight face, because his son is calling him Dad. He doesn't know Shoyuta is his father, but still. Izuku grows into an excellent hero. One worthy of succeeding All Might. Shoyuta has never been prouder. When it happened, all of Yui was involved. Somehow, everyone got body swapped. So far as anyone could tell, there were only two exceptions, Midoriya Izuku and Aizawa Shota. The truth is, teacher and student did get swapped, but Izuku had been sick for the past few days anyway, and had been forced to stay in bed. Once the swap had been realized, Aizawa in Izuku's body stayed in the dorm, not that anyone noticed the difference, because Izuku went through a personality change when ill and was much more blunt and withdrawn. Izuku in Aizawa's body went to teach class. No one realized that Izuku was such a good actor. By the end of the week, everyone was swapped back with no one but Aizawa and Izuku the wiser. It's a shame you want to follow All Might's footsteps. With your acting skills, you'd make a hell of an underground hero, Midoriya. Ahahaha. Thank you sensei, but I think it would be too easy to lose myself as an underground hero. Suit yourself. Passive quirks SCK. Oftentimes, you never know they are there. And if a doctor sees that you have an extra toe joint, well, you were officially diagnosed as quirkless. But Izuku did have a quirk, a passive quirk, but a quirk all the same. One that let him analyze quirks and their possibilities at a glance. But of course, that was just his natural intelligence at work, right? He had the extra toe joint after all. But all the hero analysis he did with his mother was fun, developing his quirk further. Inko eventually got tired of seeing her son bullied and signed Izuku up for Aikido, which only served to increase what he could analyze from just quirks alone. And that was when his idea of who was the best hero changed. Because there were some heroes who didn't have flashy quirks like All Might or Present Mic or Kamui Woods. Some heroes had quirks that only leveled the playing field for them, and fought essentially quirkless. Even after receiving All Might's quirk, Izuku honed his mind and his body. One for all was too much for his body, but even with the limited amount of strength he could channel, his mind was his best skill. If he thought things through, that small percent that he could safely channel could be devastating. Izuku admired All Might and would accept any advice and encouragement that was freely given. But when times got rough, when he desperately needed help, it was Eraserhead he turned to. When it seemed there was no way out, he would ask himself, what would Sir Night Eye do? Once upon a time, there was a boy with an analysis quirk and an extra toe joint. And he wanted nothing more than to be a hero. All people have limits. Even the kindest, most patient person can be pushed too far. Katsuki Bakugo is fortunate that when Midoriya Izuku finally gets pushed over the line, they are at Yui. The teachers have seen Bakugo attack Izuku repeatedly with little to no provocation. Izuku has been concussed and drugged up in Recovery Girl's infirmary so often that she's gotten hints of a darker past while he's under in painkiller-induced haze. Bakugo is fortunate that when he finally pushes Izuku over the line, the teacher overseeing them was Aizawa Shoyuta. Had it been anyone else, Bakugo might have been dead of a crushed skull by the time the hero recovered their wits enough to intervene. As it was, he suffered a broken jaw. Izuku is incoherent with fury, shouting, screaming and struggling against his teachers. The things he admits to having been put through are horrifying to them, and more than one hero agrees that it was a miracle that Izuku had not snapped earlier. When Bakugo shouts at him through a broken jaw, Izuku's response is the straw that broke the camel's back. Don't you dare call me useless, you a-hole. You're the one who told me I was so useless I should jump off a roof. You should have, you whiny little beach. Bakugo roars. Midnight puts both boys under. What if All for One was not the bad guy? He targets all the wielders of One for All because he realized too late that his brother was dangerous. The desire of the first wielder of One for All was to subjugate the world for the sake of peace, and was willing to do whatever it took to achieve absolute peace. His desire seeps into all the wielders who came after, twisting them into a shadow of who they once were. The image of All Might as a hero is all the world can see. He and his predecessors made it so. The strength of One for All and the constant pushing for a peaceful world, the rise of the hero industry and the raising of those heroes into near godhood. Those were all part of the plan. All for One is tired. He is old. But he can't rest as long as his brother's will and quirk is out there. Enter Midoriya Izuku, a quirkless boy who only wants to be a hero. All Might and All for One clash. Izuku will change the world. Will his dreams become as twisted as all other One for All wielders that came before him? It was too much. He'd had his heart set on Yui for so long. But Yui was turning out to be elementary and middle school all over again. And now he couldn't even go home to escape. Shitty DEKU. Get your useless F-but out here. You worthless beach. How dare you challenge me? He couldn't do it. Why don't you take a leap of faith off the roof? Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life. He closed his eyes and stepped forward and off the ledge. Once graduated from Yui, Deku falls out of the public eye after 7 years with Night Eye offices. To the frustration of his peers, Midoriya Izuku gets a job teaching in a high school. In the meantime, underground hero Vermilion, with credentials from Yui, takes down drag cartels and PRSTTN rings. It's Kirishima who puts 2 and 2 together to get 4. Dude! You're Vermilion! Green Eyes pin the red-clad hero to the spot from behind the domino. Dude! That's so manly. You were like, bam. Bam. Pow! Kirishima Ijiru, the hero Red Riot enthusiastically punches the air with the sounds. Kinda reminds me of old times. He lowers his fists to peer at the underground hero watching him from the shadows of the alley. The silence stretches. Red Riot shifts uncomfortably. Geez, he knew underground hero saw a lot of shit that can change them, but this was ridiculous. So Uravity is planning a reunion, you know? Silence. Why don't you come along? We haven't seen you in ages, man. I mean, sure, we saw you when you chaperoned that class to Yui for the sports festival last year, but we didn't get to talk. Red Riot shifts his weight again and rubs the back of his head with a hand. I mean, Eraserhead's going to be there too. And Present Mike. All Might's coming too. No. The rejection, spoken by the familiar voice in cold tones, almost knocks the red-clad hero off his feet. Red Riot panics a little as his former classmate turns as if to leave. Please, he leapt off the roof and managed to grasp an armored shoulder. He can tell by the way the muscles bunch under his hand that Vermilion has restrained the instinctive reaction to throw a punch at the unexpected contact. We haven't seen you in years except in passing. Midoriya. Please. It will make everyone really happy. Fine. When and where? The location hasn't been finalized yet, but Todoroki is hinting that it might be at Yui. Red Riot catches a glimpse of a steely, unimpressed glare before Vermilion shrugs off his hand and vanishes into the darkness. Aizawa entered the empty teacher's lounge like a silent shadow. As expected, his former student was the only one still present at this time of night. Kirishima tells me you blew him off. The clicking of the keyboard paused briefly before resuming. They weren't going to stand by forever, you know. As far as they know, you threw away a promising career in heroics to teach a class full of snot-nosed brats. You were the one to ask me for help, Aizawa-sensei. We've fought together for 3 years. That warrants you calling me by name, doesn't it? Midoriya Izuku pushed away from the desk and a sunshiny smile was cast over his shoulder at the older hero. Aizawa-sensei will always be Aizawa-sensei to me. I'm still learning from you after all these years. A slight smile pulled at the corner of his lips. He crossed the room and placed a sealed envelope on the desk. The 10-year reunion will be held at the former dormitory 1A in Yui. Cocktails at 6, dinner at 8. Business dress if you feel up to it. I've already RSVP'd for you in the affirmative, so no flaking, problem child. When you put it like that? Aizawa flicked his hand over his shoulder in farewell as the door shut behind him. It didn't matter if the younger hero didn't see it. He would be seeing him on the streets tonight anyway. Deku stood on the roof of the building, looking over Mizurufu, contemplating what had led him to this moment. It was a mirror of another time, almost a decade past, when he'd stood on top of a different roof, hateful words ringing in his ear. Back then, he had been nearly crushed by the cruelty society saw fit to pile on the shoulders of a child who, through no fault of his own, could not conform. Now, he was a man grown, and once more he was preparing to take a leap of faith off a roof. Back then, the leap of faith had been an option to reaching his dream, to get a quirk and become a hero. Now, this leap was for a mission, would be the first in a long journey to bring down a very widespread, very dangerous Yakuza family. This leap would end his time as Deku. Number 25 was as high as he would climb as Deku. There was a difference though. 10 years ago he had been alone. This time, he was not alone. His earpiece crackled. What is wrong, young Midoriya? The voice of his former teacher, former number 1 hero, All Might, long retired and going by his civilian name, Toshinori Yagi, was a comfort in his indecision. You're hesitating. Talk to me. It's fine if you can't bring yourself to do it, Midoriya, Aizawa Shoyuta, the underground hero Eraserhead, and Izuku's once homeroom teacher said impatiently, his voice apathetic as ever. There are other ways. No, it's just standing on a roof, preparing to jump. It reminded me of. Izuku trailed off as he realized just what he was about to say. About what? Toshinori asked. It's nothing, Izuku said hastily. It can't be nothing, Aizawa said sharply, not if it has you distracted at a crucial time like this. You can tell us anything, young Midoriya. Perhaps getting it off your chest will help? Izuku breathed slow and deep. I just thought it was ironic, that's all. Ironic, huh? Sounds like there's quite a story there. Yeah, Izuku's reply was more akin to a sob. Aizawa sighed, geez, problem child. What's wrong now? Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku sked in a breath and whispered, All Might? Yes? Do you remember the sludge villain? Yes. That day. A classmate told me to jump off the school roof. Both heroes had gone silent. Izuku wondered what was going through their minds as he admitted softly, I spent roughly an hour on the roof considering it. Izuku. Toshinori coughed wetly. Izuku. I am glad you didn't do it. And now I really am going to jump off a roof. It's ironic. You really are a problem child, Aizawa complained without heat. Come down and we'll figure something else out. No. No? Aizawa and Toshinori said at the same time. Midoriya Shounen, there is no need to push yourself. There are more than one way to get what we need. You don't need to jump if you don't feel comfortable. The two men's voices poured over each other and Izuku smiled thinly at their concern. The concern of his former teachers being enough to wash away his insecurities. He activated full cowl, turned around, and took a running leap. So it's decided. This year's exam theme is internal conflict. All heroics department classes including support will take the same exam simultaneously. A battle between heroes and villains. Both sides are told they are the heroes and the other side is the villains. Izuku is the last boss. He is freaking Batman with super strength, okay? At the end of the exam, they find out that Izuku's side was the villains. The buzzer blared over the simulated city. The exam is over. Present Mick's voice blared, victory to Team Midoriya. Aizawa Shota woke to a blinding headache, tense muscles, a sore throat and a nose running like a water hose on full blast. A large hand covered his eyes and a familiar voice said, lie back Aizawa-sensei. I have bad news. That was his voice, wasn't it? Let me guess, and yes, the voice coming from his mouth was definitely the problem child's, we've been body swapped. Yes. Slight hesitation, do you have class notes on campus, sensei? Think you can be convincing, without my quirk, problem child? I've already convinced Uraraka to stay in the dorms rather than go out. It'll be bad for Bakugo's quirk to be going off left, right and center since she can't control it. You're behaving oddly. Sensei. My mother would tell you otherwise. Please stay here. My quirk fires randomly when I'm ill. My notes are on the desk. Thank you, sensei. Rest well. Izuku was 6 when his quirk first manifested. He had fallen ill over the weekend, and Hisashi, reluctant to leave his son alone at home, brought him with him to Yui. Hisashi left his son to nap in the staff room when he left for class, trusting in his fellow heroes and the security of Yui to keep the child safe. Indeed, so confident were all the heroes in Yui in the school's security, none of them had any qualms leaving the boy to nap in peace in the staff room, only periodically peeking in to make sure he hadn't woken or in case he needed something. None of them worried over much when the child slept through the entire class PRD. Sick children needed the rest to get better. Then Hisashi returned, and he noticed something odd. Aizu-chan, he whispered as he pressed his hand to the boy's cool forehead. Wait. Cool? He checked again, still cool to the touch. Then he realized his son wasn't breathing. Oh no. Oh no. Izuku. Hisashi gently smacked his son's cheeks. Wake up, sweetheart, come on. Open your eyes for daddy. Izuku. 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 The building shook and windows and glassware and ceramics in the vicinity shattered. Heroes flocked into the staff room from classrooms and offices at the scream. Izuku looked up from where he was playing under a tree at his daddy's scream. Uho. He scrambled back into the building. Was it weird that there were so many people running? He ran into the room where he had woken up before he went outside and saw his daddy, rocking back and forth. Daddy was crying. Why was daddy crying? He's present, Mike, a hero. Heroes don't cry. Come back, Izuku, come back, he whispered, voice cracking. Come back. Daddy. Daddy, I'm here. Izuku ran up to his daddy. But no one seemed to see him. Daddy? He reached out to touch his daddy's shoulder and his hand went through it. Izuku jumped back with a little scream, but no one seemed to have seen or heard him. Daddy? Izuku's eyes began to water. Then he saw that his daddy was holding a different little boy. Hey! Izuku shouted angrily, that's my daddy. Get your own. He swung his hand at the other boy and everything went dark. The small body in Mike's arm spasmed and Izuku's eye flew open as he gasped for air, back arching with the force of his gasp. Oh my god. Izuku. Mike pulled his son closer and wept unashamedly into fluffy green hair. All Might has doubts in the aftermath of Kamino Ward. Aizawa shoots them down without mercy. I feel like Aizawa shouting, take responsibility for once, at him needs to be in here. It takes 2 hours into the body swap for Izuku to figure out how to work Aizawa's quirk. It's essential, because almost as soon as the swap happened, quirks had started to misfire. For some reason, every single pro hero in the school is convinced that whatever happened did not affect Aizawa. He runs into All Might in Present Mic's body and Present Mike in Midnight's body, and so on and so forth, and not one of the adults realize that he is not actually Aizawa. It's mildly disappointing, but Izuku can forgive the oversight since it seems everyone is disorientated and confused. Principal Nedzu, in Snipe's body, decides that classes will continue as usual, but physical exercises will be replaced with study PRD to limit quirk accidents. He makes it back to the dorm in time to prevent disaster. Uraraka in Bakugu's body had been about to slap her face with sweaty nitroglycerin-coated hands in a bid to wake up from this nightmare. He stood there, panicked, and sudden hush falls over the dormitory when Uraraka, Bakugu, but it's Uraraka in Bakugu's body. Bakugu's hands meet his face with a loud slap. Aizawa-sensei. He's suddenly surrounded by his peers, clamoring for answers. He goes for blunt truth. Everyone in Yui has been body swapped. The staff is looking for solutions. Classes will continue as scheduled although physical training is temporarily suspended to limit the number of accidents. He wades out of the sea of students and heads for the stairs. A conversation with Aizawa later, and wasn't that strange, to have a conversation with someone else in his body, and he is heading toward the teacher's room in the dorms. He studies the lesson plans in Aizawa's room, and tries to drown out the mental voice screaming at him that he was useless, that this was never going to work. Just what did he think he was doing? Because there's one thing he has learned during all those years of hero analysis with his mother, and that is that appearances must be kept, and Yui is firmly convinced that Aizawa Shoyuta is the only person on campus unaffected by whatever caused the body swap to happen. There is no rhyme or reason for why or when the body swap wore off. It only took 5 days, and then between one blink and the next, Izuku went from standing at the blackboard to swaddled up in his own blankets in his room. Hiro Deku wakes from his coma after a villain throws him off a roof and retires from the heroics industry with little fanfare. His classmates are busy with other things, as missions and emergencies and even requests from overseas call them away. Most never notice until it is too late. Izuku stands beside his former teachers as the information on his hero ID is changed. Hiro Deku becomes Underground Hero Vermilion. His entire uniform is altered, the flashy bits are removed, the hood is removed, the cape is discarded. The belt has more utility pouches attached, his gloves and boots get a little more armored, his shoulders, now bare of a cape, is covered by light armored shoulder pads, and guarding his throat is a gorget. The past 6 months where Hiro Deku had been comatose had been spent cramming and getting his teaching certification. Then the hard part. Underground heroes by nature avoided publicity. That meant that there were no commissions for advertisements, no action figures or merchandise bearing their faces. Small things like certain marketable bits of their gear, goggles, gloves, shirts, and their hero names could be turned into merchandise, but most kids didn't want shadowy figures. They wanted heroes who blazed in the light. So underground heroes needed a day job. Izuku learned quickly that he was better off than most other underground heroes because he had spent some time in the spotlight. Deku had sponsored a handful of advertisements, and received a regular salary from his time in Night Eye offices after graduation. He was living off those savings while other underground heroes struggled to make ends meet and resorted to living in each other's pockets, having gone underground right out of school. Izuku was fabulously wealthy in comparison. Still, it took time to set up a new identity, even with help. But finding a day job was easy. Isamu High School was only too happy to take on the Yui graduate to teach foundational heroics. That the graduate in question was the retired Hiro Deku was only the cherry on top. Also, it turned out that it was not uncommon for underground heroes to go into teaching. About half the faculty were comprised of underground heroes, which was not surprising. Teaching the next generation of heroes was one of the ways a hero could return the efforts their teachers had put into them. To pass on the torch, so to speak. At the start of the semester, Izuku stands at the door of his classroom, his hair combed neatly and a pair of wire-frame false glasses were his only barrier between the world and his former self as Deku. He took a deep breath and put his hand on the door. His students were waiting. Present Mike fills the staff room with cats. Cats of all shapes and sizes and ages. No one knows where he got so many cats, but the noise is awful. There is a pile of cats in the corner. Somewhere, under all that purring fur, is a man zipped up in a yellow sleeping bag. The staff room is a mess as the faculty try to corral and remove the cats. But in his little corner, buried under a blanket of purring fur and contrary attitudes, Aizawa Shoyuta enjoys the best sleep he's had in ages. When they finally unearth him from his kitty pile, someone will snort. Heh. To be expected of Aizawa. The world can end, and he'd still be here. Sleeping. Midoriya Izuku was mildly surprised to be held back when classes were dismissed. Midoriya, Aizawa said dryly, there is a certain little aspect of this exam that you, as team leader, should be aware of when picking your teammates. Well, that was ominous. You will be the only person on either team to know which team is which. Pass or fail, you will be divulging to both your teammates and your opponents which team you've led the entire time. Isn't it just a battle royale? I wish, Aizawa said. No, you're the power in the shadows. The final boss, so to speak. Oh, now that was definitely ominous. Izuku had a sinking feeling. The boss villain, to be precise. He knew it. Then a realization. Bakugo was leading his opponents. All anyone knew was that this exam was a team effort, and he and the teachers were the only ones who would know that he wasn't leading the hero team. There were so many possibilities. I understand, Sensei. I will do my best. He bowed and left the classroom. There is a rather interesting class in UA that is mandatory for all heroics department students as a graduation requirement. Taught by a retired reformed villain and his retired hero lover, foundational villainy is meant to prepare young heroes for recognizing the signs of a long game and the certain tricks and thought processes of career villains. Because of the very nature of the class, students are also taught the small tricks that a career hero might use to get out of a tight spot. Unsurprisingly, Midoriya Izuku gets top marks in this class. When the scores come out, Monoma, as expected from someone with an inferiority complex where Class 1A is concerned, spreads rumors that Midoriya Izuku is an upcoming villain. Or at least he tries. No one really believes that sweet, sensitive Midoriya, gentle Midoriya who becomes teary-eyed for the slightest of reasons, would ever have it in him to be a villain. And then Yui's graduation exam happens. Most of his peers are dead surprised. None of his teachers are surprised in the least. The teachers of the course, reformed villain, Gold Nose and his lover, Sneak, are actually quite proud of their student. Monoma and Bakugo leave UA paranoid of Izuku's sweet smile. The rest of their classmates forget all too readily the malice and glee in the way Izuku had said the word heroes at the end of the exam when faced with his joyous smile and the sight of Deku, single-handedly holding up a collapsing building while heroes and sidekicks evacuate civilians, in an image to mirror All Might's debut as a pro-hero. The pro-heroes and one retired villain who taught him are very relieved that Izuku's wish to be a hero is so all-encompassing, because really, that boy would make one hell of a villain. Todoroki Shoto sighed as Bakugo disgorged his usual invective-filled ORL diarrhea. Right, that's enough, he said finally. I've had enough of you. 3 years of your childish tantrums and your foul mouth. What makes you think you have what it takes to be a hero? Granted, our teachers thought you have potential, and that's why you made it this far. But what I've seen of you, you're no better than Endeavor, a villain in hero's colors. You shitty beach. Don't you look down on me, you fing a-hole. Shoto activated his quirk and the result was a massive wave of water crashing down on Team Bakugo. At some point, the garbage will need to be taken out. And with it, the ants that feast on the garbage. F-a-hole. You're stuck so far up that shitty Deku's, but I'm surprised you can. Even F-think. You wanna talk about ants? Fine. You're the F-A-N-T, and I'm the F-boot. You're going down beach. Me? Go down? What makes you think you can manage that? Why wouldn't I? Your F-leader has all weaklings. I've got an army. We have a Deku. Shoto smiled and put on a gas mask as Mei's timers finally reached 0, and Team Bakugo was swamped by enough sleeping gas to kill a herd of elephants. The story starts like this. Izuku was on his way back to Yui from visiting his mother. The train derails. A little girl gets sent flying, and Izuku catches her, smacks his head on something and passes out. Heroes arrive and Izuku gets taken to Yui because he's wearing his uniform. Izuku wakes up in Recovery Girl's infirmary. At least he thinks it's Recovery Girl's infirmary. Everything is huge. Izuku is about 6 inches tall. Aizawa tells him just because he is miniature now doesn't mean he can get out of going to class. The girls use chibified Izuku as a dress-up doll. Izuku hiding in Aizawa's scarf during physical classes because he's teeny and will get trampled. Izuku sitting on All Might's head clinging to his bunny ears. Izuku hiding in people's hair. Dadzawa losing track of Izuku and worrying he'd get stepped on. Izuku snoozing on Dad Mike's shoulder. Dad Mike talking about how cute chibi Izuku is during the radio show. Izuku trying to be a hero while 6 inches tall and giving everyone heart attacks. Just fluff and cuteness. This is the song that never ends, yes it goes on and on my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends, yes it goes on and on my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends, yes it goes on and on my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. That man, I swear. Shoyuta sighed. This is getting really repetitive. Toshinori agreed. The students had long since fled the common area to their own rooms to turn on YouTube or something to avoid the ridiculous music. This is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. I'm going to kill him. No, you won't. Or you'd have killed him a long time ago. I swear, Yagi, I will kill him. This is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Huh? Aizawa should his eyes fixed on one of the examinees in particular. Looks like the problem child is coming to Yui. Huh? Hisashi stares at the screens showing the heroic department hopefuls. What are you talking about, Shoyuta? There. The problem child. From the bridge. Hisashi finally notices the familiar face. Hey, isn't that the kid with the teleportation quirk? The fanboy? Yes. Aizawa bares his teeth in anticipation. I want that one in my class. No one expected to see Izuku, up to this point unresponsive in the hold of his captors, to appear between All Might and All for One. When did he become so fast, and take the full brunt of the attack? The boy fell back into the arms of his mentor, and All Might slowly lowered him to the ground even as All for One laughed maniacally. The gathered heroes were horrified to see that a large chunk of Izuku's torso had been blasted away, his ribs were shattered, and his struggling heart and his lungs were a visibly ragged and deflated mess. Neither of them paid any heed to All for One, who staggered toward them, still laughing like an unhinged thing. Midoriya boy, he rumbled, why? I could have taken the attack. Small blue flames flickered on Izuku's skin and around the ragged edges of his wound as he struggled to draw breath only to choke on his own blood. He reached up and All Might took his protégé's hand almost tenderly. Without warning, right as his heart stopped beating, the fire flared to life, engulfing both boy and hero. The flames licked at All for One, who shrieked in pain and staggered backward. His right hand, which had been extended in a bid to steal Izuku's quirk, had been burned away. When the flames faded, All Might had shrunken back into his true form, but he was not the skeletal gaunt man he had been. Instead, he resembled more the man he had been before the debilitating injuries sustained in his battle against All for One almost a decade ago. Izuku had also shrunk. It was not a teenager cradled lovingly in the hero's arms, but a child, perhaps 5 or 6 years of age. Neither wore a stitch of clothing, and the only scars on their bodies were the ones they had already had at that age. Aizawa on a roof going. I am the dark. I am the night. I am. Eraserhead. Mike is on the ground going. No, Shota. Get down here. You're drunk. Yagi is just laughing his head off, spewing blood everywhere because Aizawa is just hella drunk. Yagi stared blankly at the boys, both thankfully clothed, then at Izuku who was beet red and rapidly turning an alarming shade of purple. Aizawa Shoyuta. He yelled without taking eyes off the teenagers. Shoyuta. Your son is in my boy's bed. There was a beat of silence, then Aizawa seemingly materialized in the doorway out of nowhere. Bloodshot eyes scanned the room, before flickering to the two teenagers. Did you at least use protection? Sensei. Izuku yelped, covering his face. Shinso flushed, we didn't do anything. Don't encourage your son to violate my boy. A video soon emerges on the internet of the incident. Hashtag protect Deku's virtue hashtag save BabyMite from perverts becomes a thing. After being saved from the sludge villain by Izuku, Bakugo, infuriated and humiliated, attacks Izuku with his quirk active. He is pulled off Izuku by Kamui Woods, but the damage is done. He's exploded Izuku's head all over the pavement on live television. Bakugo is unrepentant and spits on Izuku's corpse. All Might demands to know what gave him the right to murder his savior. Bakugo snarls, what savior? He's useless. A quirkless freak and a drain on the resources of society. Better he die now than drag the rest of the world down with him. Even Endeavor, who is a general deech, is shocked because he might be an a-hole, but he acknowledges that even the lowest of creatures have a place in the world. This causes a very public investigation. By the end of it, Orudera Middle School gains a reputation for training villains. All because Bakugo exploded Izuku's head on live TV. He never gets into Yui. In fact, no schools want him after this. All Might champions the cause of #Quirkless is not useless and #Quirkless are still people. The video of Izuku going after the sludge villain despite not having a quirk goes down in history as the pebble that started the avalanche against discrimination against quirkless people. Heroes are gilded, eternal things. They stand before us, a beacon into the dark, a light to guide the way when all other lights go out. But who guides those who guide us? These men and women who support us when we are soon to crumble. Who supports them? Who holds the pieces together? To be the symbol of peace is to be alone. His mentor stood alone. So too does he. The embers of one for all flickers. He was a fool to think he could live up to his hero's work. A fool to think he could bear the weight when his teacher could not. And now, he is a hero. A pillar of society, the new symbol of peace. He holds his friends together when they shatter, lifts them up when they fall. He shines brightly to guide their way, and stands between them and the dark, a stalwart and reliable shield against the things they fear. But he is old at too young an age. He is tired. He is alone. He screams into the dark, unseen, unheard, unacknowledged. Who saves the one who saves you? No help is coming. The world was shocked today when the body of the symbol of peace, #1 hero Deku, was fished out of the bay in the early hours of the evening. Thus far there is no sign of foul play or health problems, and officials are stymied to find a reason for the sudden death of our hero. What could have caused the symbol of peace to die so suddenly? Consider this. Class 1A develops a habit of hashing out arguments during missions when more than 5 of them are together. This leads to all sorts of interesting tidbits being dropped, such as, for the last time since the first sports festival, I am not All Might's illegitimate love child, and it's not so bad, Deku, Endeavor's burned me worse before, to, what do you mean you told him to jump off the roof? Shut the F up Frog Beach. I was a stupid F kid back then. And all the while, Aizawa closes his eyes and groans as if in pain, because why do his kids never learn? The press learn all sorts of interesting things about Yui High School's Class 1A, affectionately nicknamed by the heroes if the generation as the Hell Class. But it's not always because of carefully conducted press conferences. In fact, most of that information is disseminated by the Hell Class themselves because they have a distressing habit of hashing out disagreements in the middle of major fights. In one particularly memorable incident, they learned that Deku was to marry Uravity, and Shoto was to be best man while Froppy would be bridesmaid. This was because the two would simply bounce ideas off each other at the top of their lungs while the villains they confronted became in equal parts confused and irritated by the fact they were being ignored. The argument over the wedding's guest list was revealed in a similarly spectacular way. Through it all, many older heroes expressed in turns exasperation and affection over this tendency of the younger generation of heroes. Only Toshinori Yagi, the retired All Might who had managed to maintain his popularity and fanbase despite being a sickly old man, seemed to find it funny. They've taught the media self-control, he said one day during one of his handful of rare interviews. By being completely transparent about their lives, they've forced the media to think about what they reveal. Truthfully, these heroes have made the press much more palatable to me, since we no longer have to fear the press following us everywhere like vultures. Izuku was actually pretty good with names. But when it came to Shigaraki, he could never shake the feeling that the guy was creepy, and more than once, he had to actively stop himself from calling him Mr. Handsy to his face. Seriously, what made him think disembodied hands were a good fashion statement? Just EW? Even worse, the creeper had accosted him several times in public places, and he was prone to grabbing him randomly. Sure, Izuku was leery of the guy's disintegration quirk, but the villain was Dmed Handsy, and Izuku did not like it. So when Shigaraki grabbed him 2 blocks away from Yui's front gate, Izuku decided enough was enough. Besides, Aizawa-sensei was right there well within shouting distance. And even better, All Might was there with him, though not in muscle form. You creep! Izuku shouted as loudly as he could. Shigaraki was too surprised by his normally docile victim's sudden growing of a spine to stop what happened next. Where do you think you're touching? Hands off, and chucked the creep over his shoulder toward the school. The reaction was instant. All Might puffed up into muscle form and both teachers raced toward the sound of their students' distress, faces thunderous. The resultant beatdown was beautiful. It was immediately followed by Izuku getting scooped up by All Might and cradled like a baby as both teachers left the beaten and twitching pervert in the street and hustled Izuku into the safety of the school. Izuku knew this meant Aizawa and All Might would both be keeping a closer eye on him because of it, but he couldn't bring himself to care if it meant Mr. Hanzi would be kept far, far away from him in the near future. Izuku never thought he would be grateful to Bakugo for abusing him throughout their childhoods, and make no mistake, it was abuse. It had taken a great deal of confidential meetings with Yui's student counselor during his time as a student and later years of conversations with All Might and Mirio Tagada before he let go of Bakugo and accepted that no matter that Bakugo had changed over the years, what he had done to him when they were children was not acceptable. Fortunately for Bakugo's future as a hero, Izuku was not inclined to press charges, and Inko followed her son's lead, but for this, he was. Vermilion, as an underground hero, needed vastly different skills and mindset from Deku. Where Deku could shout, Vermilion whispered. Deku could storm in, but Vermilion needed to creep. Deku could afford to punch and miss and create collateral damage, but that was something Vermilion could not afford. Shrinking in on himself, doing his best to be seen or heard, he drew on the meek face of his younger self like a mask. Deku was not as loud as his mentor, but he was attention-catching and vibrant. Vermilion could not afford to draw that sort of attention to himself. Yui had honed his instincts in a fight, and several teachers had ensured that he wouldn't hurt himself in a fight, but more or less Deku had been a brawler. Vermilion could not afford to be a brawler. His meager skills needed to be honed, and quickly. Fortunately, there was Aizawa-sensei and a handful of other underground heroes. Izuku could count them on one hand and have fingers left over, on Yui's staff willing to help transform Deku into Vermilion. It was 6 months of hell. But at the end of it, the transformation would be complete. This year, Yui's graduation exam spans 3 days. A literal battle exam, it was meant to test students in all aspects of their schooling, from the theoretical to the practical. The school's heroic and support departments are split down the middle, more or less. Monoma joins the side he believes will win and the teachers mark him up for it. Being able to work with someone whose personality you hate is very important for a hero because not every hero is as personable as Present Mic or charismatic and magnetic as All Might. There are just as many heroes who are disgusting pieces of garbage in human flesh-like endeavor, as there are heroes like the symbol of peace. It is one of the few good scores that he gets during the exam. Bakugo gathers all the heavy hitters he can find, but turns away members of the support department unless they have a suitably offensive quirk. His determination is to beat down everyone who is beneath him. He forgets that Izuku's muttering is not just him being nervous. He realizes his mistake by day 2, but by then, it's too late, and he knows it. Bakugo leads his team through the simulated city like a battering ram. All they can do by now is try to get even one member of their team to reach the exit. Red Riot follows him unflinchingly. But Team Bakugo is not a team united. They are plagued by arguments and objections. There are fracture points. There are quite a lot of fracture points. They're FING weak, he screams, we can FING crush them and pass. Katsuki Bakugo may have an excellent battle instincts, but a good leader he is not. He commands with force and threats screamed alongside murderous invective. His is physicality, burning hot and visceral, and he bashes his team between the hammer and the anvil until they are shaped the way he wants. He reward failures with force, and success with indifference. Team Bakugo fractures, cleaves, and shatters when precise strikes aimed at weak points hit their marks. On the other hand, Izuku goes for the intellectuals. He has a handful of heavy hitters, himself and Todoroki among them, but his team is comprised more of intellectuals. Against the heavy hitters that is Team Bakugo, they move carefully. Izuku carefully plans and throws small fry at Bakugo. Provided they follow his instructions exactly, they would come to no harm. Too often, they try to grab glory and get brought down. But Izuku is not worried. Team Bakugo is getting worn down. A handful of small fry is irrelevant in the face of the exam. Izuku throws mind games at the heroes. Each time, a subtle psychological dagger is stabbed into Team Bakugo's back. There is no one with a quirk erasing quirk in Team Izuku, but as long as they followed his instructions completely, they as good as do. They have fracture points, but those are in the corners, insignificant in the long run. Their losses do not hinder the efficiency of Team Midoriya at all. Ochako MMMMS in pleasure as 2 hands, one icy cold and one blazing hot, massages the knots out of her back. Izuku presses a kiss to her forehead. Might does not make right, he whispered into the dark as he stroked her hair with his fingertips and his free hand traces patterns over Shoto's soft skin. But knowledge is might all its own. Izuku rewards obedience with kisses sweet as honey and smiles to outshine the sun. Todoroki follows him on his right, and Uraraka to his left, both always 2 steps behind. Izuku commands his team with kind words and a gentle smile. If there is a subtle soul-crushing barb slipped in once in a while, it goes unnoticed. He unravels them on the first day, picking them apart and putting them back together as a single unified whole, and they put the collar around their own necks and the leashes in his hands, to be lead as he desires. Team Izuku accepts the attacks, absorbs them, and flows around it like a river current, sweeping the feudal physical world away. Bakugo leaves behind those too wounded, too broken to fight. Izuku collects them, puts them together, soothes their hurts with honeyed words, and makes them his own. The sheep follow the wolf, eyes wide shut, but this wolf, unlike the shepherd, does not leave them to die in the cold. Midoriya Izuku had what was easily the most useless quirk in the history of quirks, unless he wants to mind F someone. Izuku would randomly swap between genders. One day he was a boy, another day she was a girl. They were perfectly capable of sticking with a gender, but what was the fun in that? Also, Izuku desperately wanted to be a hero. The door slides open, and Hisashi, who was facing the blackboard, turns, book and chalk in hand. "Namuri?" he says, "What dash?" "Don't panic," Namuri says, which is the most blatantly ridiculous thing to say to another human being because who would not panic when told to not panic? Izuku's missing. Wah at it? The room shakes and the children closest to him clap their hands over their ears. Namuri's eyes widened, staring past him, and Hisashi turns to see a smaller piece of chalk writing on the blackboard, "Hi Daddy," in a familiar childish script. Hisashi isn't sure whether he's relieved or amused. He settles on angry instead. "Yamada Izuku, you get right back in your body and text me your location this instant." "Congratulations, All Might," Midoriya Inko said, eyes sparkling with glee, when the entire story was explained to her. "It's a boy." "What?" All Might spluttered. Inko sighed. Izuku gains some genetic markers in common with whomever he heals with his flames. He already had some in common with you from when you passed on your quirk to him, but it could be explained as a very distant connection. We're all related to each other somewhere down the line. But now he will have even more genetic markers in common with you. She's not wrong. Recovery Girl entered the room and dropped a file on the desk. Most of the markers that linked him to Midoriya Hayashi have vanished. They've been replaced by genetic markers in common with All Mights. Congratulations, you're now a papa. Yes. You can't just push off the job of teaching him control onto someone else anymore. Inko's eyes gleamed. Papa, take responsibility for your baby. With that, she placed the toddler Izuku into All Might's arms and walked out of the infirmary. I'll drop by tonight with his baby things. In the bed adjacent, hidden by the drawn curtains, Best Jeanist tried and failed to stifle his laughter at the number one hero's plight. Mind you, I'm lifting directly from the comments, so. Honestly, I've been contemplating a House of Strays typo, one where Midoriya never went to UA, but carved his own path. He's neither hero nor villain, he takes in the broken and discarded from both sides, earning their undying loyalty with kindness and care. He takes in kids who were cast out by their bloodkin, because their quirks were dangerous, villainous, useless, or they were quirk-less like him, raising them in this new family. They live on the outskirts of society, and rumors of nature spirits stealing wandering children start up. They mostly stay out of the hero versus villain conflicts, only striking at those that came after them with aggression, but their leader has eyes and ears everywhere. Stain's followers were enamored with his teachings, and he used this advantage to guide them away from the path of culling less than worthy heroes. When he catches wind of the Numu experiments, he plots and plans, and by the time Kamino Ward happens, his agents have sabotaged the League of Villains badly enough that the Numu are all dead and the League falls in minutes. Overhaul is judged with even less mercy, for what he did to Eri, and so many others. By the time the heroes realize the sheer scale of this House of Strays group, it's far too late to dismantle it. Even when Lemillion moves to apprehend the leader, an unassuming young man with green hair and a kind smile, the man only laughs and remarks that his house will be fine without him, so he would face whatever judgment the law held for him without a fight. The hero's only consolation is how the House of Strays is ruled by kindness, and it's taking people who might have become terrifying villains and making them into vigilantes with strong morals at the very worst. That got a lot longer than intended, sorry. Dude, Midoriya. Kirishima bounced into the darkened room, smacking Tokoyami's face against the door because he wasn't used to having a bird's head in the process. You're so lucky you didn't get swapped. Aizawa opened an eye and glared irritably at the boisterous boy. Lucky? What the hell? His head was pounding like someone was taking a jackhammer to his skull and his nose was running like an out-of-control fire hose. The hero would feel bad for Midoriya if it weren't for the face that the problem child was in his body while he suffered the brat's cold. On the other hand, at least he was getting to sleep. Or he would, if the other brats would stop barging in. Kirishima winced and backtracked. Well, yeah, I guess being sick SCKS, but dude, Midoriya. You gotta get out of class free card. That and you're still in your own body. We all have to figure out how to control each other's quirks. Aizawa pulled the covers over his head and grunted. Come on, Midoriya. Kirishima yanked at the covers. Come downstairs. You can't stay cooped up in here all the time stewing in your own germs. You'll never get better. Aizawa lifted an arm weighing 1,000,000 tons and threw one of Midoriya's pillows in the direction of the tugging, smirking at the squawk of indignation. Geez, Midoriya. Kirishima laughed, you're sure grouchy when sick. Your throw is as manly as ever. All right. I'll just open a window to let in some air and someone will bring you breakfast. Kirishima tucked the thrown pillow under the unresisting but still glaring Aizawa's head, and made his way to the window. The boy managed to smack Tokoyami's face on a wall before opening the window as promised and left the room, miraculously managing to not injure his classmate's face any further. Aizawa turned over and buried his face in the pillow, hiding from the cheerful sunshine, and tried to get some sleep before another overexcited but well-meaning brat came in. Yui is a school. That means clubs and sports and electives meant to encourage hobbies and let students unwind. Aizawa, surprisingly, is part of the flower arrangement classes. Hizashi frequents the knitting classes. Yagi is a regular presence in the tea club. Bakugu joins the chemistry club. Izuku bounces between the hero appreciation club and the black magic club. Omguf Midoriya? Help me raise this plot bunny of everyone having just your regular school activities. No chaos, no madness, no shenanigans, just a regular day in a regular school club. Because there is too much antics already. There is no one more loving than Izuku. Hands down, Izuku has a lot of love to give. But by and large, sexuality annoys him. SEC Ed with Recovery Girl saw a lot of embarrassed reactions from Class 1A, but Izuku sat there with an deadpan look to put Aizawa to shame. The one time Kirishima dragged the boys of 1A into a pond-filled all-nighter found Izuku curled into a blanket burrito, earplugs in his ears, back-faced to the television. He went to class the next morning with a demeanor so similar to Aizawa that more than one of his classmates called him Aizawa-sensei, if he appeared in their peripheral vision. Talk about girls and SEC saw Izuku flipping through his notebooks apathetically, and any attempt to include him in the conversation earned an uncharacteristic dead stare. When Monoma decided to brag to 1A about his SXL prowess, it was the last straw. Izuku pinned him with a laser-focused stare and said frostily, "We are at Yui to become heroes, not man-whores. If you want to get laid so badly, go to a BRTHL. We're not interested in your insecurities and perversions." With that, he snapped his notebook shut, stood up, and strode out of the cafeteria, leaving shocked silence in his wake. Midoriya Izuku is adorable and everyone knows it. Izuku also inspires over-the-top overprotective reactions from a lot of heroes. This has nothing to do with how adorable Izuku is and everything to do with how much they fear Izuku's overprotective papa. Angry pro-heroes were scary, but they had nothing on an angry underground hero for the simple reason that no one would ever see him coming. 1. Auntie, the hesitant question stopped the class in its tracks. The students craned their necks to stare at the child at the door who was definitely too young to be in Yui, and more than one girl flushed at the sight of chubby cheeks and big, round doe eyes. Namuri spun around, having never heard the door open. She blamed Izuku's father. The man had taught his child everything he knew about getting in and out of places undetected. "Izuku, you know better than to dash," and her eyes widened when she saw the small boy, bruised and bloodied at the door of her classroom. He lifted his head and Namuri was struck down by the big, round eyes shining with tears. Oh, my God. Izuku, what happened? Are you being bullied? Who did it?" The atmosphere around her burned with unholy fury and her students shrank away from her in terror. "I'll kill them." 2. Sekijiro-kun was both a teacher and a hero, and that meant there were certain things he could and could not tolerate. A cute boy being bullied by another boy with an obviously superior quirk was one of them. "Hey now," he growled as he used his quirk to pull the explosive blonde away from the smaller boy, "what do you think you're doing? Don't you know it's illegal to use your quirk on another person?" "What does it matter?" the blonde spat, "the nerd's quirkless. Useless." "It matters because your quirk is dangerous, boy." Sekijiro dragged the boy up and growled furiously into his face, "and quirkless or no, the boy is still a human being. If you cause him irreparable harm, boy, you can and will be legally prosecuted, minor or no. And if you are brought before a court for endangering others with your quirk, you can kiss all your plans for the future goodbye. No one wants to teach or hire a blooming villain." He dropped the blonde and snarled, "Now scram, kid." The blonde scrambled away and Sekijiro turned toward the smaller boy and nearly died from the sight of big round eyes sparkling with awe, the adorably chubby cheeks, and the tiny button nose all set in the babyishly round face. "This kid," the hero thought, "is dangerously cute. You're Vlad King." The child chirped in awe. Sekijiro melted at the blinding smile the kid aimed at him. That I am, Sekijiro smiled. Are you alright, kid? 3. Nato Osamu, Sir Night-Eye to the public at large, twitched at the sight of the small child that All Might plucked out of a crowd and cheerfully put on his shoulder. The green-haired boy beamed happily, and Osamu had to repress the urge to groan. The man had too much of a soft spot for children. He turned his head at the dark flash from his peripheral vision. Was that Eraserhead with his phone out? Wah! It's Sir Night-Eye, the child pointed at him in glee, turning the full force of big sparkling eyes and wide sunshine smiles and the round babyish cheeks on the slender man. Hi Sir Night-Eye. Osamu twitched under the assault from both sides. Taking the point-blank cute attack from the kid, and the dark, protective glare of Eraserhead from the alley, it was too much. Too cute, he muttered, looking away. The boy pet his head in confusion, making the sun reflect off his hair and creating a halo around his chubby face. Way too cute. Osamu glared out the corner of his eye at Eraserhead, who was now making a smug face. In front of him, All Might boomed with laughter. The absolute donkey. 4. And you're on air. How are you doing, listener? Uncle Zashi? Izuken. How's my favorite little listener? Today's daddy's birthday and it may or may no they've blown up the kitchen making him surprised in her. Help? You what? Please tell him he did not just hear what he thought he heard? The little voice trembled. He might have a blown up the kitchen? Present Mike just about died on air. It was just no fair his friend's kid could be so cute even when you couldn't see his face. 5. Nedzu allowed the child to hug him and pet his ears. It wasn't bad, the kid was adorable, and very conscientious of the face that just because he looked like some sort of weird cross between cat, dog, and ferret, didn't mean Nedzu was not another sentient being. Besides, Eraserhead teaching at UE meant there were more underground heroes being produced by the school, and underground heroes were in short supply. They were such a necessity that the shortage of underground heroes meant the ones they did have were overworked, and most outbound students died trying to survive underground because they had no mentors to smooth out bad habits. Eraserhead picked out the potential underground heroes and stuck them in remedial training, and pointed them at classes that would teach them the skills they needed to survive. The least Nedzu could do was watch the man's only child for him. No, it had nothing to do with the fact that the boy was adorable and that Nedzu folded like wet paper under the force of that beaming sunshine smile, or that the sight of those big eyes teary with disappointment had broken his heart. Nope. +1. Stop it. Izuku lunged down and stood in between All Might and All for One, his cowl down and arms outstretched protectively. He glared at All for One, tears strkng down his face. Stop hurting All Might, you big bully. Big, round, teary eyes? Check. Cheeks still chubby with baby fat red from exertion, bruised by flying debris and streaked with tears? Check. Green hair short and messy and at optimal fluff? Check. Lips bitten so they were bright red and twisted cutely in a pout? Check. Izuku stomped his foot and made sure the light from the helicopters caught his hair. And tear tracks and enhanced them and glared. Stop it, you meanie, he cried, pitching his voice to sound as childish as he could. It was too much. All for One collapsed and did not move again. The pro-hero industry arose because of the rise of powers called quirks, and with quirks, came a change in the way criminals work. Law enforcement had to change their methods to account for the monkey wrench that quirks threw into an already complicated and flawed system. But alongside the bright flashiness of heroics, came also the darker side of heroics, the underground heroes who followed the criminals who moved their enterprises underground in a bid for survival. Underground heroes are so vital, but so few in number, it was almost inevitable that they died young. When the underground hero, Eraserhead, started teaching at UE, the number of underground heroes increased slightly, but it wasn't enough. Too many people entered heroics for the flash, the money, and the publicity, and the ones who wanted to help, who genuinely wanted to do good while asking nothing in return, were so disillusioned by the glamour of the industry that they did not apply to enter hero schools. Eraserhead had done his best in his years at UE, guided as many children with the potential for it into the underground, but the few underground heroes that did exist, who did survive the first 2 years, were overworked and their numbers stretched thin, and inevitably most died young. At 37, Eraserhead was living on borrowed time and he knew it. So when underground heroes started turning up dead, one after the other, men strung up on bridges by their wrists with throats slit and bellies split open, entrails exposed to the carrion, and women shot in the back of the head, execution style, laid out as if resting in the bath in public fountains with ropes tied around their ankles and thighs and wrist and hands in their laps in a mockery of demure womanhood, all suffering the worst of violations to their bodies in their most secret places. Eraserhead did the only thing he could. He went to the once symbol of peace, laid out a plan, and all but begged to use the retired All Might's protégé's analytical skills to stop the culling of underground heroes. If the younger hero agreed, it meant his meteoric rise through the ranks since his graduation would halt, and All Might's hopes that he would succeed him as the second symbol of peace would be dashed to pieces. All Might agreed to the necessity, though reluctantly, and they approached Deku, who agreed to take a leap of faith as a favor to his once teachers, even though it meant throwing away 7 years of work, throwing away his dream of becoming number one and never achieving the goal his mentor had set for him a decade ago on Dagobah Beach. And so from the ruins of Deku's rising star, Vermilion was born to stalk the shadows, and little by little, the culling of underground heroes began to slow as Eraserhead and Vermilion came closer and closer to cutting off the head of the snake. It was 3 years of work in the shadows, of desperately chasing down leads and coming across the bodies of their peers, some they didn't know, and some, Eraserhead's own former students. Of course, this meant the organization that was hunting down underground heroes was becoming desperate as they started running out of cannon fodder to throw at Eraserhead and Vermilion, and even their captains were mercilessly mowed down and assets were cut off. Of course, an underground hero's work was never done. There were always more drag cartels and PRSTTN rings to bust, black market weapons and other unsavory businesses to be shut down. And that was what led to his current situation. Eraserhead sighed as he laid back on the rooftop, his breath misting in the chilly night air as he pressed his hand against the bullet wound in his side, futilely trying to staunch the flow of blood that trickled from between his fingers. He was practically elderly for a pro hero. Having reached the age of 40 was an achievement for any hero, underground or not, and managing to reach Gran Torino's age was a dream that no hero had any hope of achieving. Teaching the children in Yui had increased his time on active duty by at least a decade. He had been living on borrowed time, and it was time to pay his dues. He slowly pulled out his work phone, a sturdy little thing that was designed to take a hideous amount of abuse, from his pocket with stiff fingers and opened his contacts. He contemplated calling his student before dismissing the thought. Vermilion was now leading a raid in New York against the family that had made Eraserhead desperate enough to pull a promising young hero into the dark. With luck, once the main family was incarcerated, the remainder of the underground heroes would be able to bring down what was left of the 7 sins. If he called now, a boy no longer for all he was still a problem child, the young man would be distracted. Distraction would get him killed, and All Might would never forgive him for getting the problem child killed. So calling the problem child was not an option. Midnight was out, she was dealing with a pair of heroes in the hospital who had fallen prey to a villain with an PHRDS quirk. He was certainly not going to call Present Mike. It was a Friday night, and the voice hero would be running his radio show. There is a click of a connecting line. When had he pressed call? Eraserhead, All Might said, foregoing any greeting. Has something happened? Ah, All Might, Eraserhead said, I apologize for calling at this time. It is not a problem, I was not sleeping yet. What do you need, Eraserhead? Some company would not be amiss, Eraserhead replied, it is a slow night. You would do well to go home and rest if that is the case, All Might said dryly, most likely well aware of how hypocritical his words were. Aren't you taking the students to USJ for rescue training in the morning? Heh, Eraserhead bared his teeth at the few stars that shone brightly enough to be seen through the light pollution of the city in a defiant grin. I wouldn't worry too much about that. This isn't the Hell class. No, it isn't. I am grateful every year for it. Yes, Eraserhead sighed, once was one time too many. You seem rather melancholy tonight, Eraserhead. It occurred to me how different things are, he admitted. After the determination and the dedication of the Hell class, the new classes seem rather boring, lackluster. True enough, but they were the exception to the rule. Besides, weren't you just saying that one Hell class was one too many? I don't mean I miss the insanity that followed them. I mean that I miss how dedicated they were to being heroes. The new batch are so superficial, drawn to the illusion of glory and glamour that surrounds the Hell class. They don't know how to grit their teeth and move forward. None of them care, not like Deku. Now we get to what you've been worried about, him? All Might murmured, Deku was special. It's unfair for you to compare the children to him. He cared, Eraserhead said wearily, he wanted to be number one to make you proud of him. And I took that away when I made him Vermilion. He knows I am proud of him, I will always be proud of him. Be it as Deku or Vermilion, that will never change. All Might said sternly, you cannot say you took that from him, because Vermilion chose to give up Deku when you asked because he wanted to help you. He wanted to make people feel safe when he smiled. How can he do that as an underground hero? The same way you do, Eraserhead. With tender, loving care. Eraserhead snorted and stifled a groan when the action jostled his wound, sending a spike of pain through his body. He was so tired. Corny as ever, All Might. One would never have imagined that you were retired. I try my best. All Might's voice was gentle. Are you sure you're all right? You sound a bit strained. Just a bit tired. Then you should go home and rest. This coming from the man who exacerbated his condition with reckless heroics for 5 years while missing a lung, a stomach and a good bit of intestinal tract. Which makes me entirely justified in telling you to do as I say and not as I did. Heh. Hypocrite. True enough, All Might admitted easily. It also means I know what I'm talking about when I say that you should take better care of yourself. Go home and sleep, Eraserhead. There are other heroes who can cover for you. Thank you. You have been a good friend. I can't imagine Vermilion would have gotten this far without you. The retired hero chuckled. I can say the same about you, Eraserhead. Now go and sleep. Your exhaustion has made you maudlin. Good night then. Yagi-san. Eraserhead shut off the phone before the retired hero could question him on the breach of protocol and allowed his arm to fall limply across his chest. He could no longer feel his legs or the wound, nor could he be sure he was still applying pressure to said wound. He stared up at the few stars bright enough to be seen through the light pollution. He was so tired. He closed his eyes. He'd rest, just for a little while. Midoriya Izuku entered his classroom like normal. There was an addition to his usual suit, his students noticed, a long scarf, wound multiple times around his shoulders. Today's lesson, we will be focusing on the duties and sacrifices of underground heroes. These are the men and women who often die alone, whose deaths, unlike more mainstream heroes, go unremarked. We will discuss their lives, their reputations, and their contributions to society. So, who can tell me about the recently deceased Eraserhead? He paused as hands went up and added, other than the fact that he had been my homeroom teacher in Yui. Hands immediately went down. Finite chapter text. He never expected to be a father, being the symbol of peace made having a lasting relationship difficult. But learning that the way Izuku's healing quirk healed them both from critical injuries meant that they were now biologically related had been equally the best and most terrifying news Toshinori had ever received. For one thing, he'd started seeing Izuku as a son since the days spent training him on Dagoba Beach. For second, he now had a son. Recovery Girl's DNA test results before and after confirmed it, and if Toshinori wasn't terrified of the tiny human being who squealed and kicked happily while being held in his arms. Now that he thought about it, was Izuku completely reverted, mind and all to this age? Inko had said that the person Izuku healed would retain their memories, but she never mentioned if Izuku remembered being himself. What if Izuku didn't? Memories and experiences made up the foundation of a person's personality. If Izuku didn't remember. Toshinori's arms tightened around the toddler. If Izuku didn't remember him. Pretty. Izuku squealed, reaching up and batting at Toshinori's bangs. Do you think he remembers anything? Yamada leaned forward, peering quizzically at the toddler. He's acting like a kid right now. That's because he is a toddler right now, Recovery Girl bustled over. It's possible he has some inkling, otherwise he'd be screaming at the top of his lungs. Ah, Yamada grinned, that means he knows you, big guy. Little listener knows his daddy. Toshinori spluttered, cheeks flushing. He turned his head away so as to not spit blood over the boy, but there was no metallic tang in his mouth. No painful choking as blood was squeezed out of his lungs. Izuku healed that, rendered that old problem non-existent. Don't talk nonsense, Yamada, he said, recovering and hugging the toddler to his chest. Izuku's too young to recognize me. Izuku managed to wrap chubby fingers around a fistful of bangs and yanked. All Might, he shrieked in glee. All Might. Ouch. Takanori gently grabbed the tiny hand. No, Izuku. Please don't pull. All Might. Izuku grinned widely, showing off a gap-toothed smile. Happy? Huh? Happy. Not sad. Yamada grinned and fished out his phone. What were you saying about his not recognizing you again? I stand corrected. Toshinori laughed and raised the boy to smush their cheeks together as Yamada raised his phone to take the picture. Smile, Izuku. Mile. Izuku laughed as the shutter clicked. That's so cute, Yamada cooed. I'm sending it to Midoriya-san. She'll be happy to know you're getting along. Toshinori didn't reply as Izuku was busy pushing his cheeks together in his tiny hands to make a fishy face, giggling happily all the while. Damn it, he loved the kid so much. Yamada Hisashi knows there is something severely wrong with his childhood friend. Shota's posture is straighter than it has been in years, and he looks briefly bewildered when brought into the impromptu emergency staff meeting. Whomever it was that was in Shota's body slinks through the meeting, eyes calculating. There is only the tiniest hint of hesitation before speaking, but he activates his quirk quickly enough before a misfire from Hisashi's body can hurt someone. Shota seems no different from usual other than having slightly better posture than usual, but Hisashi is sure something is terribly wrong. Were they wrong? Had Shota been swapped as well? Hisashi is almost tempted to accuse the Midoriya kid of being in Shota's body, but the boy is so skittish normally. Even if he did have the knowledge and analytical skills to manage it, his nervous demeanor would give the jig away right away. So maybe he's wrong, and it's just Shota being more alert than normal. It's going to be a very trying day after all. Toshinori Yagi is careless with his own life and well-being, but not his students. When he decides on Midoriya Izuku as a successor, he goes to speak with Midoriya Inko. He tells her the entire story, from the rise of All for One to Izuku's encounter with the sludge villain, and the talk they had after. He very solemnly asks for her blessing to make Izuku his successor. Inko is deeply conflicted and she tells the ailing hero the truth about Izuku's parentage and begs him to keep the secret. It goes against every moral standard Toshinori holds himself to, but he agrees. Inko gives her permission for Izuku to be trained in preparation to inherit One for All. Toshinori grapples with what he knows about his protégé's parentage as he trains him, but he keeps the secret. But secrets cannot be kept forever. It comes out like this. In times of stress and high emotion, Izuku nullifies quirks. His class has trouble using their quirks because Izuku is constantly nervous since his seat is behind Bakugo, who scares the boy witless. Toshinori sees Aizawa watching the boy, and wonders if he should keep Izuku's secret. But Toshinori is a man of his word, and the secret remains on the tip of his tongue, kept behind clenched teeth. Toshinori uses up his time on his way to school, and so is not there when villains invade the unexpected simulation joint. Sometime between Aizawa being injured and All Might arriving, a villain says something that captures Aizawa's attention. Izuku, in a state of confusion, later confides in Toshinori that Shigaraki had called him Eraserhead's little copycat. Aizawa watches Izuku more closely than ever. Toshinori has a talk with Inko. It takes 2 weeks of long talks late into the night after dinner before Inko relents and agrees that the secret has been kept too long already. In the meantime, his working relationship with Aizawa has somehow devolved into a frosty civility wherein the underground hero refuses to speak or even look at Toshinori unless it is absolutely necessary. He is terribly confused by the sudden change as just a few days before it seemed the younger hero was thawing in attitude toward him. Not even Yamada or Kayama knew what might have caused the change in attitude. Inko arrives at the gates of Yui on the day of the sports festival, and Toshinori escorts her into Nedzu's office. Later, she sits between the principal and Toshinori, wringing her hands in her lap as Izuku takes ridiculous risks. Perhaps it is knowing his mother was watching and worrying, Toshinori thinks, but he is very relieved that his protégé is much less reckless than normal. Until Izuku breaks his own body to force Todoroki Shoto into using his fire. Inko grabs onto his arm, as if to anchor herself to her position, and Toshinori puts a hand over hers. They watch Izuku fight together, both terrified for his well-being. The festival ends with Izuku recuperating in Chiyo's infirmary and Bakugo as the victor of the day. The secret comes out like this. With Izuku, Inko, and Toshinori meeting with Aizawa and Chiyo in Nedzu's office, and Inko admits to him the secret she had selfishly kept. That a decade and a half ago, she'd met a hero, and borne him a child. She admits to marrying a man she did not love because she selfishly feared for her reputation. She admitted to deliberately taking her son to a doctor who took the toe joint or lack thereof as gospel for identifying the presence of a quirk, because she had not wanted to see her son in the same position she had found his father all those years ago, dying alone in a dumpster, discarded like yesterday's refuse. Izuku finally knows his father had nearly been expelled from the school by him from the start. And Toshinori is little more than the third wheel, the man who had given the boy a legacy that moved him into the spotlight, into danger. By all accounts, Aizawa's treatment of him is perfectly justified, and Toshinori will not blame him if Aizawa chooses to cut Toshinori off from his successor outside of his official capacity as teacher. Except it doesn't happen. Aizawa's behavior changes again. And again. And again. Toshinori is sure the other faculty are getting whiplash from how swiftly the man's moods swing from terror to pride to glee to fury and back. Aizawa's mood changes are not obvious, he's too self-contained for that, but they are all pro-heroes, and they've learned each other's tells. Yamada is sure something is going on, because where once Toshinori had passed Izuku's assignments to Aizawa for grading, they both pass the boy's assignments to Hisashi. They fall into a pattern. Izuku is Toshinori's when he is especially reckless, Aizawa's when he starts to overthink things. Toshinori teases Aizawa about terrifying the boy witless, and Aizawa jabs Toshinori about Izuku's slow progress in controlling One for All. But they are both unbearably proud of Izuku's progress, and do their best to hone and polish their boy's skills in analysis. Neither man argues that Izuku has always been and will always be Inko's baby though. They don't dare. When Hosu happens, they were planning a joint class to teach the students how to apply the things they were learning, to give them the opportunity to get creative and apply the skills they will have learned during their work experience. They visit Inko together, and they sit together, her hands in theirs, and wait for news, terrified for their boy's life. Once they get word, Toshinori travels to Hosu, while Aizawa stays behind with Inko. Toshinori does not accompany the class to summer camp. Aizawa returns to Yui with fury and terror in his eyes, missing 2 students, Bakugo and Izuku. Toshinori leaves to retrieve the kidnapped children. Aizawa attends a press conference. Through it all, Inko does not stop crying. Toshinori loses the last spark of One for All, but both Izuku and young Bakugo return home safely. In the hospital at Hosu, Toshinori, Aizawa, and Inko argue for 2 days before Inko relents and does not withdraw Izuku from Yui. She allows him to move into the dormitories with the other children on one condition, that the 3 of them, Aizawa, Toshinori, and Izuku return home for dinner on the weekends. It's after Inko goes to visit Izuku in his room when Toshinori and Aizawa exchange startled glances. They were both bachelors with their own apartments, and outside of school, they moved in different circles. Their only connection to each other and Inko was Izuku. When had the Midoriya apartment become home to them? They are, all 3 of them, Aizawa, Inko, and Toshinori, very proud when Izuku passes the exam for the provisional hero license. Toshinori thinks that the upcoming future will be a bright one. Aizawa starts checking his head for gray hairs. Inko loves her 3 boys and worries about them constantly. The dark is warm, it welcomes the lost, the fallen, the abandoned, the betrayed. He presides over it with a smile like sunshine, and rewards loyalty with kisses like warm honey. He strokes his hair with gentle fingers and slides those warm digits down the sides of his face, and he knows after the first kiss, the first smile, the plans whispered against warm skin that he is lost. Midoriya laces their fingers together and whispers sweet nothings against his skin, and he gasps as the warm dark rolls over him, filling every nook, cranny, and crevice of him. He squirms as warm hands press into the muscles of his flanks, gently stroking, and there against his back is a flare of fire and a flash of creeping cold, Todoroki who slides up behind him, pinning him, even as he drifts, weightless, through the dark. Fabric slides over his limbs as Yurika whispers meaningless platitudes into his ear, and Midoriya's kisses are sweet, so sweet, he is drowning. It is all right, Midoriya whispers, you are safe now. Why? Because I am here. Pleasure, hot and visceral, unwinds in his belly, and his limbs and thoughts are so heavy. Shoji, let's go. And the dark swallows him. You shit stain. Bakugo snarls. Your information led us into a trap, you useless F-. Mizo Shoji steps out of the shadows into the light. The information was wrong, he agrees, it would have been correct if you had not left me at the mercy of the enemy. His skin burns with the remnants of lingering touches, of secrets whispered into the dark, and in the corner of his lips, the faintest hint of sweetness, like honey. Green eyes gleam in the dark. Tentacle is his now. Yui is the premier hero training school in Japan. With so many diverse quirks being trained, they are quite used to weird things. Even time-traveling students and alumni. The alarm blares and all available heroes make their way down to the courtyard in the front of the school. They come across the scene. A young man with green hair dressed in a forest green suit with a domino mask to cover his eyes had his arms crossed over his chest, staring down at 5 teens in Yui uniforms. Aizawa recognizes the young hero immediately, having just seen him and his classmates off onto the trains for their field training with other heroes just this morning. And for another thing, Midoriya was saying, his voice low and tense, when I tell you to leave the support department students alone, I mean it. Once we get back, I will be speaking with Power Loader, and if you've damaged any of the support students' projects with your carelessness, all 5 of you will be expelled. From this point on, I expect you to follow protocol and do as you are told, do you understand? Yes, sensei, the response is sullen as only teenagers could manage. Why? Aizawa says dryly, why is it whenever something happens, you're always involved, problem child? Problem child? The students whisper shouted, does he really mean sensei? Does that mean Midoriya sensei is the principal's son? It would explain why sensei and the principal are so close. Midoriya turned, and Aizawa catches sight of the telltale signs of a capture weapon wrapped around his torso under the suit jacket as his shoulders tense and he shifts to block the children from view. His eyes narrowed as he examined the grown form of his student, taking in the lean muscles and weariness in his eyes. This young man, contrary to the dreams of the boy he'd just seen boarding a train to Hosu, was no above-ground hero. Somehow, Midoriya had grown up to become an underground hero. Ah, sensei, Midoriya's smile is as gentle and sunny as a grown man as when he was a teenager, good afternoon. It is morning, Aizawa said sharply. I just put you and your classmates on the train for field work experience. Ah? Midoriya said almost cheerfully, I remember that. It sounds like you had an excellent experience out there. The principal stepped forward, smiling genially, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. Welcome back to Yui, Midoriya-kun. What is that? One of the girls whispered. It's wearing a suit. It's talking, a boy whispered. Principal Nedzu, Midoriya bowed. I apologize for the intrusion. I'm afraid we must ask for your help to return us all home. Oh, it's no trouble. Nedzu chortled, no trouble at all. We are all very grateful. Aizawa manages to catch Yagi's eyes. The aging symbol of peace looks troubled, and the underground hero knows immediately that he'd seen the same thing Aizawa had. Above-ground heroes don't go into teaching young. But underground heroes do. For a boy that was being groomed to be the next symbol of peace to suddenly become an underground hero within a decade of graduation, something had to have gone terribly wrong. His standards were among the strictest among the staff, and he had trained some of the best heroes to have come from Yui. How could he be the traitor? Hisashi felt his heart sink as Shota's lips curved upward in a wry smile. You're right, of course, Shota said in the same exhausted tone he usually spoke in. I was the one who leaked the plans for the school and the chaperone roster for USJ, among other things. You were nearly killed in the process, Yagi said sadly. What would you have gotten out of it? Heroes who don't think the work is all glamour and glory for one, Shota said cruelly, and your influence away from impressionable children for another. Haven't you realized? Your shining beacon turned toxic a long time ago. Of all people, how was it possible for Eraserhead to be the traitor? Aizawa and Yagi may hover like the overprotective papas that they are, but both know that the voice hero is the best person to train Izuku's quirk. Under the tutelage of present Mike, Izuku flourishes, and he learns that there are levels to his quirk. He can do more than strengthen quirks. Izuku would never be able to deafen his targets like Hisashi could, but Izuku could disorient them. His song could bolster spirits or weaken them, and although he'd never have a sonic scream, people with selfish spirits could not abide his song. Izuku's voice would cause them actual physical pain. The voice training Hisashi put him through taught him breath control and patience. They found out entirely by chance during the cultural festival that Endeavor was one of those people that Izuku's song would cause actual physical pain to, but in the same breath, Yagi's injuries healed just the tiniest bit. It was revolutionary. Izuku's song could mean the difference between life and death. It wasn't a perfect healing, it was just a reduction in damage by a tiny fraction, but enough to tip the scales. Izuku sang for his stepfather more afterward. Calliope, the muse of heroes, stepped into the limelight alongside his mentor, the voice hero, present Mike. Backstage, his fathers watched with pride, and in the audience, his mother wept tears of joy to hear her son sing. Aizawa, Fire Tongue, the fire-breathing hero, Hayashi was a hero. His quirk was perhaps the flashiest part of him, something he'd gotten from his mother, while his brother took after their father with an emitter-type quirk, but otherwise, he laid low and his targets never saw him coming. When Hayashi got married, he took his wife's name, and they had a son. Izuku was a beautiful boy who took after his mother, and Hayashi was in love with this tiny, perfect human being from first sight, and so was his little brother even though Shoyuta denied it with everything he had. Hayashi laughed and pretended not to notice the soft toys his baby brother lavished on his baby boy. Hayashi indulged his boy as he got older and encouraged him in analyzing the quirks of heroes and villains alike. Some nights, when he had no cases, he'd take Izuku with him on patrol. Of course, to put Inko's mind at ease, he'd rope his baby brother into coming along with him. Izuku was an excitable child, and two eyes were better than one. This is so dangerous, Nissan. What are you thinking? Were you even thinking? Don't worry about it, Shoyuta. Izuku is going to get hurt. Nonsense. We're both going to be with him. Hayashi died as all underground heroes did, unremarked, alone, and unnoticed until too late. But he knew his baby brother was reliable. He'd take care of Inko and Izuku. I'm sorry, Inko. I'll have to stay overseas for a while longer. The villain is more slippery than I thought. Don't worry, Hayashi, Shota's taking good care of us. Izuku, say hello to Papa. Papa. Izuku will be a hero, just like Papa. Ah. Izuku, Papa loves you too. I love you both so much. For goodness sake, Tenya, sit down and shut up or I will tell Tensei you've been a disruption in class. The class went silent, and all eyes turned toward Aizawa, who was glaring at the straight-laced student. Ida Tenya's eyes were huge behind his glasses as he scurried back to his desk. Now that you're done distracting everyone, we will continue the lesson. Katsuki! The cafeteria went silent. Aizawa stormed in, eyes gleaming red, and the explosive blonde found himself wrapped up in his teacher's capture weapon and dragged out of the cafeteria. How many times have I told you the training facilities are off limits without supervision? Detention for 1 week. Mina. Why is there acid everywhere? Get down here and clean up your mess, young lady. The lights suddenly went out in the building. Even the normal humming of the refrigerator had gone silent. Kaminari blanched. Oho. See you later, Kaminari. Kirishima fled for his life. What a mad banquet of darkness. Kaminari, what did you do? One of the girls shrieked from upstairs. Aizawa-sensei, someone else shouted, Kaminari's done it again. Denki. I'm sorry, sensei, I didn't mean to. Kiyyyyy. Hey. Mineta, you pervert. Get out. The purple-haired boy was thrown bodily out of the girl's bath. He smacked into the wall face first and slid down to slump against the wall. Man. That was totally unfair, he grumbled as he peeled his face off the wall. Again? Kota sighed, this is getting old. Cut that out. Aoyama yelled. Minoru. The boy in question looked up and his eyes widened. Aizawa-sensei. This is the last straw, Minoru, the hero growled. Pack your bags. You're expelled. What? From the girls' baths came the sound of cheering. Izuku, how many times have I told you that you are useless as a hero if you cannot move after using your quirk? Don't break anything this time. As Izuku gets older, they learn how to control their quirk. During the day, he is Midoriya-sensei, the number 25 hero, Deku, whose meteoric ascent has slowed to a crawl since his teaching career began. All the while, Vermilion stalks the night as one of the few female underground heroes. That Vermilion and Deku are one and the same is one of the worst-kept secrets in the heroics industry, but Izuku really doesn't much care. They're too busy with children to teach by day, and drag cartels and PRSTTN rings to bust at night. Sometimes, he gets a call during the day from the police, a call made to emergency services, but no response and a disconnected line not long after. All too often, it's a ruse used by criminals meant to lure law enforcement away from the scene of the crime. In case it was a criminal making the call, to avoid them realizing the call had been investigated, the nearest underground hero was dispatched, and he would immediately take to the rooftops, loosening his tie as he went. She would land in the general vicinity of the call, and more often than not, there was nothing there to investigate but an abandoned phone, broken to pieces. Sometimes though, an injured civilian would be delivered discreetly to a hospital while the criminals are found dangling from a street lamp, bound with capture tape. Sometimes, she gets a call in the night, a rampaging villain, and no heroes with quirks suitable to subduing them. She will race across the city along power lines and rooftops. Later he would drop into wherever the villain was with a flying punch and a cry of smash, and the problem will be resolved in a show of force. He smiles for the cameras and signs a few autographs and takes off into the night. She will double back, those nights, and start her patrol from where she stopped. Izuku has a lot of respect of Aizawa-sensei when days and nights blur together in a string of unsatisfying catnaps, stopping their students maiming themselves and each other, and dealing with ridiculous criminals who seem to think that crime pays. Their temper is shorter than ever when they have gone 72 consecutive hours without sleep, their back and joints ache like nothing else, and their eyes burn from lack of sleep. After all, if Aizawa-sensei can refrain from expelling a whole class of selfless trouble magnets when heavily injured and running on only 4 hours of sleep out of 56, they can most certainly not maim a class of rowdy, entitled brats. The press sometimes exclaim over Deku's eyebags and his fans and students almost go rabid trying to get him to sleep. Vermilion's peers among the underground good-naturedly laugh and rib her about being lazy the few times she gets a good 7 hours of uninterrupted sleep. It's exhausting and thankless as far as lifestyles go, but Izuku would never give it up for anything. They owe it to Aizawa-sensei and All Might, without whom they would not have made it so far. One day, Vermilion might be put aside and Izuku would be Deku only, or perhaps it would be the other way around. But right now is not that day. And so Izuku's gender changes with the day-night cycle, and they are exhausted more often than not, but they are content. They have their health, their kids are alive, healthy and eager to learn. Izuku would like nothing more than to see their kids graduate and join them on the field. Maybe when that happens, their double duty will end. But for now, they will change with the day-night cycle. He will step out of his house in the morning to teach the new generation of heroes and she will drop out of the shadows at night to drive the secret enterprises out of the dark into the light where those crimes can be catalogued and brought to trial. Izuku has 2 names, and they are male by day and female by night. But in the quiet moments where no one is looking, when they are safe at home or in Aizawa-sensei or Yagi-san's apartments, Izuku is Izuku. They breathe in, slow and deep, and exhale, and the weight lifts from their shoulders, and they are themselves again. Izuku slides through the darkened hallway, leaving no trace and no sound. Or almost no trace. The dormitory security cameras are recording his progress, and having spent 2 years in these very same dorms, he knows where each camera and discreetly placed microphone is. But there is no reason to disable them in UE. The staff and students in his UE can be tracked anywhere on campus through transponders in their IDs, so Izuku often goes unseen and unheard by the electronic monitors in the hallways. This UE, the UE of his youth, had no such measures, so to allow the faculty to have this little bit of peace of mind, even though it goes against his every instinct, he stays in view of the cameras as he does a late-night head count of his students. He opens the doors and peeks in, but never strays past the doorway. 5 students, 15 fewer than he normally supervises on a day-to-day basis, but considering the situation, he is grateful. He will have an easier job than Aizawa when the dormitory is inevitably assaulted by Kurogyri and Chimera, who had been the reason why 5 heroics department students had been in the support department to begin with. Izuku opened the last door to find Eri looking up at him, slightly startled, eyes red-rimmed from crying. Aizawa, his voice is pitched low, just barely audible to the microphone's recording speech. Is something wrong? I had a nightmare. I was going to go to F-Father, sensei. Eri hiccuped, then I remembered. He's not F-Father yet, is he? No, he isn't. Izuku gently placed a hand on top of her head, not yet. But he will be soon. Why? Because Deku-sensei is here. Izuku smiled, wide and bright like the above-ground hero he had once been, straightening his spine and tossing the trailing ends of his capture weapon over his shoulders like a cape and planting his feet like he had a decade earlier. That's right. I am here. Eri's smile was shaky but blinding. Izuku relaxed his posture back into his, by now, habitual slouch, and the trailing ends of the capture weapon slid off his shoulder to dangle in front of him once more. Now, Aizawa. Back to bed. Just because we are a decade into the past does not mean you will not have class tomorrow. Yes, sensei. Izuku stood at the door and watched as the girl climbed back into the bed. Do you remember, Eri, when Mirio-senpai and I promised you that we wouldn't let you come to harm? He said, locking eyes with her. Eri nodded and Izuku said firmly, Mirio-senpai isn't here, but I am, and I will keep that promise. There is nothing to fear. Because you are here. Eri replied as she lay down. Good night, Aizu and I. Good night, Eri. Aizawa rubbed his eyes as he looked down into the faces of his 3 problem children. The Class 1D teacher, Animalia, released a subvocal growl, her tail swishing in agitation. They are a distraction, Aizawa. Didn't you teach the brat to turn off his quirk? Todoroki. Aizawa sighed. Not Todoroki, she growled, ears flat against her head, the green one. Aizawa glanced at Midoriya. Anything broken or pulled, kid? Sensei. Ida shouted, Midoriya-kun has not used his quirk once since we arrived. Midoriya nodded so hard Aizawa was surprised his head didn't fly right off his shoulders. I see, Aizawa sighed, there you have it. Midoriya has not once used his quirk. He's distracting my students. Turn off his quirk. I don't see how a simple strength augmentation quirk can distract your students. Unless. Midoriya, have you been flexing shirtless? Midoriya squeaked and turned beetroot red and shook his head frantically. Midoriya would never. Ida shouted scandalized. He's body shy, Todoroki agreed. He's spawning flowers and sunshine and sparkles. Animalia roared. Aizawa deliberately raised his eyebrows as high as they would go, opened his eyes wide and bared his teeth in a wild grin he'd not worn since his high school years. If you have a problem with Midoriya being the pure cinnamon roll that he is, you can fight me. Animalia balked, staring at the underground hero in shock. Did you just meme at me? Holy. Todoroki's eyes were wide in shock and Ida's jaw had dropped. Midoriya had whipped out his notebook and was scribbling frantically, spawning sparkles and kitties and rainbows in his fanboyish eagerness for more hero data. Fight meh, Aizawa repeated and took an exaggeratedly aggressive step forward. Animalia fled the staff room. They could hear distantly, that Aizawa kid don't change one bite. Nedzu chuckled as he drank his tea. You never change, do you, Aizawa-kun? Aizawa smoothed his face back to his usual bored expression and said drily, I have no idea what you're talking about, Nedzu-sensei. Everyone loves Izuku. He's an adorable cinnamon roll, too good, too sweet, too pure for this world. Everyone loves Izuku. Everyone but Monoma. Well, cinnamon is a spice after all. And this is a story about how cinnamon has bite. 1. An elbow connects hard with the back of a fluffy-haired head. The entire cafeteria goes silent at the sound of a garbage elbow meeting a precious little skull. Oh, I'm sorry, your head was so big it was in my way. I'm sorry, the entire cafeteria gets a flash of wide, teary green eyes and wet trails running down round freckled cheeks. It's all fluff, let me get it out of your way. A pair of scissors approach fluffy hair. A bunch of students from Gen Ed appear out of nowhere, snatching the scissors away. They crowd around Izuku, cooing and petting his hair, and wiping away the tears and reassuring him that he doesn't need to cut his hair, he's perfect. Please don't cry. Don't listen to the mean old sourpuss. In the meantime, Hatsum-Mei leads the pack of support students who looms behind the fool who started it all, eyes gleaming with malice. They drag the blonde out of the cafeteria. Class 1A continues to eat like nothing happened. A trailing wah? Don't touch what hey. No. No01. 11 can be heard through the closed cafeteria doors. Hey, Midoriya, Shoto says as if remarking on the weather, your Omurus is getting cold. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Midoriya. You should have said something. We didn't mean to interrupt your lunch. Eat. You need food to become a strong hero. We're sorry for interrupting your lunch. 2. UF shitty Deku. Get your butt back here and die. The staff lounge door slams open and a tiny green blur dives behind a yellow caterpillar lying in a corner. The caterpillar grunts as the green blur squirms between its bulk and the wall. Cementos makes his way to the door and peeks out. He is nearly run over by an angry yellow blur that makes its way round the corner and past the door of the staff lounge. Don't run in the halls. Cementos yelled at the disappearing student. His only response is a set of explosions. Cementos turns and grins. Aizawa has somehow managed to tuck his student into the front of the sleeping bag with him, and in the space of a few seconds, Dadzawa and the cinnamon roll had both fallen asleep. How cute. 3. The villain grins evilly at the camera and turns to the green-clad hero in training. Well, kid? And last words to your washed-up excuse of a hero sensei? Green eyes glare defiantly, lips pressed into a thin line suddenly stretch in a broad grin. Yeah. Just one. Oh? Sob. What? Sob. The hard lines of the face suddenly turn soft, sharp edges curve and grown plush and round, and green eyes narrowed with rage and defiance grow big, round and wet. Sensei. He touched me down there, he wailed as tears cascaded down soft, round cheeks. The criminal's eyes widened as they hear the distant enraged roar of smash. The wall crumbles inward at the high-frequency yell of, hang on baby boy. Daddy's coming. Wait, the villain yelped at the sight of the dust cloud and the dark silhouettes of angry heroes. I didn't do anything. There is a flash of red eyes and the swish of a capture weapon. Then why is he crying? Eraserhead's voice was low and murderous. I swear I didn't do anything. Are you all right, my son? All might. He keeps touching me. What? 4. Please Todoroki-kun? Sorry, Midoriya, that's not. Please Midoriya. Pulia Azazizi. Shoto closed his eyes and slid the ice cream sundae toward the other boy. Green eyes lit up and a blinding smile crossed his face. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. OMG, those eyes are devastating, Ochako whispered. I know, Shoto sighed as he put his head on the table. 5. The blonde leered at the trembling ball of fluff. Is this what Class 1A is made of? Fluff and cowards? Ha! Monoma grabbed a fistful of the trembling boy's blazer. Cowards like you don't deserve to wear the UE uniform. He ripped it off the boy whose eyes narrowed. You're a disgrace. Monoma screamed as he yanked at the tie. Izuku fell backward, and Monoma followed, still spitting vitriol. Present Mike and Midnight turned the corner, and what met their eyes was a blonde, straddling a smaller boy, tearing at his clothes. Tearful green eyes met the horrified eyes of the teachers. Yamada-sensei. Namuri-sensei. Izuku wailed. Expelled. Mike roared as he hauled the blonde away. There, Midnight cooed as she cuddled Izuku. Let's get you to recovery, girl, okay? Word gets out, as it had with All Might, that the former symbol of peace's student, his protege, the hero Deku, is teaching at Shiketsu High School. Unlike All Might, Deku doesn't hide behind the school walls. He's injured, but not to the point where an interview would take a chunk out of his time as a hero. Rather, the brace he wears under his clothes give the impression that he is there for his recovery, and he perpetuates that belief. He even lifts his trouser legs a little to show the media the brace that is meant to support his weight while his bones heal and the press go crazy. Hero Deku is an example of a hero who knows his limits and will rest when he needs it. Unlike those other glory hogs, mainstream conservative media are fond of bellowing. Considering that it was mainstream conservative media that had called All Might a glory hog among other things while trying their best to drag his name through the mud when they had been the ones to pile expectations and the weight of the world on his former teacher's shoulders, Deku is less than happy about their glowing enthusiasm. But in the process of converting from the above ground to the underground or not, Deku is a hero, and heroes have an image to uphold. Deku laughs and says wryly that overconfidence got the better of him. That he will wear the brace until he is fully recovered. Until then, he will continue his heroics as a teacher, to teach the next generation of heroes and hopefully remind the children that even the best can be brought down. Besides, Deku laughs, it's good learning experience. Most heroes don't last more than 2 decades on the field, and I certainly didn't get that teaching certification just to teach interns. So it's your intention to go into teaching after heroics? A reporter asked. If there's a school that's willing to put up with my fumbling, Deku chuckled, I can't imagine being as excellent a teacher as Eraserhead or even Sir Night-Eye, but I can certainly do my best. The media lap it up and sing their praises about unsung heroes and how wonderfully humble he is, much to Deku's disgust. Sometimes villains get the bright idea to attack schools or places like zoos and museums and aquariums. If Deku is nearby, he will put a stop to it, using the equipment he has on hand. The media eats it up. Hero Deku, on recovery leave, saves students from villains. Hero Deku shuns the spotlight in favor of doing a headcount of his students. Hero Deku. Unsung hero who picked teaching over heroics. Hero Deku. The teaching hero. Headlines blare across Japan, and the one time he accompanied a class of 3rd years overseas, Hero Deku, the teaching hero expands his students' horizons. Suddenly, his popularity and image, which he'd expected to stagnate, skyrockets. Hero Deku, the teaching hero, at number 15, is somehow a more popular hero in his image as a teacher when dressed in his forest green business suit, hair combed back, and wire-framed glasses when he's reading or teaching, than in his old image as Hero Deku, the hero who never gives up. Aizawa-sensei chuckles dryly, you made yourself approachable. Gave the press something to talk about. Then Hero Deku steps in to save the day and is more concerned about his students than the press? Of course they would eat it up. They worshipped All Might and are infatuated with the current batch of heroes, but they feel like they can relate to you. Hero Deku, whose current uniform now makes him look more like a Japanese salaryman, cooing over his students, you've glorified the normally unsung heroes among the masses. Of course you'd be popular. I'm not trying to be popular. And they can see that. Now stop whining and think about how you're going to juggle 2 very different lives in heroics. On the other hand, the media never mob Shiketsu High School again after the first time Deku scolds them on live television for disrupting the education of the children with their presence. Deku is annoyed by the media. Vermilion loathes them. Toshinori knows he is prone to showing how much he favored Izuku over the rest of his classmates. But times like these, when the students are gone, and it's only him and the staff laughing about the kids' antics, he can't bring himself to care. And here's one that Inko-san sent me of Izuku when he was 9. Isn't he a cute little Eraserhead? Toshinori grins at the faint dusting of red on Shota's cheeks when he sees the photo. He can't blame him. Izuku is just adorable. OMG, that is so precious. Namuri squealed. You're so lucky, Toshinori. Oh no, Toshinori laughed, we all are, because genders never really bothered Izuku when it comes to dressing up as heroes, so here's a pretty little Midnight, age 12. Oh my god! Hizashi roared with laughter, such an adorable little listener. Don't wave that picture around too much, Shota said, somehow keeping his voice level, you'll give Mineta and several of the other boys bad ideas. Toshinori's brain ground to a halt. What? You do realize that Todoroki's been panting after him for a while, right? And Bakugu's eyeing him up in the lockers? What? Toshinori puffed up into muscle form, I will squash the little perverts. How dare they look at Izuku? What the dash? Why'd you set him off for, Eraser? All Might Senpai, wait a dash. Don't do it, All Might. Hold up, All Might. Toshinori barely heard them as he stalked out of the staff room, hungering for blood. Those little perverts would not come within arm's reach of his boy while he drew breath. Dear friend, my name is Izuku, and I am 6 years old. My school is doing a project, to write letters to a randomly chosen pen pal. The school chooses our pen pal for us, so we don't know who gets who. It is going to help us practice our kanji. It is nice to meet you. When I grow up, I will be a hero. What about you? From Midoriya Izuku. Dear Izuku, my name is Shota. When you close a letter, you should use sincerely instead of from in the first letter. When we know a little more about each other, you can start closing the letter with your friend. I am studying to become a teacher, so it will be my pleasure to help you improve your kanji. Becoming a hero is quite a dream and requires a lot of hard work. Not everyone has what it takes to be a hero, so I wish you luck. Sincerely, Shota. Dear Shota, I showed your letter to Mama, and Mama says that heroes have to follow lots of rules and study hard before they can get a license. Mama is very smart. She helps heroes when people suit them. Why would people want to suit a hero? Don't they already have their own super suits? Mama worked late last night, so I went to her work to stay with her. On the way home, there was a villain attack. He grabbed Mama and wanted her purse, but a hero saved us. He said his name was Eraserhead. Mama looked him up on the computer when we got home. There's not much about Eraserhead except for a few blurry videos and his hero name on UI's student list. Mama says that means Eraserhead is an underground hero. Mama says underground heroes avoid the spotlight and do the hard work that most people don't think about. I hope he's alright. Eraserhead looked really tired before he left. But he was so cool when he took down the villain. One day, I want to be able to save people as a hero too. Your friend, Izuku. Dear Izuku, I am glad to hear that you and your mother are safe. Please be careful on the street at night, it's not safe. Your mother meant sue, not suit. To sue someone means to take someone to court. People will sue heroes if they think they can get money out of it. Sometimes, people will sue a hero for legitimate reasons, such as avoidable injuries or property damage. It's a complicated process that can last from weeks to years. If you do enter a heroics course, you will learn more about it in heroic law class. Izuku, why do you want to be a hero? Sincerely, Shota. Shota is first aware of it when he is 14. He's not 14, he knows he is not, but when tested, this is his biological age, and he feels like something is missing. He feels like there is something in him that doesn't belong. There is something in him that doesn't belong. Get it out. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? What has happened? Where has it gone? He sees two worlds, or is he in two places at once? Not possible, because he's seeing through blurry sight, large, amorphous blobs and rumbling tones, and then he blinks and he's in class, where he should be, Yamada shouting in his ear, blessedly without his quirk. It gets worse as he gets older. But he is in UI now, and the curriculum leaves no room for breaking apart. He holds himself together with determination and Nedzu's watchful presence. Yamada squirms his way in, through the cracks, and he becomes an anchor, a steady rock in the storm. Shota hates Nedzu's encouraging smiles, but he knows without him, he'd have fallen apart a long time ago. Pain. Burning. Screaming. Laughter. The voices are high-pitched, almost young, there are tears on his face. It hurts. It hurts. Shota is a hero, he's used to pain, but this is something is not right. The pain is somehow familiar, but it shouldn't be, should it? He is 30 when he begins to form a bubble of an idea. The soap bubble of his theory drifts quietly behind him, a small, delicate thing that, could destroy him and his world. This year is worse, the entrance exam is a blur of terror and pain and senseless gnawing horror, and his limbs feel like they are rending themselves apart unravelling fiber by muscle fiber. He is seeing double, and in the periphery of his vision is Yamada, whose hand is on his elbow anchoring him to reality. It is his fault that the instinct that kept him alive all these years screams at him to diestro idbo ibefori he destro y sioki llhim. Shota doesn't, of course. He stays seated, and Yamada is an anchor to here and now and not that blur of chaos and terror that fogs the corners of his vision. Shota's newest class is his favorite, all of them are leaking potential out of their ears, they breathe in dreams and breathe out potential, and he looks forward to grasping that and wrapping the kids up and tempering that potential into something great. He could do if the explosive boy were less volatile and the perverted kid less of a lecher, but what he wants is for the green one, All Might's favorite, to stop breaking himself and grow a sense of self-preservation, please. All the while the attacks grow worse and Shota spends as much time as he can in his sleeping bag, the material restricting him and grounding him when Yamada cannot be there. They are the source of his greatest headaches and highest pain. Stop guti tingi hurt, stop getting into trouble, stop get eyeing hurt, stop hurtngme. He is always seeing double now, and he knows he can ows. Oh my god, thatis whereitis. Whyisitthereandnothere. He has to stop his hands shaking, he has to not kill the boy and scoop his light out. He wants to so badly scoopthe light out of him and hold it his hardware itshouldbeand, that thing that should not be in him. He wants to pluck it out and pull the light back in its place, and the boy has whatever it is that Shota has lost. This is it. Itiscoming. Terrornanticipation. The new villain is terrifying, and All Might is permanently retired now. Shota knows in his bones that his kids will be fine, he just has to make this last leap of faith. Deku. Shota's hand misses the boy by a hair and the child is swallowed up by the darkness. Everything in Shota goes dark, and he feels himself crash into something solid. A wall? The ground? He doesn't know, but everything snaps back into place. What he was missing. It had always been there, that foreign thing he's fought all his life but wielded like a scalpel, so quiet and precise, it had been a part of it all along. Everything clicks. It clicks. And he lies there for a moment, just feeling. He is there now, all the empty bits and pieces are filled up and he's never felt so good in his life. He knows no. The bubble solidifies, hardens, cracks open, dumping years of content over his body and mind, seeking out the cracks and breaks and fractures, pulling them back together, sealing them, mending them, and he knows. He remembers. Aizawa-sensei. Small hands flutter over his down body. Shota opens his eyes to see them, his students. Don't worry, Shota tells the children even as he revels in the feeling of fullness, of completeness. His mind is clear and quiet for once. It will be all right. He rises to his feet, back straighter than it has been in years. Will it? Render laughed, shrieking madly, you couldn't even save your own student, Eraserhead. That's where you're wrong. He smiles grimly. He won't smile the way he had as a small boy, it wasn't who he was anymore. Not since he was found by Nedzu and All Might, mind shattered and body broken all those years ago. They'd taken the ID that he'd had on him, the one that had his true name, his birth date, the names of his mentors and teachers and the name of his school, and as the telepath they'd brought in pieced what they could of his mind back together, they had built him a whole new identity. His quirk had been broken, literally broken, into its 9 constituent parts, and that bit of DNA that prevented quirks manifesting had mutated in him, and that was what he'd trained to this day. Energy crackles around him. Midoriya is safe, Shota declares, he will be found on Dagoba Beach by Nedzu and All Might. He'll be in rough shape, his body and mind broken, but they will take care of him for all the years he needs. Render stares at him in confusion. Have you gone insane? She asked, sounding ironically more sane than she has in the entire day. Yes, his body crackles with the power and he lunges forward, the strands of his capture weapon lashing out, but I am better now. Render is captured, and All Might, in his true form, arrives at the heels of the police. Aizawa-kun? All Might, Shota breathes deeply. Thank you. For everything you've done for me all these years. I remember now, Shota said, how I ended up on the beach you and Nedzu found me on. I couldn't remember before. Because two of the same thing cannot exist at the same time. All Might finishes the thought for him. I am glad to see you well again, my boy. Call me Shota, he smiled at the man, once his mentor, now his colleague, forever his hero, that's who I am now. Of course, Shota. I know you want to be a hero, he said, his eyes unwavering. But heroes do not bully the weak. You useless sheet stain, the blonde boy screamed, lashing out with explosive hands, don't look down on me. Uf Deku? The boy he was protecting screamed as red blood filled the air in time with the explosion, and a body dropped to the ground. Die, the blonde roared, die and stay dead you stupid F-. You brought that monster with you? Midoriya Inko screamed at her longtime friend. He wanted to apologize. Bakugo Mitsuki protested. Apologize my butt. He just wants to finish the job. Inko shrieked, that little murderer is not getting within sight of my baby. Inko please. No. Inko shrieked and lunged at the other woman, her fingers curled into claws, you keep your precious villain away from my baby. Doctors and orderlies flooded the hallway. An off-duty hero, hearing the commotion, quickly stepped in and blew a puff of pheromones into Inko's face, tranquilizing her. Ma'am, I will have to ask you to leave, the heroine said to Mitsuki as the orderlies carried the woman into the room containing her son. Mitsuki, face pale, grasped Katsuki's shoulder and steered the boy out of the hospital. Under her hand, her son's shoulders trembled, whether it was with rage or sorrow, she didn't know. But what she did know, was that Katsuki had learned an important lesson about how dangerous his quirk was when combined with his temper today. 10 years later. Hero names. Midnight cheered, choose carefully. The name you pick here may be the name that follows you for the rest of your life. Red Eyes stared at the whiteboard, marker grasped in a white-knuckled hand. Slowly, he wrote the characters of the name. As his classmates were called up and criticized, he considered the name he'd written down. Bakugo-kun? Midnight called, are you ready? There's a bit of backstory to my name, he said softly once he was in front of the class. Still have, a rather bad temper. That temper and my quirk. I put my best friend into a coma when we were 6 in a fit of rage. He still hasn't woken up. That's why. He lifted the whiteboard to reveal the name. This way, he and I can be heroes together, just like we planned as kids. Izuku, the hero who can do it. From m.izuku@live.co.ja. To a.shota@live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, March 26, 2018, 11:19 p.m. Subject, please don't panic, I'm fine D. Dear Shota. Can you believe it? As of today, it will have been 6 years since we started writing each other. Greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to, it's incredible how time flies. Did you see the footage of MT Lady's debut? It was awfully rude of her to just barge in and take down a villain with a hero already active on the scene. Please don't worry, I didn't go out of my way to seek it, the scene happened on my way to school this morning. I left as soon as it was over and made it to school with time to spare. Bakugo threw a tantrum when the teacher told the class that one of my choices for high school was Yui. He cornered me after school, and I really thought he was going to try to explode me with his quirk again, but all he did was burn my notebook. He even told me to jump off the school's roof. Can you believe it? If I had listened to him, he would have been party to my suicide, and he can kiss his hopes of becoming a hero goodbye. He's completely thoughtless. Degree. On my way home, I got attacked by a villain, but All Might arrived and saved me. It was so cool. Well, okay, not the being attacked by a villain thing, but All Might signed my notebook. His signature covers the entire 2 pages of the section on him. He said I have an excellent mind and analytical skills that will take me far in the future. I got an autograph and a compliment from All Might. I'm so stoked. I'm sure you've seen the news. Yes, I was the boy that ran out of the crowd during the sludge villain incident. I know I was reckless, but the villain was killing Bakugo, and none of the heroes on site were doing anything. In the end, All Might arrived and saved us. I'm sorry if I worried you. But I'm fine. Please don't scold me? I got yelled at by all the heroes who were at the site already. Izuku. From a.shota@live.co.ja to m.izuku@live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, March 26, 2018, 11:19 p.m. Subject, please don't panic, I'm fine D. Izuku. Don't panic? That is not how you keep a person calm, young man. You are the most incredibly reckless person I have ever been acquainted with. You are going to give me gray hairs, and that is quite the accomplishment considering I teach 20 teenagers and have yet to get gray hairs from them. I'll save the scolding since you've apparently been scolded enough, but if you want to live long enough to attend Yui, you had better get that reckless streak of yours under control. Now that you've gotten an autograph and a compliment from All Might himself, will you start taking your future seriously? I've saved the video of your recklessness and I will be holding that footage over your head for the rest of your life, by the way. It's good that you made it to class on time today. Next time though, don't stop to gawk at hero fights. Urudara may not be the best middle school, but it is still a gateway to your future. I will be very disappointed if you don't make it into Yui's Gen Ed program because you didn't score high enough because you spent more time hunting down hero fights than studying. Regarding Bakugo, you summed up my thoughts exactly. He needs a severe attitude adjustment. I'm glad you didn't listen to him, Izuku. No matter what Bakugo says, you are not worthless and you are not useless. You do not need to have a quirk to have worth. You are perfect exactly how you are. Are the teachers still turning a blind eye to your being bullied? I can put in another complaint on your behalf if you need it. Has the school made an appointment for you to meet a counselor about your future yet? You're a senior now and you'll be taking high school entrance exams this year. Keep in mind, quirkless or not, quirk counseling is a requirement. If they don't arrange for you to meet a counselor, let me know. I'll arrange something for you over Golden Week. What other schools have you applied to beside Yui? While I have no doubt you will be able to pass the entrance exams for Gen Ed with no problems, we never know what may happen in the future. Remember to give yourself some insurance just in case. Good luck. Shota. Izuku returns home for Golden Week. What he found was the opposite of welcoming. His voice catches in his throat even as his bag thumps onto the floor. There was a strange man in the apartment. If that were not alarming enough, there was a strange dead man in the apartment, with his throat slit. Izuku edged around the pool of spreading blood, and stumbles over a familiar form. Mom, he kneels beside her, heedless of the blood soaking into his trousers. Mom. His fingers touch her blood-soaked back, sinks in a little. He JRKS back, and slowly his hands descends again, and he shakes her shoulders tentatively. Mom? She doesn't respond. He doesn't know how long he's knelt there, but the sound of All Might's voice, his phone's ringtone, breaks the silence. He fumbles the phone out of his pocket with clumsy, bloody fingers. It slips out of his hands and hits the ground and goes silent. Izuku stares at his bloodied hands, and reaches again for his mother. There are suddenly hands on his shoulders, a rough, but gentle voice in his ear. Come on, Midoriya, get up. It's going to be all right. Izuku blinks at the sight of his teacher, exhausted eyes and all, and realizes it's gone dark. When had night fallen? Aizawa-sensei? At some point he'd been wrapped up in a blanket, and the man was leading him away. Away from the apartment now swarming with people. He thinks he sees Principal Nedzu at the door somewhere. And All Might standing with a group of police officers next to the strange man. Some of the lines around the underground hero's eyes disappear. "It's going to be all right," Aizawa said gruffly. "Let's get you back to the dorms, all right? The principal will take care of everything." Mom. "There's no helping her now, Midoriya," Aizawa said softly. "I'm sorry." The children begin to die in the dorms. First from 1A was Mineta, who was strangled by his own sheets. Then Bakugo, who to all appearances, accidentally collapsed a building on top of him during battle training. Then from 1B, Monoma, who purportedly lost his footing on the stairs. From 1C was Hitoshi Shinso, who cracked his head on his nightstand when he fell out of bed. Hatsum Mei from 1H died of burns and shrapnel when her gadgets exploded. And so on and so forth. While it was normal for the students to be injured, there had never been student deaths, not since the early days of Yui's inception. The teachers went on high alert, but still the deaths continued. Then the horrifying truth. A teacher was responsible for the deaths. There was no doubt who was responsible when Midoriya Izuku was found laid out with loving care in his own bed, covers drawn up over his head, his neck snapped, and his face tracked with salt, forever bearing an expression of uttermost betrayal. Yui was closed. The students sent home. When law enforcement arrived, they found 12 dead heroes, among them, the once symbol of peace. Yui closed permanently. All Might was buried quietly, with no pomp and no ceremony in an unmarked grave. The heroes who survived the Yui massacre kept their mouths shut about the incident. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:19 a.m. Subject. Shota. Shota. Shota 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 Shota. It happened. It finally happened. OMG, right in time too. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:28 a.m. Subject. Shota. Izuku. What? What happened? Is everything alright? Are you alright? Izuku, do you need help? Where are you? Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:31 a.m. Subject. Shota. It finally happened. I have a quirk. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:35 a.m. Subject. Shota. Izuku. What? What do you mean you have a quirk? Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:36 a.m. Subject. Shota. Wait, sorry, that didn't come out right. Congratulations, late bloomer. What kind of quirk? Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:40 a.m. Subject. Shota. It's a strength quirk. OMG, I'm going to wind up with so many issues if I can't control it. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 6:45 a.m. Subject. Shota. More like you'll break every bone in your body. Izuku, Yui's entrance exams have a practical portion. If you can manage it, don't use your quirk. Yui has some of the best quirk counselors in the field. You can get training in your quirk after you get in. I'm very happy for you. Now go get ready. The exam is in 2 hours. Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 8:44 a.m. Subject. Shota. Shota. I'm standing in front of the gates. Yui is huge. Surprised face. I'm terrified out of my wits. I think I'm going to be sick. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 8:50 a.m. Subject. Shota. Izuku. This is not the time to be sick. Take a deep breath. You can do it. I know you can. Best of luck. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 4:58 p.m. Subject, how was the exam? Izuku. How was the exam? Do you think you did well? You're a clever boy, Izuku. I have no doubt you made it. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, February 26, 2018, 9:28 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku? Are you alright? I understand you're nervous about the results, but it takes about a week for any school to get results out. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Tuesday, February 27, 2018, 8:48 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku? What is wrong? Did you not do well? It's fine if you didn't make it, Izuku. It's not the end of the world. There are other schools. And results aren't out yet. I have faith that you made it. Calm down. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Tuesday, February 27, 2018, 1:58 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. I know you did well. Please answer me. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Wednesday, February 28, 2018, 9:28 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. Please. Answer me. I'm getting worried. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Wednesday, February 28, 2018, 9:28 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. Please. Answer me. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Thursday, March 1, 2018, 10:18 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. Answer me. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Friday, March 2, 2018, 10:28 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. I will come down there if you don't answer me. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Saturday, March 3, 2018, 10:11 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. I'm not kidding, Izuku. Answer me or I'm coming down there. Shota. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Sunday, March 4, 2018, 2:11 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. I'm coming down. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja to a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Sunday, March 4, 2018, 9:44 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Shota. Please don't. I'm fine. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Sunday, March 4, 2018, 9:51 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Finally. What is wrong? Are you alright? Are you sure I shouldn't come down? I can foist off writing the acceptance letters onto the new teacher and come down if you need me. Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja to a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, March 5, 2018, 12:44 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Shota. Please don't. I'm fine. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, March 5, 2018, 1:51 a.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. That is not a convincing argument. What happened? What's wrong? Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja to a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, March 5, 2018, 12:43 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Shota. I didn't get any points in the practicals. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja to m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, March 5, 2018, 1:19 p.m. Subject, Izuku? Izuku. I'm sorry about that. But the results should be arriving today or tomorrow, right? There's still a chance for you to have gotten in. Regardless of whether you make it into Yui or not, I am very proud of you. Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Tuesday, March 6, 2018, 8:43 a.m. Subject, I got IN. AZHGIALUHEGIUAREGIABUGURGFBLAUIELGRBLWADEF CLECHSDJKFDJLASDJKFDJKAGFDJKGSKAJHGDFJKDF. I got in. I actually made it into the heroics department because Yui had rescue points. I'm gonna be a hero. IAD flodf blodfal jkave klzyaft kljafel kayakelst kjl stil kfiwow. Scree. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Tuesday, March 6, 2018, 10:19 a.m. Subject, I got IN. Izuku. I told you that you'd make it. Congratulations. Shota chapter text. If there is any pro-hero who knows what it is like to have a quirk almost completely unsuited to the profession, Eraserhead is only one of many. He's fortunate in that he was born in a time where having a quirk was not the end-all be-all for a hero, but he was also unfortunate in that he was born to the era where focus was shifting to how flashy your quirk was. Erasure, the ability to erase a quirk, was not flashy in the least, but for an underground hero, it was perfect. Unfortunately, it neither augmented his strength, his speed, or the ability of his body to absorb attacks. Erasure did not offer him the ability to tank attacks like All Might, all it did was level the playing field a little. Without their quirks, most villains were little more than civilians with no sense of self or balance. Most heroes who share his predicament are dead or on their way out, and these days, there are fewer and fewer heroes emerging who were skills-oriented rather than quirk-reliant. So Midoriya Izuku was a diamond in the rough. All he had was smarts and the ability to teleport. Well, that and a reckless streak a kilometer wide. Well, no matter. The kid was his now. His classmates would learn to operate in the glitter and glamour of heroics, and in the meantime, Eraserhead would do his best to guide the boy through the areas of heroics more suited to those without flashy quirks. It would be a long, hard road, and the kid would have to learn twice the lessons that his classmates did in 3 years, and if he made it to graduation, Eraserhead would make sure he could navigate the underground himself. Teleportation was a fairly versatile quirk, both above and underground. And it would mean that the playing ground would be level in Midoriya's favor. And that was far more than could be said about Erasure. He couldn't wait. The kid would make an excellent hero. Eraserhead would make sure of it. Toshinori felt useless as Izuku cried against his shoulders. Growing pains were the worst, he thought, even more so for Izuku because he was shooting up like a weed, quickly aging upward in the process of returning to his true age. He rocked the boy even as he felt under his hands, Izuku's bones creak, snap, and crackle as they repaired themselves. His joints twisted and swelled even as his muscles strained, stretched, and grew. It was the most horrifying feeling how the boy's flesh and bones bulged and bubbled and stretched. It hurts. Shoo, Toshinori hummed, rubbing his boy's back, smoothing his hair. It was impossible to fully soothe Izuku through these growth spurts. Izuku's arms were wrapped around Toshinori's shoulders, hands fisted in his shirt. Eventually, the changes under Izuku's skin stopped, although the boy's body trembled under the memory of pain. Is it over? Toshinori adjusted his hold on the significantly larger boy, perhaps he was 14 again. Izuku was certainly the right size now. He just wished he could spare Izuku this pain. The cafe in question is one that is frequented by underground heroes. As a result, conversation is kept to a minimum, and if conversation is absolutely necessary, tones were kept low. It's not uncommon for above-ground heroes with close ties to the underground, Present Mike for one, sometimes make an appearance. All Might is an even rarer appearance, but he's as active against the Seven Sins as the rest of the underground, and it's not surprising that he does make the occasional appearance. The appearance of an unknown underground hero, and there is no doubt he is underground, is a surprise. That he's brought a student, the Yui uniform is conspicuous in their dim surroundings, is another. That Eraserhead appears is yet still more surprising. Eraserhead is a big deal underground, but he makes very few appearances in public. The heroes are as discreet as they manage as Eraserhead approaches the hero in green. You couldn't have found a less public place, Deku? The name sends a ripple through the gathered heroes. Deku is a student, 15 years of age, one of 3 who had gotten caught up in the mess involving the hero killer in Hosu. But this Deku was very obviously a man grown. Need to keep you on your toes while I'm here, Deku chuckles, I can't exactly give you headaches back home. You're not there anymore. The atmosphere lightens a little bit. Time travel then. That explains a lot. Cut to the chase, problem child. Deku's hooded head tilts toward the student. Eri? The girl shifted in her seat and pulls out a card. You died before I could give this to you, she said quietly. Happy Father's Day, Papa. The entire cafe goes completely silent. Eraserhead is stock still. Slowly, as if he were approaching a frightened animal, he reaches over and takes the card. Thank you, he said gently. The girl beams and more than one underground hero whispers in a strangled tone, cute. Eraserhead glared at Deku. You did this deliberately. I did. Deku meets Eraserhead's eyes head on. The 7 sins are targeting underground heroes. In the next few years, more and more of us will start turning up dead, and you are the one with the most vulnerabilities. For your daughter's sake, don't die, sensei. Eraserhead bows his head, eyes fixed on the card. I make no promises, he said quietly, but I will try. Chimera was spotted nearby, Deku says, seemingly satisfied. I'm going to see if I can't wring a way home out of him. Make sure Eri gets back to school, please. He rises to his feet and leaves. Eraserhead holds the card like it's a precious thing, and the girl, Eraserhead's daughter from the future, nervously fiddles with her water. Order some breakfast, Eraserhead said, you'll need your strength in battle training. Slowly, the tense atmosphere in the cafe relaxes, and the noise level returns to normal. They all take note of the girl's appearance. Eraserhead's daughter will be the most protected child in the city. Most heroes share the same 3 traits. 1. They will almost always move toward a person in need of aid before they can think about it. Toshinori resolves, as he always does, that he will make no stops on his way to Yui that morning. Inevitably, when a cry for help reaches his ears, he is stopping a mugging or resolving a hostage situation before he realizes that his time is nearly up, and that he had better scurry before he's late. And so the cycle repeats day after day and time after time. 2. It is almost impossible for them to refuse aid to someone who asks. Please, sensei. Aizawa stared at the girls and sighed. Fine. Get over here. Yay. Me first, me first. The girls of Class 1A go the rest of the day wearing their teacher's sloppy attempt at braiding hair with pride. 3. They are very good at talking without saying anything of importance. Izuku stared blankly at the villain who was pacing around and ranting. Any last words? You're a stupid walnut. Behind him, his classmates groaned. Midoriya, you idiot. Why would you say that? Are you insane? Bakugu snorted. Walnut. Sure. I can see the similarity. The wall was broken down to a bellow of, I am here. Summary, Vermilion joins in the department-wide faculty sparring session while the children are on their field work experience. Oh I. Midoriy. A notebook was suddenly hurled across the room to smack plain side first into the face of the voice hero, knocking him backward and silencing him. Hizashi-sensei never changes, Izuku sighed as Toshinori chuckled, he's as loud as ever. So mean, Hizashi whined as he slunk over to bap the time traveler over the head with the notebook, you should treat your teachers more nicely, Izuku-chan. There was no one to stop you gently after Aizawa-sensei died, Izuku shrugged wearily, taking you by surprise was the only way to save our hearing. Silence fell in the staff room and Izuku blinked slowly, ah. I suppose you didn't want to know that. I apologize. How did it happen? Hizashi asked quietly, his voice trembling. I don't know, Izuku shrugged. I was following a lead in New York at the time. Yagi-sensei told me that he and Aizawa-sensei had a rather maudlin conversation that night, but he was otherwise normal. From that I conclude that sensei left in the usual manner. Quietly and unremarked. Anyway, Aizawa's voice came from under the table, what were you saying earlier before Midoriya threw a book at you? Oh yeah. Does the hero department faculty still have the department-wide sparring matches when the kids go out for the internships? Izuku blinked languidly at the blonde and said dryly, I see no reason why it should have ever stopped. Do you participate, Midoriya-kun? Namuri purred. Should I have? You will this time, Aizawa said as he rose from under the table, still bundled up in his sleeping bag. I want to see how your style has evolved. Oh great, Izuku's voice went flat, just what I always wanted. Socialization. So, how are we going to do this? Toshinori asked as the faculty of the heroics department made their way to the training grounds. The same thing they do every year, Izuku said dryly, bash everyone over the head. Not quite. Hizashi laughed, we were talking about this, and it's a golden opportunity to see how much one of our precious students has grown. You must be joking, Izuku's voice was flat. Not at all. So power up and get crackin', listener. 'Cause we're going all out? Hizashi shouted, why H. Full cowl sparked to life and Izuku was lunging at the voice hero as soon as the last syllables were out of his mouth. The capture weapon snaked out from under his jacket and wrapped around the lower half of the voice hero's head, silencing him. "Mind your volume," he hissed, channeling as much of Aizawa as he could into his glare as he swept Mick's feet out from under him, grabbed his forehead and slammed the back of his head against the ground. "We're just getting started." Ectoplasm sent 5 clones lunging forward and Izuku sighed. "How annoying," he muttered as he slung the capture weapon toward the clones and flung them aside even as Midnight leapt at him. "Really?" He clapped both hands directly in front of him and Ectoplasm and Midnight's pheromones were blown away by the air pressure. Izuku tilted his head and shifted his weight just enough for Aizawa's punch to miss, grabbed his fist and lobbed him at Midnight. Or at least he tried. The underground hero's capture weapon snaked around his arm and Aizawa's feet hit the ground and Izuku stared into glowing red eyes. "Haven't I taught you anything, problem child?" Aizawa bared his teeth. "No good hero is a one-trick pony." Izuku agreed and slipped out of his jacket and Aizawa's grasp and leapt upward. "I'm not finished with you yet." Midnight dropped from above, trailing pheromones. Izuku rolled his eyes and slung out the capture weapon again. "No, but I'm done with you," and as he swung away, Midnight gasped as she was exposed to Aizawa's sight and her quirk was briefly erased. Izuku twisted in the air and flicked out a finger, and the shockwave threw Midnight against the wall. Smash! All Might came down swinging both fists. Izuku looped the capture weapon around the large wrists and pulled it taut, tying All Might's wrists together. "That's not enough, my boy," the hero bellowed and swung his fists upward. "It will suffice," Izuku said dryly as the upward swing of All Might sent him flying in an arc. A second loop of the capture weapon fell around All Might's neck and as soon as Izuku's feet hit the ground, he darted forward, sliding between All Might's legs. The capture weapon went taut as Izuku slid to his feet, turned, and yanked hard, full cowl sparking around him. All Might stumbled backward as the momentum of his upward swing was combined with the force of Izuku's slide before regaining his footing, and swung his hands back forward. Or maybe not. He abandoned the last loops of the capture weapon and lunged upward as Cementos manipulated the floor around him. His feet barely cleared the cage that formed. He landed briefly on the cage, lashed out with a kick, and the air pressure forced Cementos to brace in order to avoid being blown away. Izuku lunged forward, punched Cementos in the kidneys followed by an uppercut, and lunged to the side as All Might barreled his way. Cementos tried to trap him a second time, and Izuku used the trap to leap into the air, barely evading All Might's Carolina smash. He twisted in midair to catch Aizawa's fists and caught a glimpse of red under the goggles. "Ah. Abandoning your capture weapon so All Might couldn't use it against you was clever," Aizawa said, "but once airborne without it, you lose maneuverability. I've learned to compensate for that." Izuku twisted, and kicked out, catching Aizawa in the gut and propelling them both in separate directions. Aizawa's capture weapon looped around a lamp and he landed on the top of the light. "Heh. Midori has grown quite a bit." All Might trotted up. "It's been over a decade for him," he agreed. "I'd be surprised if he didn't grow." "I meant he's a lot less reckless with his body," Aizawa grinned. "How much do you want to bet he's top 20 at the very least?" "No bet." Snipe jogged up to them. "I was talking to the students the other day. Deku, the teaching hero, jumped from number 25 to number 15 in the space of a year after he went into teaching, and he almost only ever intervenes if the school or some of the students are under threat. Quite the ascent for someone who started teaching heroics instead of performing," Aizawa said softly. "Do the quality of his students reflect that though?" "From what I was told, the top 20 in descending order are Shoto number 3, Ground Zero number 5, Ingenium number 7, Red Riot number 9, Tentacle number 11, Deku number 15, Charge Ball number 18, and Froppy # top 5 haven't changed in the last 5 years, but everyone else got edged down, almost all by Deku's students. Of the Hell class, which is what Deku's graduating class is apparently called, only Deku, Red Riot, Ingenium, Ground Zero and Shoto are still ascending. Everyone is either holding firm wherever they are, or getting edged down." "An excellent teacher." All Might laughed. "He got that from you, Eraserhead." "Whoa-aha." A blast of air sent Snipe tumbling. Aizawa wrapped his capture weapon around the lamppost he was perched on, and All Might stood his ground. The two turned to see nothing. Well, a loop of cloth wrapped around the top of Aizawa's head and the man ducked under a high kick and lunged forward and realized something was wrong once he collided with the mountain of muscle that was All Might. "Gotcha." Izuku hissed in triumph as his capture weapon wrapped around the two teachers, pinning the two heroes together so that All Might couldn't break free without hurting Aizawa in the process. "Not bad problem child," Aizawa said, "not bad at all." I had excellent teachers, Izuku admitted as the loops of the capture weapon fell away, allowing All Might and Aizawa to move away from each other. Man, that was embarrassing. Hisashi chuckled as he walked over, supporting Midnight as he did, never got taken out so early in the game before. An excellent use of equipment and your own quirk, Ectoplasm agreed, we could definitely see clearly who were the major players in your development as a hero. As if the capture weapon wasn't obvious enough, Snipe laughed. All Might's influences were also quite obvious in that fight, Cementos agreed. I had excellent teachers, Izuku repeated calmly as he gathered up the length of his capture weapon and looped it around his torso before shrugging on his jacket. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Thursday, March 22, 2018, 2:44 p.m. Subject, help with my costume please? Shota. Yui sent me the forms from support to prepare my hero costume for the course. I know you're busy preparing for the start of the school year, but do you think you can help me look over the design? Mama said it's cute, but Nadeshiko from the dojo says I look like a furry. Sensei started choking on his water when she said it, so that might be a bad thing? What even is a furry anyway? Anyway, I know I'm cutting it close, but the deadline is on March 31st. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Thursday, March 22, 2018, 4:31 p.m. Subject, help with my costume please? Izuku. You are a terrible, terrible child. You made Hisashi spit coffee all over my phone. Fortunately, he missed the paperwork. See the attachment for my changes to your costume. And I hope you weren't serious about that question because I am not going to dignify that with an answer. Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Thursday, March 22, 2018, 6:34 p.m. Subject, help with my costume please? Shota. You can tell Hisashi-san that it was his fault for reading other people's messages without permission. Those goggles look like eraser heads. Could it be? Is Shota a fan of the unknown underground hero? Anyway. This looks awesome. I made a few changes, but I'll drop the forms off with the mail in the morning. Whenever we get our costumes back, I'll text you a picture. Izuku. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2, 2018, 7:05 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Shota. How do ties even work? Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2, 2018, 7:11 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Izuku. Google it. https, www.ties.com. How to tie a tie simple. https, www.youtube.com. Watch, v9bmhfmnzw, Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2, 2018, 7:15 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Shota. You snarky cabbage. Why are you so mean to me? Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2, 2018, 7:31 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Izuku. You have to learn to do things on your own eventually. Are you excited? Don't be late to orientation and make sure to schedule a meeting with a quirk counselor about your new quirk. Also, I have a confession to make. Shota. From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2, 2018, 7:45 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Shota. I'm so nervous. And excited. Yui. I got into YUUEI. OMG. If that confession is that you're in love with Hisashi-san, you're telling the wrong person. Tell him, not me. And yes, you're super obvious about it to the point that even I can tell and we've never met face to face. Izuku. From a.shota at live.co.ja. To m.izuku at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2, 2018, 8:06 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Izuku. Just for that, go ahead and suffer. Shota. Izuku huffed a laugh and tucked the phone into his pocket as he entered the school lobby. Now to find my class. Where is it, anyway? From m.izuku at live.co.ja. To a.shota at live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2nd, 2018, 8:15 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Shota. I can't find my class. Why does Yui have to be so big? Izuku. From a.shota@live.co.ja to m.izuku@live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2nd, 2018, 8:20 a.m. Subject, how do ties work? Izuku. Because you're too busy emailing me to look properly. Put your phone away and run for it, kid. Shota. From m.izuku@live.co.ja to a.shota@live.co.ja. Sent, Monday, April 2nd, 2018, 6:15 p.m. Subject, Ascadflyafixgazias. Shota. Eraserhead. Eraserhead teaches at UE. Eraserhead is my homeroom teacher. OMFG. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Also I kept the additions you made and the goggles. OMG, I'm almost embarrassed to think about them. Shota, what is even happening? I'm realizing this is my life now. But Shota. Eraserhead. I have the opportunity to get more data about Eraserhead. If I dare. He's scary, Shota. Like, every time I lift my head in homeroom, he's staring at me. Like, do I have something on my face? And that sleeping bag thing. How does he even get to an upright position while still in it? Like, 1 minute he's flat on the floor like some demented yellow caterpillar, then the next minute, shum. He's upright and still in the sleeping bag. He's scary, Shota. T to the power of T. I mean, I'm sure he can't help that he looks run ragged, but then he activates his quirk and his hair flies up and there are suddenly shadows on his face that make him look all sharp angles, and I swear you can cut your hand on his jawline, and it is genuinely terrifying. As for how I got onto this topic. Quirk apprehension test. I never thought I would ever look back on nearly dying because of the sludge villain and think, gee, that's child's play. But Eraserhead changed my mind. If I never have to get that close to him while he wears the look of "I'ma rip your face off with my teeth" ever again, it will be too soon. Like, seriously. How anyone can be so cool and terrifying at the same time I will never know, but Eraserhead managed it. Izuku. Hi. Demented yellow caterpillar. Bwahahahaha. Hizashi, seriously. Oh, poor Shota, Namuri cooed, her shoulders shaking with repressed laughter. You scared your poor boy to death. I hate you both. The teachers of the heroics department were well used to certain students spending time in the teacher's lounge. Hitoshi Shinso, recently transferred into 1A, had been a fixture since he was small, on grounds that his fathers were members of the staff. This year, All Might's chosen successor, Midoriya Izuku, was often seen having lunch with his mentor. Sometimes, he spent the study PRD in the teacher's lounge working on homework while Toshinori did the grading. Today was different though. Izuku and Shinso had apparently come straight up from rescue training without bothering to change if the state of their costumes were any indication. Really, Midoriya, you don't want to know. Shinso was saying, and you really shouldn't ask. It's for the best. If my friends won't tell me, Izuku said hotly, then I will ask someone I know will give me an honest answer. Midoriya, you shouldn't. This is a really bad idea. The door slid open. All Might. Don't. Shinso shouted, stop, Midoriya. What is a furry? The staff lounge went silent and Toshinori choked as an alarming amount of blood spewed from his mouth. Izuku's determined face morphed into worry and he scrambled toward his mentor, fishing in his multitude of pockets for a handkerchief. All Might. Izuku, my boy, the blonde said weakly, as he blotted at the blood with a napkin, why would you think that an appropriate topic for school? Shinso stomped over to his nearest parent and proceeded to do his best to bury his face against Hizashi's shoulder in abject humiliation. The flabbergasted blonde absently patted his son's head while still staring at the unfolding train wreck. Jiro asked me if my costume reflected a penchant for furries, Izuku admitted. In the back, someone made a small strangled sound that sounded like an aborted snort. Aizawa's desk started shaking. Namuri leaned down to look under the desk. Shota? Are you alright? The desk continued to shake and Shota's voice came out slightly strained, no. But when I had no idea what that is, no one would explain or let anyone explain. Not even Tsuyu would tell me. I see. Toshinori staggered to his feet and more blood leaked out from the corners of his mouth. I'm glad some of your classmates have a sense of tact. So, why don't you stay here for a while? Toshinori said grimly, in the meantime, I need to have a talk with young Kyoka about what is and is not an acceptable topic for school. But All Might, what is a furry? Toshinori spluttered, spewing yet more blood. That is not an appropriate topic for your age or school, the man shrieked as blood poured from between clenched teeth. Izuku's eyes widened and he stepped back in alarm. I'm sorry. I won't ask again. Toshinori coughed and dabbed at blood-flecked lips with a handkerchief. There's a good boy, he said, and strode out the door. Eri? The pale-haired woman opened her eyes to see her best friend, as good as her older brother at her bedside. Aizu and I. Sorry. I couldn't keep him safe. Don't worry about it, Izuku's smile wobbled, we'll get him back. Toshinori's a strong kid. He'll manage for now. Shoyuta? Safe. Izuku leaned back in his chair, he stayed with you the entire time. Shinso had to use his quirk on him to get him to go home and change. I saw. He tried to erase. Good thing too, Izuku said softly, they had to rebuild your orbital floor. Nissan will be angry. Shinso sure will be. Izuku's smile was crooked. Shuta's gonna be grounded for the rest of his life by the time Shinso's done with him. Aizu and I. Wah. Just worry about getting better. The door slammed open and a black-haired teen rushed in. Mother. Shoyuta. Izuku's hand shot out and caught the teen by the collar. Slowly, Shoyuta, he scolded. Your mother is still recovering. The door of the staff lounge slammed open. Every teacher present looked up as one and heads turned back to whatever they were doing when they recognized or failed to recognize the student. The only teachers who did not return to whatever they were doing were the ones who did recognize the student. You. Hisashi, Namuri, and Toshinori started snickering. Izuku stomped in, finger pointed accusingly at his homeroom teacher, when were you going to tell me? Ah, Aizawa leaned back in his chair, smirking, finally figured it out, have you? 9 years. 9 freaking years. It only took you until the end of the year, Aizawa chuckled, Namuri owes me 6 months' rent. No wonder you kept. You could have just told me where to go. I got lost for an hour. Don't exaggerate. You had barely been in the building less than 30 minutes. 9 freaking years. You knew that I'm bad with directions. And you let me get lost in this behemoth of a building anyway? You figured out how to navigate, didn't you? I spend more time lost in this building than I do in class. Izuku shrieked. Yes, but as a result, you've built up connections with students across departments and years. So something good came out of it. Do you have to make everything a learning experience? It's my job. Your job, my foot. You've spent this entire time laughing at me in your sleeve. Izuku paled. Oh. My. God. Aizawa's smirk widened into a sheet-eating grin. Oh. My. God. Izuku covered his face with his hands though it couldn't hide the reddening of his ears and neck. I've spent the entire year complaining about you. To you. 3 stations down, Snipe snickered. Someone kill me now, Izuku whimpered. Aizawa threw his head back and laughed. The Night Eye office had, in the past decade, become accustomed to the presence of a small boy with a teleportation quirk. He was bright and clever and brought a liveliness to the office that had been previously missing, even if his tendency to teleport into the middle of dangerous battles in excitement gave them all heart attacks. Almost inevitably, Izuku's joys became the office's joys, his troubles, theirs. When eventually, Night Eye dove into an active scene to retrieve the child, the hero active at the scene had been obliged to intervene to keep them both alive. This led to Night Eye, in the name of keeping the excitable boy safe, teaching him how to break out of holds. It also led to him calling his old partner to complain about the green-haired boy with a teleportation quirk and all the self-preservation of a moth with a lit candle nearby. It led to a somewhat less tense relationship between the two though reconciliation was still a ways off. Then when the boy started teleporting to the office during school hours, clothes burned and face bruised and streaked with tears, Night Eye started teaching him how to fall, how to run and evade, and how to counter and throw an assailant. When Night Eye finally dragged out of the boy that he was bullied for having in the words of his schoolmates, coward's quirk, he was infuriated. It was simply coincidence that several top heroes had arranged to tour the country to speak at schools about the dangers of bullying a few months later. It was absolutely coincidence that Izuku's school happened to be the one that All Might had on his list of schools to speak at. Not really, but Izuku didn't need to know that Night Eye now owed his old partner a favor. Izuku refused to allow Night Eye to recommend him for Yui. If there was one thing running face first into all these heroes had taught him, it was the importance of relying on one's own strength. If Izuku had more self-preservation and were older, Night Eye might have recommended him alongside Mirio. The boy's future was blinding, and filled with potential. He'd make an excellent symbol of hope, but Night Eye did not want that future for him. He did not want to see Izuku die the same way All Might would. At Yui's entrance exam, Izuku draws the eye of underground hero Eraserhead. Night Eye and Eraserhead almost come to blows over him, and All Might threatens to make the boy his successor to put a stop to the escalating confrontation, much to Netsu's amusement. From the very start, Team Bakugo is plagued with minor inconveniences and petty annoyances. A non-stop low-toned humming that some people hear but others don't, shoes swapped around, laces that snap at inopportune moments, lights that flicker, beds that are lumpy, food that is cold, or under or overcooked. They don't sleep well, waking to nothing tampered with, but their security dismantled, or their security dismantled and all their belts missing. It wears on them, and their team, full of conflicting personalities and biases mean wedges are easily driven between them. Quiet whispers of truths and lies alike drifting into their ears. Things going missing. Suddenly being tripped. What is the point of keeping Mineta? Todoroki asked at one point, think about it. Why would Bakugo keep Mineta of all people? The dual quirk user vanished as a smoke bomb detonated at their feet. Yaoyorozu realizes that it's an excellent point. Bakugo collected the strongest, most versatile quirks possible from their graduating class, but there was also Mineta, the pervert with the most useless quirk of all of them. Why? You look like a drowned kitten, Denki, Yururika comments idly from where she is floating in a rubber tire. Is Bakugo trying to work you to death? Kaminari feels like crying, because it's true. Since this test started, Bakugo's had them running all over the city without stopping. He's powered so many electronics with his electric abilities almost non-stop the entire time and his nerves are stretched and raw. Oh my, look who it is, Mina laughed, if it isn't the copycat. What's wrong? Bakugo's so desperate he needs a mirror to reflect his vanity, now. How dare you, Monoma said shrilly, just like a member of Class 3A to use such tactics. Dear me, Mina laughed, have I hit a nerve? You know it's true. You're just a body to be thrown at things, Monoma. If you tried to copy the wrong quirk, you could potentially die. Isn't that what Bakugo wants? Why are you there, Rin? Yanagi Reiko asked dully, think. Why are you with Bakugo? What use are you put to? You're not a tank. Your scales are not impenetrable, but here you are. Hiryu Rin looked torn. Rikyo had a point of course. One of us, Reiko chanted quietly, one of us. 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 ONEOFUS. On the second day, people began getting picked off. No one knew where or when it would happen. It was not uncommon for a member of the team to be picked off in a wide open area or even from the middle of the group. Every once in a while, a random person would find themselves blasted into the sky. Trapped in ice or adhesive or tangled in vines. Sinking into the floor without even time to scream. Their own teammates suddenly turning on them and vanishing into the shadows. No one could be trusted. Not even themselves. On the third day, the team imploded. Their nerves were frayed from unrelenting assaults. Bad enough the enemy attacked constantly, but their own team leader was harsh, explosive in temper and vitriolic with his words, all too ready to lash out physically if things did not go his way. Too many fallen comrades at the hands of teammates. Too much false information leading them into traps. Too many of their heavy hitters out of the game and none of their opponents' heavy hitters out. Too many small fry left, only several handfuls of their opponents' small fry downed, sacrificed to move the enemy plans into the best possible vantage point. Hitoshi Shinso, who had been part of Team Midoriya from the start, appeared at each conflict, speaking to Team Bakugo as a whole, casting doubts on the integrity of character for each of them. No one from Team Bakugo ever saw Midoriya until the end of the exam. Those who were converted never forget warm smiles, gentle touches, whispers against their skin. They yearn for it years later, for kisses sweet like honey and a smile brighter than the sun. We're losing him. He can vaguely hear the frantic cries as the sound of a heart monitor shrills, signaling a flatline. Shut-ah! Present Mick's voice, full of grief makes the walls shake. His eyes are heavy, his limbs are broken, but in his BRST burns a small flame. He stokes it high, feeding it the memories of young laughter and his own voice crying out filled with adoration, Kaken. His bones grind together, slicing open his flesh as he goes. He leaves a trail of burning copper as he seeks the fading life, that pure spirit that he'd admired from the moment he'd first saw it, years ago on the top of that bridge when it had stopped him jumping in despair. Dark hair floating, the white strands of a capture weapon wrapped around his torso, the gleam of red under yellow goggles. Whatever it is that brought you up here isn't worth your life, kid. The wind ruffles his hair, carrying the scent of salt. He feeds that memory to the fire too. Deku. Midoriya. Izuku. My boy. Problem child. He feeds the flames, fanning them high. Midoriya Shounen. All Might's voice booms around him. Another soul pure as pure could be, with a core of determination strong as steel, the edges ragged and worn with time and age-old grief, but right now, it flares with alarm and terror. One day, he will stoke that fading ember so it burns brightly, so that failing body will be whole again, but not now. Not yet. His is not the light he is looking for. You can too be a hero. He feeds that memory to the fire, stoking it higher. I like it. It sounds like Dekairu. His body is on fire. Liquid fire drips from his lips, his flesh is melting away, knitting together in a flare of carbon-fueled fire, and his shattered bones slice open young flesh anew, spilling out burning fat. He seeks it, the fading light, and fire spills from his veins with every burning heartbeat. He stokes the fire behind his BRST higher as he follows the wailing grief. Fiery fingers grasp the fading tendrils, and they gleam as a face, tired, ragged, but gleaming with light forms, dripping superheated plasma. Run. These are villains. He stokes his fire higher, ever higher, grasping the plasma in his burning fingers. No good hero is a one-trick pony. They both burn. Izuku is a freaking Jigglypuff. Just less round. And less pink. Still cute though. Shenanigans happen. USJN super differently. Shoyuta rocked the fussy infant that had been Midoriya Izuku back to sleep as Recovery Girl escorted a weeping Midoriya Inko out. What are you thinking about? Tashinori asked gently, as he deflated back to his true form. Shoyuta was tempted to snap that it was no business of his, but in the end, All Might had had a vested interest in the boy from the start. From the first instant, there had always been an aura of absolute dadness around the older hero where Midoriya was concerned. If it was worth it, to get this far. He thought it was. Tashinori sighed. One can't say why young Midoriya went this far, but you're alive and he is alive, though much changed. Everything that he was is gone. Everything he achieved is gone, Shoyuta replied grimly. He's a baby now. As if he knew that he was being talked about, Izuku snuffled and whined quietly. Shoyuta immediately began to sway slightly from side to side. After a moment, Izuku settled. Yes. He is. Piercing blue eyes studied the infant. So now we are the guardians of young Midoriya. What now? Shoyuta paused as the infant cooed. I have no idea. The two heroes exchanged lost looks. Hisashi laughed, and the two men jumped, having forgotten he was there. I thought I was supposed to be the idiot here. Speaking of, did you forget I was here too? Silence. You totally forgot I was here. Yes? Tashinori admitted sheepishly. You're both awkward little nuts, Hisashi sighed. First things first, Shoyuta, sweetie, we need to get things for the lil listener. Second, Tashinori, the kiddo's gotta grow up all over again. That means you gotta cut back the heroing. Tashinori opened his mouth to protest and Hisashi was suddenly up in his face. No, listen. The older blonde closed his mouth. Midoriya's gotta grow up all over again. If you want to be able to help him control his quirk, and yes, I have noticed that you've been helping him with it, you need to still be alive when his quirk manifests again. More than ever, you have to take care of yourself and get better if you want to help the kid. Ah? He's not wrong, Shoyuta said quietly. We need you. Midoriya needs you. Tashinori's shoulders slumped. They weren't wrong. I will do my best. There is no such thing as do your best in this situation. Hisashi snapped, you either do, or you don't take care of yourself and die and leave the kid to flounder and drown when he needs you most. Hisashi Shoyuta started. I love you, but shut up Shoyuta, Hisashi glared Tashinori, you're invested in the kid for some reason, fine. You want a hand in training his quirk? Fine. But you don't get to die now just because he's deeged back to a baby and leave him to Shoyuta. You signed the papers, same as Shoyuta did, that means you're the baby's daddy. For once in your life, All Might, take some freaking responsibility. His voice cut out even as the sound of a baby squalling filled the air. He turned toward Shoyuta to see that his quirk was active. Are you done yet? Shoyuta growled. Hisashi nodded and bounded over to lean over and grin at the baby even as Shoyuta released his quirk. Hey there, little listener, he tickled the baby under his chin getting happy gurgles for the trouble, I got a little overexcited and woke you up. Sorry about that. Izuku blew a raspberry at him. Wonderful, Recovery Girl said waspishly from the door, now the three of you can go and negotiate your new polyamorous relationship somewhere that is not my infirmary. The three men choked. Tashinori Yagi is self-aware enough to know his faults. He also aware that among those faults is the tendency to pile blame on his own shoulders. But he knows also his virtues. He is well aware of the fact that he's inspired hundreds of heroes, that Todoroki Enji's determination to win was mirrored in the face of all the heroes vying for number one, that his own persona, ever smiling, ever stalwart, ever reliable, had fueled the media circus that now surrounded heroes, but this. Tashinori knew too well that his legacy as All Might had turned toxic at some point, he just hadn't expected this. Shame clogs his throat, and it tastes like blood. A flash of green catches his eye. And the shame is replaced by fire. Izuku looks like a cornered animal, small, fragile, trembling, and there is steel in the grit of his teeth. Izuku is ready to fight his way out if it comes down to it. But the greatest crime, to Toshinori, are the unshed tears pooling in the boy's eyes. He doesn't care that his legacy has turned toxic, it doesn't matter that this is the burden he is leaving to the boy. It doesn't matter because how dare they make his boy cry. Toshinori strides forward, and with every step, his body expands into muscle form. And now he hears it most clearly. The most abhorrent words he's ever heard. Getting all stuck up just because you've seen some action. So I thought, why not kick you all down by the knees? All Might can feel his anger thrumming through his limbs and rumbling in his chest. The students congregated at the door freeze, and as one turn toward him, and eyes widen in terror? Ah. That thrumming is him growling. When had he started vocalizing his displeasure? Ah, never mind. The attention of the children are on him now. Best make it count. I expected much better from the students of this institution, All Might said, pushing the anger down, and tearing his eyes away from Izuku, but instead, I am disappointed. The children look stricken. Good, the vindictive part of him thinks, that's for making my boy cry. Good, the voice that was Nana-sensei whispers, heroics is not a competition, Toshi. Remember that. For years, I've come across a troubling pattern, one that I did not expect to find in Yui. That is, the belief that heroics is somehow a competition. So, you want to kick down Class 1A by the knees because they have seen some action, do you? All Might slips past the gathered children to stand between the group and Class 1A. Tell me, how many points do you think these children got for being attacked? Do you think they received points for the number of villains that they took down? Were they graded up or down for whether they fought back or froze in terror? The answer is, none. They were not graded on reactions. They were not graded on how many villains they took down. In fact, the teachers were too busy fighting for their lives to worry about such things. These children were too busy fighting to stay alive. They spent several hours in USJ convinced they were all about to die, so tell me why you think fearing for your lives is a good thing? Tell me why you seem to believe that these children, by choosing, quite understandably, to not relive that terror by telling you about it, is them being stuck up? Would you rather have been the ones to nearly die? Would you rather be the ones to watch your friends and teachers fight, to believe that you are about to die? The children trembled, and a handful looked like they were about to cry, and All Might sighed and said more gently, heroics is no place for pride, it is not a competition. To be a hero is dangerous, it is life-threatening even. If you go into thinking it's a competition, you will die before the end of the year, or worse, crippled. I don't know where you all got that abhorrent idea that heroics is a competition, and I don't care. Get that thought out of your heads. To be a hero is about saving lives, about doing what is right. Being a hero is to embody self-sacrifice, and work for the betterment of society. Drum that into your skulls. Now get back to class. All of you, and if I catch you harassing your classmates over their near deaths, I will have you all in detention. The children scattered, and All Might placed a hand on the shoulder of the ringleader, a purple-haired student who appeared in need of a good nap. Not you, young man, he said sternly. What is your name? Hitoshi Shinso. All Might raised an eyebrow. Ah. So this was the famous nephew with a chip on his shoulder that Aizawa liked to fret about? This certainly explained the attitude. You and I are going to have a talk with Aizawa-sensei. The boy gave him an alarmed look. Don't give me that look. If you want to harass your classmates, you had best be ready to face the consequences. Off you march. All Might knew his legacy had turned toxic. But he had never expected this. Okay, kiddo, Hisashi stepped back, his voice pitched low. The first thing you gotta know about voice quirks is that we all got something in common, and it doesn't matter how much volume your quirk includes, breath control is important. He grinned, so we'll start from the basics. Belled it out. Falalala. Izuku winced and obediently sang, Falalalala. Louder. Falalala. Falalalala. More energy. Falalala. The acoustic chamber rumbled ominously. Both voice quirk users winced and Hisashi's body tensed. The rumbling died away. Maybe that was too much energy, sensei, Izuku said dryly. Ihihi, Hisashi rubbed the back of his neck. I got a little carried away. Izuku grinned, is that why Aizawa-sensei keeps telling you to shut up and act rational? My own student doesn't respect me. Jurisprudence. 1. The science or philosophy of law. 2a. A system or body of law. b. The course of court decisions as distinguished from legislation and doctrine. 3. A department of law. Between Deku and Vermilion, Izuku is lost. Aizawa watched as the shroud is drawn up to cover a bloodied, slack face. The laws governing heroes and the doctrines by which heroes practice their craft are blurred in the dark. It's far too easy for those who work underground to fall afoul of both. Vermilion loses his way. Deku loses his will. Izuku loses everything. Toshinori presses his forehead to cold, unyielding stone and sobs out his grief. The Hell class plan the raid. The criminals are defeated, the law has won the day. But beneath the cold earth, a smile like sunshine fades away. This is our starting line. Unsettling Teacher Remix. Toshinori looks through the glass down to the operating theater where Recovery Girl and Mind Meld are working on the boy, putting his body back together, and also, his shattered mind. He looks away, and his eyes fall on the student ID and provisional hero license they'd taken off the boy when they had found him, and Toshinori's heart clenches. Yui first-year student, Midoriya Izuku. Homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, Eraserhead. Heroics mentor, Toshinori Yagi, All Might. Field work experience internships, formerly under Gran Torino, currently interning in Night Eye offices. 3 names that told Toshinori exactly who this boy would most likely be to him, his successor. Deku, age 15, first year in Yui, quirk, strength augmentation. His license has a watermark that tells every hero and law enforcement officer looking at it that this boy's timeline is not set, that his time loop is not stable yet. What sort of useless mentor was he that his student, his protege and successor would so easily come into this state? What sort of failure is he that it is his student that would have taken such grievous wounds instead of himself? Just where had he been when the boy was fighting? Why hadn't he protected his successor? None of that now, Nedzu said as he drank some more tea. You should be thinking of more constructive things. Like where I was when the boy was fighting for his life? No, the heroics instructor peered at him from behind the cup. You should be wondering why the boy's homeroom instructor has the exact same watermark on his name. Toshinori paused. The watermarks for time travelers tended to have the same foundation, but the identifiers were always different per person. There was only one reason why 2 separate people would have the same watermark. Nedzu nodded. We don't know what his fundamental personality is like, and considering the state of him and the timing, his entire personality may well be altered for this experience. Toshinori closed his eyes. It was hard to imagine it. He had absolutely no idea what sort of person the boy was, but the thought that he would emerge from this as a fundamentally different person was a hard pill to swallow. Hadn't he entered heroics so such things wouldn't happen? And yet, here he was. And there was the boy too. He was a terrible mentor, it seemed. If this was how the boy turned out when Toshinori was there, perhaps he would be better off if Toshinori were not there to impede his development. It was a terrible idea, he knew. But if the boy would turn out better off, Toshinori would implement all the terrible ideas. It was his duty as mentor and guardian to ensure his charge's well-being after all. Mind Meld pieces together the boy's mind, bit by bit, little by little over the space of 2 months. There is simply too much trauma in the boy's mind, and secrets that absolutely must not get out. Fortunately, Mind Meld was one of the few of Toshinori's peers who had been friendly and protective of the quirkless Gen Ed student Toshinori had been before awakening his quirk, not awakening, inheriting, because it explained so much about how late in life Toshinori's quirk had developed, and that trust and friendship had only expanded and strengthened in the years out of Yui. Mind Meld does his best for his old friend's future protege, but in the end, the boy emerges fundamentally changed because Mind Meld does not know where some of the pieces go, and certainly there are gaps and deep fissures and broken edges that even he cannot mend. Worse yet was the necessity of sealing certain memories away, so that until his mind was whole again, that the boy would never remember fully what brought him to this point. There is a twisted knot of darkness in the boy, one that had been, with the shattering of his mind, set loose. Mind Meld had done his best, but the darker aspects of the boy's personality will be much more prominent now. He'll never smile like he used to, Mind Meld said sadly, but Toshinori, I'm sure you will be a more than adequate guardian to him. He grinned mischievously. From what I saw in his memories, you certainly favored him enough to coddle him quite a bit, not to mention how fatherly much of your behavior toward him is. The blonde spluttering was a delight to see. It had been too long since he was last able to tease his underclassmen, though Toshinori wasn't cute anymore, not by a long shot. After all, Toshinori hadn't been cute in years, not since he reached his full growth. Mind Meld wanted to see Toshinori smile. Because if he knew what had happened to the quirk he'd given the boy, that the quirk Toshinori had given the boy, which the boy had in turn cherished, was broken beyond repair now, it would surely break his heart. Yamada Hisashi thinks his new classmate is unsettling. His eyes seem to stare past you, if he's looking at you at all. And it's clear that he's been through sheet, because of the way he moves. Any student from a legacy family can pick out a person who has seen action at a glance, and Aizawa Shota walks like someone who has been in the thick of it. That wasn't the problem. Villain attacks were common, and Aizawa may well be a legacy since he was recommended into the heroics department by Mind Meld. Some legacies saw action, was in the thick of it, before they arrived in Yui. Legacies had a habit of being targeted, their children kidnapped. No, it wasn't because he'd seen shit. It was his eyes. And to a greater extent, his quirk. Quirks don't work quite right on him. Well, not quite true, quirks don't work at all when he's looking at you. It's as if they've been erased. The quirks come right back when he looks away though, so no one makes much noise about it. It's not like they could in good conscience ask the guy to wander around blindfolded. That was just asking for trouble, even more so if he needed to navigate up or down stairs. They'd all just have to learn to work around Aizawa's quirk. Aizawa is a quiet person, he absolutely abhors noise. He's a loner by nature, Yamada realizes within a few days of meeting him. But at the same time, Yamada thinks that Aizawa might be lonely. So he presses in. He talks. And when Aizawa gets lost in his own head, he grasps his arm, his shoulder, the back of his neck, presses up close, and pulls him back to the present. And at the end of the day, he is rewarded with a small smile, a small snack in his desk, a trinket, but Yamada treasures the small smiles more, because they are beautiful. He learns that Aizawa lives alone, that his guardian is a pro-hero who believes himself to be an inadequate guardian to Aizawa, but will drop everything for him if asked. Yamada had seen it happen the one time Aizawa was kidnapped, and the dark-haired boy had thrown his cell phone at him telling him to call Yagi. Yagi turns out to be a lean, blonde man with piercing blue eyes, who works in a hero office, the secretary of the hero who was Aizawa's guardian. Years later Yamada will look at the emaciated form of All Might's true form and recall the tall, slim yet sturdy figure of Yagi, and Aizawa will erase his quirk and throw him out the window when he shrieks in realization of just who had been his best friend's guardian all this time. But for now, all he knows is that although Mind Meld recommended Aizawa to the heroics course, he was not his friend's guardian even if he took care of most of the tasks associated with guardianship. Oi! Aizawa! Good morning! Shota! What? My name is Shota. Shota, Why don't you call me Hizashi then? Hizashi. Shota spun toward the blonde, eyes wide as the other boy made a low keening sound and what sounded like a series of chokes. Are you alright? I'm fine Shota. Mind your volume. Sorry. Nedzu watches the boy grow up. Tashinori is never really present when it comes to his protege from the future, but it's clear within a few days of Mind Meld leaving him that there is something terribly wrong with him. And the boy's quirk is broken. There are deep cracks and fissures in the boy's mind, openings into the abyss that Mind Meld cannot possibly heal. They set the boy up with a new identity after finding out that Midoriya Inko has given birth to her son, Midoriya Izuku. There has to be separation, it's crucial, because already, there is bleed over from the newborn to the boy. Nedzu makes the intuitive leap, and so Aizawa Shota is born. Tashinori is as far from the loving mentor Mind Meld had described seeing in the boy's memories as one can imagine. In fact, he avoids him as much as possible. He doesn't altogether abandon the boy, but although checks arrive for the boy's upkeep, regular as clockwork, and Tashinori distances himself from his protege. In return, Nedzu and Mind Meld do their best to be there for the boy, and as time passes, he attaches himself to Mind Meld. Nedzu does not need psychic powers to guess that the boy would follow Mind Meld underground in the future. To Tashinori's credit though, he tells the boy right out that if he needs him, he will come as fast as he can to see the issue resolved, and the few times Aizawa Shota asks for help, Tashinori drops everything and comes running. The man becomes more absent uncle than father figure, but the relationship is acceptable to both. Honestly, it all Nedzu can ask for with the man's tendency toward self-flagellation. Nedzu can't help but wonder how things will turn out when Shota is faced with his younger self. Mind Meld had sealed the memories, but there was bleed through. It would be dangerous for past and present to be in such close proximity to each other, but it seemed everything would work toward a stable time loop. For now, they would work through Shota's occasional fits of irrational violence, the manifestation of deep-seated insecurities never properly dealt with, and years of suppressed anger and self-loathing. Oh, and the quirk. When One for All shattered, it caused the gene that prevented the manifestation of quirks to mutate. Shota now had a quirk fundamentally different from what he had known, and the subconscious impact of the shattered quirk showed. Shota felt as if there was a part of him missing, as if there had been something put inside him that did not belong. They'd barely stopped him from plucking out his eyes when Shota had pinpointed the source of the feeling of oddness. Nedzu and Mind Meld had been forced to explain the reason for it, that his quirk was broken, and that the feeling of something not being there was the broken quirk and the sensation of something foreign in his body was his latent quirk having activated. In Shota's lucid moments, which lasted longer and longer, the young man displayed a keen intellect, analyzing his quirk, developing hypothesis after hypothesis about the phenomena. In his less lucid moments, they have to physically stop him from harming himself. Toshinori stays far, far away during those times. The one time he was present for it, Shota had lunged at him, an angry feral creature, determined to deal as much damage as he could. And quite a lot of damage he did too, though mostly superficial in nature. In contrast, during his more emotional moments, were Toshinori present, Shota would attach himself to the man and not let go. It has led to several heartwarming moments where the symbol of peace could be seen carrying around a dark-haired teenager with weary, tearful eyes, and thin arms wrapped around his neck. For all his faults, Toshinori was very good at soothing Shota from his emotional moments, barring his fits. Nedzu thinks it a terrible shame, because Toshinori is honestly very fond of his broken little successor, and Shota thinks the world of his mentor, even if he doesn't know that Toshinori is his mentor. Shota is the envy of his classmates, having received an internship offer from the mighty agency, All Might's agency. Hisashi is happy, almost gleeful. All Might had taken an interest in his friend. But then Shota does what their classmates consider the unthinkable, he turns it down. Instead, he chooses 10th Flame to intern with. Shota. Why 10th Flame? Hisashi asked at lunch. Shota carefully lifted the cover off his bento, meticulous as ever before he answered, I want to be able to make my way without Yagi-san's influence. But if you have the influence, why not use it? I already have. Shota clapped his hands together, itadakamasu. Hisashi slammed his hands on the desk and leaned forward so his face was only a foot away from Shota's and said, getting in on recommendation isn't really that big a deal. You could be interning with All Might. You could get all sorts of exposure as a hero like that. I don't need any exposure. Showed off. Hisashi chewed rapidly on the fried shrimp Shota had stuffed in his mouth and swallowed. That was mean, Shum. Shota stuffed another fried shrimp into the blonde's mouth. Shut up and eat. Your voice is giving me a headache. All right, sorry. Hisashi sits back and opens his own bento. He looks up in time to catch the slight softening in the line of Shota's lips and the loosening of tension in his shoulders. He feels badly when he realizes that the dark circles under his friend's eyes are more prominent than ever. Clearly Shota's decision had not been made lightly and had affected his mental balance some. He's been friends with Shota long enough to recognize the signs. Push any further and Shota will become unbalanced enough to fall into one of his fits. For Shota to become mentally unbalanced even a little bit means his quirks would go haywire. Best case, he breaks himself. Worst case, someone gets hurt. Hisashi has learned to grab onto Shota, to squeeze just hard enough to ground him, to remind him of where he is so he can cleave through the sounds and visions that his mind has bombarded him with, and stand more or less in the here and now. He's learned which frequency he should talk in, to remind Shota of where he is, to cut the cacophony of sounds and thoughts not his own, to bring Shota back to himself before he goes too far, falls too deep. Hisashi hates it, because it's clear to him that Shota is the result of a quirk marriage, and his parents got more than they had bargained for in this boy with too many quirks to control and a mind that is barely clinging on to sanity as a result. He is wrong, but won't know it for decades yet. Hisashi will never regret being friends with Shota, no matter how much baggage the other boy brings with him. He's happy to be a bright light in a sea of darkness, a beacon to bring his friend home. Because Shota needs him, and Hisashi is happy to drive away the loneliness. It also helped that on his good days, Shota was a goddamn enabler, the little sneak. TBC chapter text. Nedzu and Recovery Girl know at a glance that All Might has passed on One for All. But the man is surprisingly tight-lipped about to whom he has given the quirk. He does, however, recommend a student to the hero course, a teenager whose quirk allows him to heal, but at the cost of his memories and experiences. The kid is ripped for a healer, but considering All Might was his sponsor, no one really thinks too much about it. Midoriya Izuku is an enigma and no one knows just how he came to the attention of the #1 hero, but Yui takes him on anyway. Then Recovery Girl finds out that All Might has a left lung and a stomach again, and she and Nedzu, while worried about what memories in particular the boy has given up to achieve this feat, let the issue of how he came to All Might's attention drop. It's a mistake, but they don't know this yet. Aizawa is almost beside himself at the prospect of a student who will challenge his abilities as a teacher, because the boy, unlike most healers, does not have a second of hesitation just before he attacks. Instead, he leaps in like every fight will be his last. He is an analytical fighter, and Aizawa finds himself stretched to maximum in a bid to outsmart this ridiculous child who is more observant than most and keep him challenged. He sometimes wonders if the boy doesn't have a strength augmentation quirk and an intelligence quirk beside the healing quirk, because the kid is not only DMED strong, but DMED smart. But that's just not possible, right? Izuku trains his quirk, he loses tiny bits of memories, inconsequential memories, as he heals his classmates under Recovery Girl's supervision. He's particularly fond of sacrificing his knowledge of the solar system and the fact that All Might is teaching at UE. His teachers and classmates quickly get tired used to his excited fanboying thrice a week because every time All Might comes in for foundational heroics is the first time for him. All Might, rather than growing tired of this like Aizawa did, finds it hilarious. Then one day, without warning, All Might does not come into work. There is nothing on the news stream about him all day. He is still missing the next day. And the day after. And the day after that. There is a way to find him, Sir Night-Eye said during the emergency meeting of heroes, excluding Endeavor, who was conveniently out of the country and unreachable by any media, convened that week. His successor might know. Then why haven't you asked them yet? Aizawa growled. There is silence. Nedzu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, and Sir Night-Eye exchange looks. The situation is desperate. Crime rates are rising. And the symbol of peace is missing. It may be their only hope of finding him. We don't know whom All Might has chosen for his successor, Nedzu said. The argument that erupts lasts a full hour before Nedzu asks Present Mike to put a stop to it. And the voice hero does. Loudly. Finally Best Jeanist sighs. Has anyone just tried asking the kid he recommended? Aizawa snorts. Unlikely to work. How much healing has Midoriya performed since the first day All Might went missing? It's been a week. If he knew what had happened to All Might, that memory is gone now. We need to try, Fat Gum says, if there is the slightest possibility he might know who All Might's successor is, we have to find out. Midoriya follows Aizawa into the room, and is all but pinned into place by the stares for the gathered heroes. The questioning goes in circles. Night-Eye finally gets frustrated enough to use his quirk on the teen. The gathered heroes stare as Night-Eye drops his head on the table with a groan. That stupid, stupid man, the hero said, smacking his forehead on the tabletop with every word. Sir Night-Eye? Midoriya said, hesitantly, are you all right? Sir Night-Eye lifts his head and glared, no. Because you're just as stupid for going along with it. You'd med brat. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Midoriya blinked slowly. Recovery Girl shrieks in horror. That's how he got his lung and stomach back? He gave you his quirk and then had you use those memories as fuel for it? You pair of absolute numbskulls? The teen ped his head in confusion. A blond man strides into the hospital, scattering doctors and nurses as he goes. A tall, lean man with green hair wearing glasses all but runs to keep up with the massive strides. Yagi-san, he pants, why are we here? To collect a very precious cargo, Yagi growled. Precious cargo? In a hospital? Yes, Osamu, Yagi said, the most precious cargo in the world. He stops in front of a door and slides it open. They both enter the room. A green-haired woman looks up. Dear Inko. The two embrace. I'm glad to see you, Inko sobs into the lapels of the canary yellow jacket. It's all right now, Yagi runs his fingers through her hair, why? Because I am here. Inko laughs wetly and they part. Yagi keeps one arm curled around her waist as his free hand shoves aside the curtain, revealing a small form on the bed. Tufts of green hair peek out from underneath the bandages wrapped around the child's face. Yagi-san. Osamu said, shocked, is that? Yes, Osamu, Yagi said. This is Izuku. My son. He will be staying with us from now on. What? It is a surprise when Sir Night-Eye is seen at a primary school. At first, the school is excited. Are they to have a connection to All Might now? But Sir Night-Eye is cold and impersonal. He is here on behalf of a staff member in the All Might Hero office, and he is kindest to Midoriya Inko who wishes to withdraw her son from the school. The school's administration sneers and allows the boy to be withdrawn. And good riddance, they say, we don't need any quirkless freaks here. Sir Night-Eye's face may as well be carved from stone as he escorts Inko out. 1 week later, a class action lawsuit against the elementary school is filed by Midoriya Inko and Yagi Toshinori, the parents of 8-year-old Midoriya Izuku. The charges are child neglect and child endangerment. The news sends shockwaves through the hero community, or at least the small section of it that knows that All Might's civilian name is Toshinori Yagi. Inko sends her son to his father, and that is the first pebble in the water. The ripples cause a cascade. With a son to care for, All Might is more cautious in his approach to things. It is a change obvious to the industry, though no one can quite tell why. Those who know, are not telling. Either way, it is a good change. The media speculate about All Might's sudden decrease in returning the flirtations of women. Sir Night-Eye finds it easier to ensure his partner takes care of himself. The year Izuku turns 10 is a hard one as All Might is suddenly hospitalized. Sir Night-Eye finds himself suddenly responsible for a near inconsolable child. A chance encounter with Eraserhead and Present Mic on their day off cheers up Izuku just a little bit, but it's enough time for him to twist the two heroes around his fingers. All Might reappears a year later, still fighting crime and villains, but the time he spends in the public eye begins drastically decreasing. Izuku is 12 when his father sets him to cleaning up the Dagoba Beach Park. Inko sees more of her son and her husband in that time than she has in years. The groceries bill has never been higher, but she is happy to see Izuku is happy and healthy. Having a son with an astral projection quirk meant learning new habits. Izuku learns to let his father know when he leaves his body. Hisashi never really stops having mini heart attacks every time he comes across Izuku, pale, still, quiet, and not breathing. Izuku is made of glee the first time he escapes his kidnappers. Only to realize that he'd gone and yeeted out of his body and now he has no idea where he is and where his body is and where is dad, which direction is Yui even in, and oh my gosh what is he going to do? People get used to hearing Present Mic scream out of nowhere for his son to get back in your body and text me your location, right this instant young man. The class of 1A practically dies laughing the first few times Aizawa looks at Hagakure in her super suit and snaps at Izuku to get back in your body and stop fooling around. No Aizawa-sensei. Hagakure laughs as she drops the pencil and doubles over laughing, it's me, Toru. I'm over here sensei. Izuku waves, then his body drops to the floor and an invisible hand pulls at Aizawa's capture weapon, but now I'm here. After class, Aizawa storms into the staff lounge, grabs his friend by the collar and hauls him up so they are practically nose to nose. You son, Hisashi, he hisses, eyes red and hair floating upward with his quirk, your son is a menace. Izuku kinda likes stalking All Might in his ghost form, and All Might indulges him. But of course, it almost always ends with All Might somehow sneakily calling Hisashi who comes over and yells at Izuku to go home. Izuku has yet to figure out how he manages it as he slinks home. Hisashi despairs of his son ever learning about boundaries. He trips over. For the millionth time, Yamada Izuku. Get back in your body and do you homework right this instant young man? Izuku came into his quirk late. He was 14 when it appeared, and it came at a cost. Having been goaded over the roof of his school was an experience. The fact that the school had brushed it under the rug and he, Izuku, had been expelled while in the hospital for being a disruption to the studies of other students had been an outrage. No middle schools would take the quirkless disruption, especially not so late into the system. And worse still, no high school of note wanted a quirkless who was so useless he couldn't even kill himself properly. It didn't matter that the hospital had determined that his quirk had been healing and it had been forced into activation when he jumped off the roof. All that mattered was that to society in general, after 14 years, quirkless was quirkless, and nothing would change that. It was a toxic mindset, one that Izuku had no patience for. Fortunately, Midoriya Hayashi had his own methods and contacts. His son would get the best training there was, even if his quirk only healed himself. Brother, your son is. Are you sure he recovered completely? His ability to process emotions were permanently damaged. The doctors do not believe that his quirk will ever help him recover his normal ability for emotional processing. You'll take care of him, won't you Shoyuta? You owe me another 6 months' rent for this, brother. Done. Izuku met his father's younger brother for the first time. Aizawa Shoyuta was a perpetually tired man, a teacher at a heroic school, and a full-time hero. A month into tutoring, Shoyuta had managed what even Inko couldn't and had weaseled the entire story out of Izuku. He had not told anyone because he'd thought, based on the reasoning of society, irrational as it was, that it wasn't important. One-on-one with a tutor who didn't judge, who would not take anyone's bullshit regarding his student, meant Izuku thrived. All too soon, within 3 years, it would have been 2, but Shoyuta had wound up laid low by significant injuries when villains attacked his students. Izuku was taking the entrance exam to a good university, one who took the underground hero Eraserhead at his word, and admitted the boy with a passive healing quirk and a reputation for being disruptive. Izuku had no more problems with his teachers after a term on probation with no disruptions. At least, not on his part. It would not be the last Izuku would ever see of his uncle, but it would be a while before he encountered the hero again. Uncle. Looks like you're doing well. I am. Thank you, uncle. Stay out of the back alleys from now on. Yes, uncle. By the time Izuku was 21, he was developing a reputation as a lawyer who would take no bullshit from heroes with overinflated egos. When Izuku was 32, his father brought him a case that would make or break his career. Izuku took one look at the summary and decided to take it. His uncle said that a foundation of heroics was the spirit of self-sacrifice and the willingness to work toward the betterment of society. Izuku had seen personally that self-sacrifice and the wish to better society was not a part of this particular hero's nature. Thus, logically, this hero had no right to practice heroics. Logically, he must be stopped. It's hard to pinpoint, but Shoyuta is Hisashi's best friend, and he knows things about him, such as the fact that Shoyuta once mooned over a gen ed girl for 2 whole terms, and the gen ed girl finally took matters into her own hands and they dated for a full year after graduation, only for them to part on mutually good terms. Shoyuta does not sleep much as a rule. But lately, he's been sleeping even less. Tensei's mere presence is suddenly enough to startle him sometimes. It occasionally seems like Shoyuta is expecting him to be shorter. His patrol routes have changed. Hisashi knows that Shoyuta had received a visit from a sickly blonde man who introduced himself as Yagi, and immediately after, Shoyuta paid a personal visit to the offices whose patrol routes his new route would cross over, but Hisashi has no idea what prompted the change, or what Shoyuta said that convinced the office to allow the overlap. What he does hear is that Air Jet was approached by a representative from All Might's office on the behalf of an unnamed hero, unnamed for his anonymity and the safety of others involved, who has apparently heard of threats against their family who live separate from them for their own protection, and the three, All Might, Air Jet, and Shoyuta are collaborating to keep the other hero's family safe. Hisashi can only give unspoken kudos to the hero in question for seeking help when in over their head, before going back to the mystery that was Shuta's changed behavior. Hisashi has no idea why Shoyuta is so angry, only that he is. Rumor has it that a lot of heroes who work near a certain primary school are outraged by something that has happened there. Shoyuta has outright forbidden Namuri and Hisashi access to his apartment. The sickly Yagi, who was apparently All Might's personal secretary if background checks are to be believed, is the only person with heroic ties, aside from Suda himself, allowed to come within a stone's throw of Shuta's apartment. 2 months later, the restriction is lifted. Hisashi and Namuri arrive at Shuta's apartment to see. Holy crow! Kid looks like the gen ed girl you dated after graduation. Namuri blurted out. If looks could kill, the R-rated hero would be a pile of cinders. He is Inko's, Shoyuta said drily. The fluffy-haired boy was covered in bandages and was seated on Yagi's lap, arms wrapped around his neck. The sickly-looking man was doing his best to coax the boy into eating a sandwich. He wasn't having much luck if the tiny nibble on the corner of the sandwich was any indication. What happened? Hisashi asked quietly, does this have anything to do with your patrols changing to overlap with rock locks? No. Changing the patrols was a completely different scenario, Yagi said. Different? Namuri asked, then why was your apartment suddenly no-go? Yagi and Shoyuta exchange a look. None of your business, Shoyuta grunted as he flopped down onto the sofa next to Yagi. His arm was thrown over the back of the sofa, behind Yagi's shoulders, but Hisashi could just see bandaged fingers hesitantly reaching and curling around Shuta's lax ones. It happened impossibly fast. One moment he was there, standing tall, laughing. He was battered, bruised and bleeding, but he was there and alive. All Might grinned at his boy from over the battlefield. Feeling so proud he could burst. He wanted to shout to the world to look. Look what he had made. Look at his boy. He had won. Deku threw back his hood and grinned back. The next instant he was downed. The world froze. All Might roared his denial and was by his boy's side in seconds. His knees crashed onto the ground. His hands shook as he gently patted his face, smearing blood over the beloved features, frozen in an expression of lax surprise, pressed his fingers against the pulse point of his throat. Izuku? All Might whispered, he barely noticed the other heroes rushing over. Izuku. Oh please, no. There was no pulse, no. Isaac Q. Hero stopped short as the symbol of peace gathered up his son and roared his grief into the sky, then crumbled in on himself, clutching his son's green-clad body close as his body was racked with sobs. The sun's light filtered dimly through the clouds and dust. The field was silent but for the distant wailing of sirens and the sound of helicopter rotors. All Might was deaf and blind to it all. His world narrowed to the youth in his arms. There would be no more smiles. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Chapter text. During a rescue at a burning building, a little girl loses control of her quirk. At first it seems everything is fine. But then, Deku stops appearing in public. At first, no one is worried. Deku sometimes doesn't appear for a few days because he's busy with paperwork or he's visiting his mother, so the public isn't worried. But the heroes worry, because even though Deku lives alone, he's always in contact with someone. Always. But this time, there is no contact. No, I'm okay, and no, bored out of my skull, amuse me. Just silence. The morning after the rescue, Yagi finds a disheveled cat at his door when he goes out to pick up the post. The cat's fur smells heavily of smoke and petrol. Oh dear, he says as he picks up the cat, you've been through the ringer, haven't you? The cat stares at him with large green eyes and mews plaintively as it hangs from his hands. Yagi chuckles and carries the cat into the house. Let's get you cleaned up then. The cat submits to a bath with good grace, and with the soot and ashes washed off, his fur is black with dark green highlights. Yagi takes a blow dryer at the lowest setting to the cat's fur to dry it off as the animal stretches luxuriously, purring like a diesel engine. Yagi chuckles. Obviously a domesticated animal, you spoiled boy. When the cat is fed some leftover chicken and has fallen asleep in a warm, sunny spot on the couch, Yagi checks his phone. His face falls when there are no new messages. But he is not worried yet. The second day sees Yagi leaving his house in the afternoon, locking the cat inside. He travels to a different part of the city populated by high-rises and unmarried heroes. He enters one of the steel and glass monstrosities and bypasses the woman at the front desk completely and enters the elevator. When the elevator stops, he makes his way through the halls and stops in front of a particular door and rings the bell. He waits. Rings the bell again. He is about to ring the bell for a third time when another young hero comes down the hall. Yagi-sensei, she cries, are you here to see Deku? Yagi smiles at his former student. Young Uraraka, good afternoon. Yes. Uraraka smiles at her once teacher. I have to go and patrol or I'd stay and visit with you. We don't see you often enough. Ah, have a safe patrol, Yagi said warmly. Thank you. Uraraka beamed, and ran toward the elevator, have a nice visit with Deku. Yagi smiled and waved after her. He turned toward the door, frowning. He pulls a key card out of his pocket and swipes it through the reader. There is a click as the door unlocks and Yagi pushes the door open and enters. Izuku, my boy, he called, are you here? Slowly, the retired hero makes circuits of each room in the apartment. Tucked away in a corner is the laundry nook, a load of clothes in the dryer. The alert light is blinking and both clothes and machine are stone cold. Finally, he approaches the closed door of the room he'd been subconsciously avoiding. Worry and dread form a lump in his throat as he pushes the door open. Izuku? The afternoon sun streams through the windows, illuminating the bedroom. The bed is neatly made, a pair of pajamas laid out on top alongside a folded towel awaiting the return of the apartment's occupant. The hamper in the corner is empty. Yagi strides to the phone on the nightstand. The light on the answering machine is blinking. 35 unread messages. Worry wraps its fingers around Yagi's heart like iron bands. His boy never made it home last night. Yagi fishes his phone out of his pocket with numb fingers. The third day sees Yagi at home. He cleans the house almost obsessively. The cat follows him from room to room, mewing plaintively and pawing at his feet when he coughs up blood, tugging at his pant legs when he leans against something, wheezing for breath, but mostly staring at him with large green eyes. Green-like. He never lets his thoughts continue from there. His boy had the best teachers. His boy is strong and well-trained. His boy is fine. His boy is safe. Izuku, my boy, where are you? The cat mews at him and pulls at his pant legs. The grandfather clock in the living room chimes. All right, Yagi smiles at the small animal, let's get you some food. The cat settles on his lap after lunch. Yagi realizes he is well and truly trapped. Mid-afternoon, grape juice and puppeteer drop by. They make him dinner and leave for their patrol. On the coffee table, the screen of his phone is dark and silent. No new messages. On the fourth day Aizawa's contacts bring him something troubling. Deku's costume and equipment, presumably abandoned in an alley. It's covered in soot and smells heavily of petrol and smoke. It's the same uniform from when he took part in a rescue at a burning building 3 days ago. Aizawa personally delivers the news to Yagi. The cat mews and twines itself sinuously between his legs. Aizawa's face, drawn and exhausted, softens as he bends over to rub the cat's ears. The cat purrs and licks his fingers and leaps onto the sofa and settles itself on Yagi's lap. Thin hands begin stroking soft fur as if by reflex. The cat purrs. They found what? The cat yowls in protest at the noise and abandons Yagi's lap. His costume and equipment, presumably abandoned in an alley. Yagi's eyes light up. Where? Aizawa glared at the retired hero. You're not going out there. You expect me to dash. Stay here in case the problem child drags his sorry carcass to you the way he always does when he needs help? Aizawa cut in, yes. The cat prowls along the back of the sofa and leaps onto the underground hero's shoulders. Aizawa lifts a hand to steady the animal as the cat headbutts his face, then stares at Yagi and yowls authoritatively at him. See? Aizawa said dryly, even your cat agrees with me. Alien Queen, Creati and Earphone Jack appear in the morning with breakfast. Yagi listens as young Momo, young Jiro, and young Mina gush all about everything that has happened in their lives to this point to him. He is startled when Red Riot, Charge Bolt, and Shoto arrive with lunch. The cat leaps from person to person, booping noses, gently headbutting hands in demand for pets, and generally being a cat demanding attention. Aizawa calls that night. No news yet. Yagi lies in his bed staring at the ceiling that night. The cat is curled up on his chest, purring like a diesel engine. Izuku, my boy, where are you? Are you safe? The 6th day brings a call from Aizawa. They may have a lead as to Deku's fate. Yagi frets all morning. The cat sits on the coffee table, watching him with green eyes as he paces. When exhaustion drags at his limbs, Yagi sits on the love seat and the cat climbs onto his lap, presses front paws onto bony shoulders and licks his chin. He buries his face in warm, soft fur. Are you hungry, Izuku, my boy? Are you safe? Where are you? The afternoon brings distractions in the form of Ingenium 2 and Ground Zero. His former students have brought Yagi lunch. Yagi smiles at young Tenya's exasperation as he feeds the cat his fish fillets. Ground Zero is subdued, but brings out several albums of Izuku's baby pictures, courtesy of Midoriya Inko. They go through it together, with young Katsuki recounting stories of childhood, and the three of them puzzling over pictures that have no context to anyone except maybe Deku and his mother. The cat is strangely misbehaved today, leaping onto the albums, and sometimes outright sitting on them. They're forced to physically move the animal more than a few times. Yagi falls asleep easily that night, and dreams of a young Izuku running around in an All Might Onsen, laughing. Happy. Safe. No new messages. The morning of the 7th day, Yagi cleans his attic. Yagi is retired both as a hero and a teacher. His last appearance as a hero was at Kamino Ward. His last day as a teacher was at the graduation of his successor. There is little to take his mind off the disappearance of the boy not a boy anymore. He has to sometimes remind himself that was the closest thing he's had to a son. He can only clean. And wait. And amuse the cat. At noon, Tsukiyomi and Cellophane arrive at his door with lunch. Tentacle and Invisible Girl arrive at mid-afternoon. Froppy, Sugarman and Tailman arrive bringing dinner. Worry is a hard knot in his weak side, terrible thoughts and what-ifs are a vice around his heart. Cats don't judge. Yagi weeps into warm, soft fur as the cat purrs, deep and unending, like a diesel engine. No new messages. Yagi JRKS awake on the morning of the 8th day to a crash and a familiar voice, ow. He flings back his covers, wheezing. His side and back twinges as he scrambles for the door. He'll feel it when the adrenaline wears off. Yagi skids into the living room and Izuku, naked and using one of the couch's decorative pillows to cover his groin, looks up at him from his seat on the floor next to the overturned coffee table, green eyes wide, round and dewy. His lips stretch into a sheepish smile and the morning sun falls over his face, highlighting a field of freckles. Hi, Dad. Yagi drops to his knees and flings his arms around his boy with a relieved sob. Aizawa glares at the youth seated on Yagi's love seat smiling at him sheepishly. The underground hero pinches the bridge of his nose. You were here the entire time. Yep. As the cat. Yep. What the hell? Why is it always you, problem child? Luck? Yagi laughs hard enough to choke on blood. Izuku and Aizawa are on him immediately, Aizawa to save the tray of tea, Izuku to keep him on his feet. Vermilion leans against Eraserhead's shoulder, giggling in a manner that anyone would call drunken. The reality is very different. To the eyes of the club's occupants, if they even cared to look in their direction, they see only Izumi and Shoyuta, a pair of lovers out for a night. This is not really the case, but as Eraserhead slides a hand up along her skirt-clad thigh, his face pressed against the curve of her throat, they can both hear the words of the patron in the booth behind them. And if they can hear them, so can the recording devices in Vermilion's earrings. So at least they were getting something out of this ridiculous position. The earpiece crackled, okay. We're good, Eraser, Vermilion. We have all the data we need. Kiss goodnight and let's go. The two underground heroes share a kiss, a slow, chaste press and slide of lips against lips, and after a moment, stumble out. A skinny blonde man dressed in leather slides out the door behind them. A kiss, Mike? Eraserhead groused as they met on a rooftop several blocks away. Really? You say that like you weren't having fun. Present Mike laughed as he tossed them the duffel bags containing their hero outfits. Eraserhead glared at the voice hero as he changed. It was not fun and you know it. Really, Mike? Vermilion pulled her hair into a messy bun and proceeded to pull her suit on over her clothes. I know it's a stereotype and a known KNK, but not everyone dreams about kissing their teacher. She paused, not to say Eraserhead isn't attractive, but dude. Teacher. Stop digging your grave deeper, Eraserhead snapped as he pulled his hair out of the ponytail and wrapped his capture weapon around his neck. Mike laughed as Vermilion took off the earrings and handed them to Eraserhead, who tucked them into a pouch on his belt. I'd have done it myself, but people pay less attention to a straight couple than a gay one. Lovely, Vermilion shot Eraserhead a crooked smirk. Alien Queen's going to be all jealous. She's wanted to know if you're a good kisser for years. Eraserhead rubbed his hand over his face. I did not need to know that. Go home and get some sleep, Mike, Vermilion, and I'll drop off the recording for the analysts. Vermilion turned away and pretended to fiddle with the zipper of her jacket as Mike pulled Eraserhead into an open-mouthed kiss. Righto. See you at home, the voice hero breathed. Eraserhead smirked and Mike grinned in response, and he took off running across the roof moments later. You don't really need me to go with you at all, Vermilion smirked once Mike was out of hearing range. Not really, Eraserhead agreed. But you said you had a lead you wanted to look into tonight. It can wait, Vermilion said. It's not as urgent as getting Brace off the streets. There's something I never thought I'd hear from you, Eraserhead said drily, prioritizing. We all have to grow up at some point. Fine, go get some sleep. You too. Don't patrol too long, Vermilion grinned as full cowl rippled over her form and she shot across the roof. The next morning, Deku, Ingenium, Red Riot and Ground Zero are preparing to raid a Yakuza drag den. He receives a call. Mike never made it home, Eraserhead says curtly. His equipment was found in a side alley on your side of the city. They didn't take his aids though. That's not a good sign. Where? The abandoned industrial district. I'll check it out tonight. Thank you. Present Mike wakes slowly, muzzily. There is cloth covering his eyes, and his wrists are tied behind his back and his ankles have been bound as well. He hums muzzily, trying to echolocate his position. Then he freezes in terror. He is lying on his side in a box with dimensions similar to a coffin, and there is something skittering along the sides. A lot of tiny, many-legged somethings. His skin crawls. Deku doesn't wait until nightfall. Once the raid is completed, Deku makes his excuses. Eraserhead's name gets worry from his classmates, and they agree that the paperwork can wait. A green blur speeds across the city toward the abandoned industrial district. Night begins to fall. Deku ducks into a safe house. Vermilion leaves through the rooftop entrance. Something scuttles along his leg. Mike bites his tongue and stifles the urge to scream. Where is he? Why is this happening? How long will it be before help comes? Something touches the back of his neck. Mike screams. The box, whatever it is made of, creaks ominously under the sonic onslaught. The scuttling intensifies. Vermilion feels the vibration in the telephone pole under her feet. It is faint. She drops to the ground. The vibration is stronger here. She can feel the tremor in her bones. She recognizes it. Eraserhead and Cementos arrive a few hours later. It takes a few fits and starts. But they start narrowing down the source of the vibrations. They come to the edge of the concrete jungle. To where a cemetery begins. The vibrations stop. That can't be good, Cementos said warily. Mike can hardly breathe. The air is muggy and hot. Tiny legs scuttle around, over him, on him, under his collar and up his sleeves. His eyes are shut tight and fearful whimpers escape his throat. He dare not scream. What if they climb into his mouth? He whimpers. His throat aches. They know they're getting close when they can actually hear Mick's voice. He is whimpering in terror. Eraserhead's face is a mask of fury. They follow the sound of Mick's voice and find the spot where present Mike is easily enough. The ground bubbles and lurches like a pot of water at a roiling boil. Well, that is going to pose a problem. Vermilion is already calling Power Loader. Excavating the site is difficult. Once Power Loader moves a load of soil, more fall in to take its place. Cementos uses the material of the pathways to keep the walls of the pit from falling in. But the sonic assault means that Cementos must renew the supports as Power Loader works. The situation is urgent. Power Loader says Mick's prison is sinking. The sun is rising by the time Vermilion hauls the box coffin out of the ground. Present Mike lost consciousness 2 hours ago, making the excavation easier. But the prison had sunk even further into the ground because of the movement of the soil. She pries the lid up and leaps back with a shriek of surprised disgust as the lid goes flying and a black wave of insects of various species issues from the interior. Holy sheet! Power Loader shouts. That attack was aimed purposely for Mike. Eraserhead's voice is cold and infuriated. Appears so, Cementos agreed. Are you alright, Vermilion? That was disgusting, she shivered as she moved back toward the box. Inside is another box, roughly the same size as a coffin. The wood is warped and cracked. A small hole was drilled into one end, presumably to let the insects penetrate the interior. She pries the lid off the second box, and is less surprised when a second wave of insects scurry out. Mike! The voice hero lies on his side, his eyes blindfolded. His wrists are tied behind his back and his ankles are bound. Eraserhead reaches in to lift the unconscious hero, and only grimaces when the movement sends a small wave of insects scurrying out from under Present Mike's clothes. Present Mike is still breathing. He is alive. But after 24 hours trapped in a box with his greatest fear, what of his mind? Vermilion is mildly grateful that Present Mike had taken earphone jack under his wing back in school and that even after graduation, she had chosen to stay with the voice hero as his sidekick. This meant with Present Mike out of commission, there was at least still earphone jack to help watch their backs while in the crowd. Back into the crush of bodies Vermilion and Eraserhead went, because unlike above-ground heroes, underground heroes didn't get bereavement leave, and even if they did, Present Mike wasn't dead yet. He is simply unresponsive to outside stimulus. Eraserhead's work is as meticulous as it has ever been, but within a week, he shows signs of dangerous levels of sleep deprivation. Something must be done. Vermilion deliberately uses up a favor to several older heroes and puts in a request with Mustafu General. Mustafu's hero ward is more than happy to discharge Present Mike into the care of Eraserhead. It frees up a bed since the worst of Mike's trauma is mental. The doctors and all agree, familiar surroundings are more beneficial to his recovery than the cold impersonality of the hospital. So Eraserhead takes his husband home. Vermilion pairs up with Tsukiyomi in the meantime. Her usual alternative of partners would have been Mind Blank, as he would stand out less than Tsukiyomi in a crowd, but taking Mind Blank as a partner would mean Eraserhead ran the risk of having two family members laid up for the case. Since the entire point of foisting off the care of Present Mike onto his husband was to alleviate some of the man's worries, taking Mind Blank would be counterproductive. Working with Tsukiyomi comes with its own difficulties. He has none of the experience and subtlety of Eraserhead and none of the specialized training of Mind Meld. His crow's head is eye-catching. But the benefit is that they were classmates. Tsukiyomi knows how she fights, has fought alongside her when it came down to it. It's slower going with a partner who stood out in a crowd. The tactics she normally used with Eraserhead won't work with Tsukiyomi. It's slow, frustrating work. All Vermilion can do is gather as much information as she can, as quick as she can. Hisashi was recovering. Slowly, but he was recovering. Shoyuta, Eri, and Shinso kept the apartment scrupulously clean of bugs of any kind. Shinso stayed in the apartment during the day while Shoyuta headed out to Yui to teach the newest batch of students how to be a hero, and Eri went to school. Eri would come home from school and do her homework in Hisashi's room while Shinso went to sleep. Sometimes Shoyuta would be home early and finish the grading while Shinso slept. More often, Shoyuta slept at the same time as his foster son. He'd wake when Eri went to bed and Shinso headed out for patrol. Often, one of their former students would come over, and in that blank time between Shinso returning and getting more sleep, sit with Hisashi in the meantime, and Shoyuta would either go out on patrol or sleep some more. Izuku made the Aizawa Yamada apartment his stop on his way to and from school. And she made the apartment her first stop before patrol each night, and her last stop before heading home to catch 4 hours sleep before heading out to teach her kids. Izuku kept Shoyuta updated on the progress of the case. It didn't matter that he was, for all intents and purposes, off the case. Shoyuta had plenty of ideas and advice to give. Ironically, Eraserhead had never been more rested. In the end, it is Deku, not Vermilion, who gets the big break. During the day, Deku starts developing eye bags, but his teaching style is still as kind, as gentle, and as thorough as ever. A villain attacks his children at the end of the school day. He receives the text from his students right as he is about to enter the offices of Team Ida 10, and his abrupt about-face and departure is out of character enough for Ingenium 2 to come speeding out after him. Between the pair of them, the villains are put down easily enough. They are small-time crooks. Even his students could have put them down had they tried, but Deku is glad his kids had called him instead of fighting. It's the difference between the Hell class and the current students. He and his classmates would have fought. He surreptitiously takes many pictures of the glee on their faces as Ingenium 2 praises their good thinking and self-restraint, and follows it up with, "I'm sure you will make excellent heroes." Deku manages to catch on video when shy, meek little Takagi Kiyomi faints from the sheer force of her joy at being praised by one of her heroes. He emails the footage to her father, who responds with a smiley emoji, which was as good as gushing praise from the other hero. Deku puts away his phone and goes over to look over the downed villains and frowns. Deku recognizes the tattoos on some of them. So it's the same group, huh? Deku mused as he took pictures of the tattoos and the villains wearing them, the same people who tortured Present Mike. What was that? Ingenium 2 asked quietly from behind him. Nothing, Deku said, just talking to myself. He needs more information. Hisashi, surrounded by the voices of his family, and the voices of his former students, as familiar to him as his husband's for the simple reason that they got into an inordinate amount of trouble, both in and out of school, drew his mind out of its terrified haze. He is dazed, but his eyes can follow movement now. Sometimes, he could vocalize. His thoughts swim muzzily through a sea of terror, exhaustion and confusion, slow and disjointed. Movement was still beyond him. Deku goes prowling after school these days. Criminals in his territory go to ground. The underworld can see that the number 15 hero is hunting, they just don't know who he is hunting. As weeks go by, a pattern emerges. Deku's prowling overlaps with a very specific bit of the patrol route frequented by the underground hero Vermilion. Shivers ripple through the underworld and the dank underbelly of the city. The kidnapping and incapacitation of Present Mike was very public and well known, and of late, Deku and Vermilion are not the only heroes circling this particular area. The heroes are from a very specific group, from a very specific generation, and they are closing ranks. The implication is very clear. Yui's Hell class is angry and they are out for blood. Sudden movement in the corner of Hisashi's vision and the brush of his hair on the back of his neck would set him keening at frequencies high enough to shatter even bulletproof carbon fiber windows until Shoyuta came rushing in to erase his quirk. But if Shoyuta was at school, and he always was during the day, Shinso would put in earplugs and hug Hisashi. He would rub his back hard enough to remind him that he was not alone in that box anymore, that there were no bugs nearby, and talk. He would talk and talk until Hisashi had calmed down and the keening had subsided to tiny fearful whimpers, and those whimpers became tired hiccups. And Shinso would hold his loud dad and talk to him until he fell asleep. Sometimes, Shinso's classmates are with him. They banter and they tease, and slowly, the unrelenting terror, the ticklish pressure of something he can just barely feel fades away. They never leave him alone in the dark. On weekend in the 5th month, Deku and Rock Lock storm a human trafficking ring. They find, to their horror, heroes. Small-time heroes who were content to be relatively unknown, and fresh out of school heroes, and a handful of underground heroes. They find them all in roughly the same state, their spirits broken. And in the case of the stronger, more well-known heroes who had gone missing in the last 2 months, Mantis from Hosu, Storm Rider from Osaka, and Tiberius from Sicily, their minds had been thoroughly broken. Deku does not transition into Vermilion on the spot only through sheer force of will. He does, however, change the way he walks. Rock Lock is almost startled when the younger hero's gait changes before remembering that Deku was also Vermilion, an underground hero by night. When the police arrive, Deku makes a request. He wants a log of all identifying marks on the criminals' bodies down to the last freckle, no matter how insignificant or scandalously placed. 2 weeks later, Deku puts out a call. Pro heroes across Japan are bewildered as the strongest heroes from Yui's Hell class converges on Mizutafu. The underworld holds its breath. Bakugo Katsuki knows Deku is clever. He's had all his life to have Deku's cleverness rubbed in his face. Katsuki is good at studying, he's honed his battle instincts by getting into fights, but he knows that when it comes to thinking in a fight, his mind has nothing on Deku. Not Deku who aced foundational villainy and was interned under Nedzu after Sir Night-Eye died. He knows Deku is charisma on legs, he's seen how everyone gravitates toward him. Deku has always been a Shadow King, even when they were children. Katsuki also knows that Deku's first instinct when faced with an opponent is the most ruthless, and there is a lot of pent-up anger toward him packed in that deceptively lithe frame. Katsuki knows he can't win, but he can help the members of his team make a good enough showing to pass this exam. He picks Mineta almost immediately. The Grapestain's perverted tendencies have been tempered with a hefty dose of respect for women, respect born from lessons beaten into him over the past 3 years by teachers, heroes, classmates and more than one villainess, but he is still a shameless pervert. He's just less likely to touch a woman without her permission, but their graduating class remembers how he was to begin with, and his name still leaves a nasty taste in the mouths of any girl who has been in Yui in the past 3 years. Mineta's mere presence will make the females in his team more vigilant, and they will have a lot of pent-up aggression they can aim at Deku's team. Katsuki is not above dirty tricks. He can't beat Deku in a game of quirks and brute strength, hell, he can't even beat him in a game of leadership. Katsuki knows his approach is brutish and blunt. He's a sledgehammer to Deku's scalpel, and they need to bring down Deku as fast and hard as possible before he can subvert anyone in Katsuki's team. Because Deku can and will subvert them, and they will go happily because many of them are already half in love with him, they just don't know it yet. So he welcomes Monoma when he approaches him. If nothing else, Katsuki knows Monoma hates Deku too much to ever join him, and Deku dislikes the other boy almost more than he dislikes Shigaraki, which says a lot about the boy because few people can make Deku dislike them as much as Shigaraki did. But Deku will try to subvert Monoma anyway, if only to F with the a-hole's mental equilibrium. He'll do it because Monoma's ability to copy quirks is an asset, one he'll want taken out of Katsuki's hands as quickly as possible. Katsuki throws powerhouse after powerhouse at Deku. Shitty brainwashing boy's quirk is useless against classmates who have trained to work with and defend against his quirk. But shitty Deku was smart, and no one listens to Katsuki when he tries to tell them that Shinso is just a sparkly distraction hung in front of their noses. None of them can seem to realize how dangerous shitty Deku is. They can't see past his million-watt smile for the mind like a bear trap under all that ridiculous hair. Goddamn Mineta during that stupid first sports festival. Goddamn Mineta and his obsession with Yamamo's ridiculously but necessarily skimpily designed costume. Yamamo is not the first to betray Katsuki, but she is the most devastating. Almost everything she makes for them is fed in some way once Deku has her in his grasp for all of 3 hours. 3 hours. How did Deku even do that? Yamamo has the strongest mind of anyone he's ever met. He throws in the occasional cannon fodder when Todoroki leads the assault. Oh, how he regrets that when the girl from the support course with the weak telekinetic quirk slits the throat of every member of her squad on the morning of the first day and reappears in Izuku's team that same afternoon. When and how did Deku even get to her? She wasn't even important in the long run. It turns out Hagakure was a double agent. She slipped into the heart of Katsuki's forces early on, convincing people that she was part of the team, when in reality, she had been one of Deku's from the start. She cut the electrical lines of every location they tried to camp in, forcing them to use Kaminari to recharge and power their equipment. That constant ill-use wore the other boy down, until it took only a few well-placed words to have him standing on Deku's side at the end. Tetsu is a sleeper agent. Shinso had used his brainwashing quirk on him from the start, having caught him the morning before the exam under the guise of wishing him good luck. Shiozaki Ibara, like Tetsu is a sleeper, also caught by Shinso the night before. She picks off Katsuki's team one by one with her hair. There are a total of 12 double agents, and of them, only Hagakure was Team Deku from the start. All the others were sleepers, caught by Shinso and a support course boy with a telepathic quirk before the exam. Katsuki tries to protest the act, though he has a suspicion the protest would not go through. He's not wrong when he is told that although the practicals were most intense for those 3 days they spent in the simulated city, 3 days and 4 nights. The simulation started exactly at dawn, so both teams had spent the night on site. The final exam had started the day after the teams were chosen. They had been graded on their planning and foresight as well as their innovation in the usage of their quirk over the course of 10 days. Shoji leads the entire team into a trap. Katsuki watches his team implode. He barely gets out of the site with his core members, Ijiro, Jiro, Itsuka, and Mineta. A handful of their teammates, including a rattled Monoma, for a total of 12 members of Team Bakugo make it to within a block of the gate before they are confronted by Todoroki. Then he finds out that Mineta is compromised too. Katsuki is not proud to say he lost his temper. He lost his temper, wasted time, and they are caught in the last trap. Izuku is not at all worried about All Might's disappearance. He's a student, but other than the fact that he's a student at Yui and that All Might had attended Yui, there's no real connection between them. It thoroughly confuses him why his classmates and teachers are so worried. Even more baffling is the note to himself he sees on all his things. Heal with All Might's memories. Just what? Aizawa-sensei brings him to a conference room one day, and it is filled with heroes. If Izuku were not confused and nervous, he'd be excited. They ask him questions about All Might. But one thing stands out. Hang on, Izuku suddenly interrupts Sir Night-Eye. All Might recommended me for Yui? What the hell? He's never met All Might in the notes. The heroes exchange exhausted looks. Of all the memories to choose from, you used the identity of your sponsor? Aizawa-sensei looks infuriated. Izuku cowers a little bit. Not really? Sir Night-Eye all but pounces on him. What do you mean by not really? Izuku shifts nervously. I usually write everything down before I discard the memories? And I don't read the backlogs of the book unless I have to. That. Sir Night-Eye looks equally exasperated and impressed, is actually a very good way to protect sensitive information. Do you have that information with you right now? Aizawa-sensei asked. Izuku makes a face. No. He's not that stupid, thank you very much. Nedzu's face is unreadable. Very well. Go home then. But bring that information with you when you come to school tomorrow. Izuku comes back the next day with a small journal. Inside, written in All Might's larger-than-life handwriting is a scrawled message. You're next, along with a cheerful, laughing face. Sir Night-Eye looks like he wants to hurl the book across the room. Toshinori and Shoyuta lunged forward to stand between their fallen mentors and the strange people who had appeared. Shuta's hair was drifting upward and the tendrils of his capture weapon was floating out the way it normally did when his quirk was active. The skinny blonde man who looked like he was an inch away from being blown away by the wind stared at them in shock even as a ragged-looking, unshaven man grabbed the pale-haired girl and green-haired boy and dragged them back, shoving them behind him protectively. "I think we might have a problem," the blonde man said. "You said it," Deku coughed as he levered himself to his hands and knees. "Oi, Aizawa, turn off that quirk. Sensei dash. Now, brat." Shuta's hair and capture weapon fell limply around his shoulders. "So that's what you look like grown, huh? You certainly get tall, Yagi boy." Deku smiled like all was well in the world, although you could stand to eat more. The blonde made a disbelieving sound, and Toshinori could totally agree. "Deku, what's happening?" Toshinori cried. "Interdimensional incident," Deku sighed. "Happens every time Toki and Kurojairi get in a fight." "I'm confused," the blonde muttered. "What is happening?" "I agree," the raggedy man said. Behind Shoyuta, Aizawa-sensei stirred and groaned. "Ow!" Shoyuta spun around. "Mom!" The ragged man made a sound like he was choking. "Not so loud, Shoyuta," Aizawa-sensei said weakly. "My head hurts." "That's what happens when you overdo it." Deku sat back on his knees. "How do you feel, Toki?" "Like crap. Where did Kurojairi dump us this time?" "Looks like another universe where our positions are reversed with the kids." Deku squinted at the two children behind the raggedy man. The blonde could be Yagi. They have the same hair. And the hobo dude is apparently Shoyuta. Aizawa-sensei's eyes snapped open. "What? My son grows up to become a hobo?" "A hobo who got his hands on some hero gear and tried to make a fashion statement." Deku grinned cheerfully. "I am very, very confused," the green-haired kid muttered. "Same," all of them chorused. Full cowl ripples over his body as Izuku lunges off the steel beam after Shigaraki, his teeth bared in fury. Kurojairi's warp begins to close, and Eri screams in terror and infuriated. Izuku flings out a strand of capture weapon, and hauls himself after. The warp closes just as his feet pass through with a crackle of black shadow, green lightning and red energy. They exit the warp even as Izuku's feet impact Shigaraki's shoulders. The villain stumbles and Eri screams again. Izuku slides several loops of his capture weapon around the villain's neck and leaps over his head, kicking him backward at full strength, the heel of his feet just missing Eri's face. Shigaraki flies back, letting go of his hostage as he goes, but Izuku is merciless to those who threaten his students. He yanks hard with the capture weapon, and Shigaraki slams into a wall with a crunch. The villain slides down the wall to collapse on the ground, motionless. "Deku!" Eri slams into his side, her arms circling his waist as she cries into the lapels of his suit. His arms circle her shoulders and rubs comforting circles on her back out of reflex. There. It's alright." "Why?" "Because Deku is here," Eri replied, voice muffled. Izuku smiled. "That's right. Midoriya," a familiar voice said. Izuku's shoulders stiffen and he turns his head slowly. He sees a familiar face, dark hair floating and red eyes gleaming with an active quirk. There is a tiny, almost amused smile on the hero's face. Behind him, he sees Present Mike, hair down, dressed in plain clothes, his lips drawn in a cheerful grin. The voice hero's smile grows bigger as Izuku makes eye contact. "Do you have a way to contain the other one?" Aizawa asked. "Yes." Izuku patted Eri's shoulder one last time and reached for his equipment pouch. "Let go, Eri," he said. "I can't get to the suppressants with you hanging off me like a limpet." "No." Eri's arms tightened around his middle. Izuku's eyebrows drew together. "Eri, I'm not going anywhere." "Let go." Eri, reluctantly, let go and stepped away. Izuku pulled out a hypospray and slotted a vial into it and turned to walk toward Kurojairi. The warp villain, knowing what was coming, turned on his heels and fled. Izuku sighed. "I hate it when they run." Full cowl crackled over his skin and he shot across the distance and dropped several loops of the capture weapon, pulling him to a halt. Izuku jabbed the villain in his few tangible parts, and pulled the trigger. The injection, a combination of quirk-suppressing drags and sedatives, set to work immediately. Kurojairi collapsed. "Still a problem, child, I see." Aizawa sauntered over, his quirk deactivated, "but it looks like you've grown out of All Might a bit." Izuku gets his first look at his old teacher for the first time since his death, and laughs. We all had to grow out of All Might at some point. In the back of his mind, Izuku wonders what Aizawa sees, looking at him now. Does he see All Might's smile? Sir Nightai's implacable advance? Or does he see only his own hands on him in the form of the capture weapon? Because to be sure, as Deku, the teaching hero, he has done his best to mix together all three, All Might's reassurance that everything would be alright, Sir Nightai's reliability and bluntness in his clothes, and Aizawa's underground nature in the equipment hidden under his clothes. Present Mike swaggers over, still grinning, Eri's small hand grasped in his. So, let's call the cops, call the principal, and get down to figuring out what to do when the future version of a student suddenly appears, yeah? Izuku smiled. It was good to see them rolling with the punches. To be expected from the teachers of the Hell class. His eyes land on Eri's beaming face. It would be hard for her when they left, but it was good to see her smiling again. But here, in this past where he was still a gangly colt learning his feet, for a short time, Eri could have her father's again. It was a recurring mantra in his heart. Protect him. Protect him. Protect him. Protect them, protect them, protect them. Protecthim. So he'd done what had to arguably be the stupidest thing ever. He settled his affairs, altered his will, and left a handful of cryptic messages in the boy's book, and left a decoy moleskin notebook for when Nezu inevitably called in Izuku for an interview, and left. He had a cryptid to hunt down. 6 months after All Might caused national uproar by suddenly vanishing into ether, he sends a message to the boy with the tag the boy used to mark important messages along with the pages marked in the boy's book, that would explain everything. He tells the boy about the emergency first aid kit, hidden in the boy's bookshelf, and sends him a set of coordinates. The boy responds with an affirmative. He will meet him there. Toshinori decides to bite the bullet and sends a set of coordinates to Recovery Girl, Eraserhead, and Sir Night-Eye with the message, "Come find me." Laughing face, which he knows will infuriate them. After that, he heads out. All for One will not escape him this time, and with luck, the boy will arrive at battle's end, and Toshinori will get to see his boy before he dies. The last embers of One for All flicker and flare in his chest. Surprisingly, Toshinori had managed everything without getting hurt too badly. It seemed he'd taken All for One by surprise, and his old foe was downed, once and for all. Toshinori didn't make the mistake of not checking for life signs this time. Toshinori slumped against the wall, feeling every inch of his old age in his exhaustion. On the other hand, his boy would be safe now. There was the sound of footsteps and what looked like a whole army of heroes and a hero in training appeared from the gloom of the destroyed warehouse. All Might! Sir Night-Eye shouted. Are you alright? He feels it as Izuku lays his hands on him and the healing of his superficial injuries begin, the last embers of One for All go out. He is quirkless again. And Izuku, clever, sweet, kind, fanboyish Izuku, now carries the full burden of the quirk. There is nothing more he can do for him now, except be there. What follows is tantamount to an interrogation. Once the situation was explained to the satisfaction of all relevant authorities, Toshinori faced down his friends, his fellow teachers, and his boy. Faced with disapproving looks from all sides, Toshinori would almost prefer to be fighting All for One again. I did what I felt was necessary, Toshinori said as the night drew to a close. You mean reckless, Sir Night-Eye snapped. Toshinori sweat dropped. Ahahaha. It's not that bad. Stupid then, Izuku chimed. Toshinori jerked back as if physically struck. I'm your teacher. You should be nicer to me, he cried comically. Izuku gave him a deadpan stare. I'm sorry, you are? I can't seem to remember for some reason. Oh yeah. You're supposed to be a teacher, but you vanished for 6 months. Are you even still on the payroll? Oh. Ouch. That was all Aizawa's influence, right there. Toshinori almost feels lost. What happened to the cute boy who was full of hero worship and clung to his every word like it was gospel? Izuku sits beside Toshinori as Night-Eye drives them. Toshinori's lease had run out while he was away, and Sir Night-Eye and Izuku had collected his things to be put into storage. Toshinori would stay with Night-Eye until he could get a new apartment. Or at least, that was what Night-Eye had planned. I felt it when I was healing you, Izuku said quietly. Toshinori sees Night-Eye's eyes flicker up at them briefly in the mirror. Oh? One for All. It went out when we found you, didn't it? Toshinori sighed. That it did, my boy. You hold One for All in its entirety now. What will you do then? Night-Eye asked suddenly, his voice tight, now that you're no longer All Might? Toshinori chuckled, I'm not going to just roll over and die. I promised you that I'd still be here for your graduation. And if I can manage it, I won't die until you become number 1. Izuku's shoulders relax and Night-Eye's fingers loosen on the steering wheel. The drive to the warehouse to pull Toshinori's clothes out of storage continues in a comfortable silence. A month later, Night-Eye storms into Class 1A and yanks Izuku out of his seat by his tie. The boy's eyes are wide in shock. Where is he demands. Oi, Night-Eye, Aizawa drawled, put my student down. Night-Eye releases Izuku and snarled, I know he told you. He tells you everything. Where is All Might? Izuku shakily reaches into his backpack and pulls out a small moleskin notebook the same sunny yellow as All Might's hair. Night Eye opens it, and flings the book across the classroom with a guttural, infuriated scream. Aizawa picks up the notebook, reads the contents, and closes his eyes and breathes out slowly as if in pain. That man. Scrawled across the pages in All Might's larger-than-life handwriting is a message. Off to enjoy my retirement. Take care. Laughing face. Aizawa should have been suspicious. Nedzu had been oddly gleeful about this too. But he didn't question it, and the student in question took home the slip requesting a conference with his parents. Seeing All Might, who was dressed in a blindingly garish yellow suit, beaming like all was well in the world, Aizawa could definitely understand why Midoriya had been so reluctant. How do you even explain to anyone that your father is the former symbol of peace? No wonder the kid fought like he had something to prove. All Might, Aizawa said, relieved that his voice didn't shake. Eraserhead. All Might boomed cheerfully. Regarding your son's progress in class. Yes? He's one of the top 5 students in the class. Academically, he has no real worries. As expected. All Might laughed. Izuku is a very clever boy. Midoriya looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Aizawa sympathized. His practicals on the other hand. All Might, just how are you training his quirk? All Might's smile froze. Midoriya's entire body stiffened. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. All Might sighed, and the plastic-looking smile was replaced by a gentler one as he put a large hand on top of Midoriya's head. The teenager looked up at his father, absolute worship in his eyes. Aizawa could practically feel his sugar levels rising just watching the two. It was sickening. Izuku takes after me, the former hero admitted. I didn't come into my quirk until my late teens. The entrance exam was the first time Izuku used his quirk. Aizawa couldn't help it. He dropped the papers in his hand. What? Holy shit. This meant. Aizawa gave in to the urge to drop his head onto the table. Definitely the problem child out of the bunch, he groaned. Why didn't you mention this to someone, Midoriya? Aizawa was not paid enough for this. Nedzu smiled at the two newcomers in front of him. Well, I see no reason why Yui cannot accommodate your needs for the time being. We'll simply take the costs out of your paycheck after you sign on with us. Izuku smiled gently. Thank you for accommodating us, Principal Nedzu. We both appreciate your going through the trouble. Nedzu chortled. Oh, no trouble. No trouble at all. It's the least we can do to take care of our precious students, even after they graduate. You and Young. Yagi, Izuku said quickly. Yagi Eri. Nedzu frowned. That's not the name the censors detected on her ID dash. With all due respect, Nedzu-sensei, Izuku said sharply, Eri's familial situation is complicated. Her biological father is a Yakuza Oyabun, but for the past 10 years, she was fostered by heroes. Heroes who are currently employed in this school. We do not need for them to feel pressured into taking her on when the time comes, no matter what the name on her student ID may say. Besides, she already calls Yagi-san grandfather anyway. He'd be delighted to have her carry her name, even briefly. If he has any issues with it, I will speak to him and explain the circumstances, as a good protege should. Yes, quite right, Nedzu agreed easily. My apologies. I apologize for raising my voice to you, sensei. Izuku stood up and bowed. It was disrespectful and ungrateful of me to do so after you have agreed to accommodate us. No, it was my misunderstanding. Nedzu smiled and bowed from his seat. You and Yagi-chan can stay in Alliance Heights for the time being. I'm sure Aizawa-kun would appreciate an extra pair of eyes on the children, and Yagi-chan can continue her studies with Class 1A in the meantime. It is much appreciated. Izuku smiled and sat back down. Aizawa led the temporarily displaced student and hero up to the dormitory. The students, as expected for the time of day, were all gathered in the common area, either doing homework or pretending to do homework. The teenagers went silent as soon as they noticed their teacher, an unfamiliar, and somehow familiar, hero with dark hair slicked back, dressed in a business suit and a green domino mask obscuring his face, and an unfamiliar girl wearing the Yui uniform. As heroes, Aizawa said calmly, you will sometimes come across interesting and unexpected situations. Your best bet is to get to either a safe place or an ally as fast as possible to have the situation resolved as quickly as possible. Yui is always open to graduates and students in such cases. He gestured at the two. This is Yagi Eri and Dash. Vermilion, Izuku interrupted even as All Might spat up blood in surprise. Aizawa glanced at the grown form of his student briefly. Vermilion, he agreed as if he hadn't been interrupted. Vermilion is a Yui graduate, and Yagi is a student. They arrived here because of an accident with a warp quirk. Principal Nedzu has decided that they will be staying in the school until the support department has come up with a way to send them home, and in the interest of not interrupting Yagi's education too much, she will be attending classes with you. Yagi, you will be on the 3rd floor, pick whichever room you want. Vermilion is a teacher of Yui, but as we currently have no open positions, he will serve as a substitute as needed and keep an eye on you while in the dorms. Vermilion bared his teeth in a parody of a smile and purred in his most dangerous underground tone, "It is good to see you all again. 10 years apart was not nearly long enough. I so look forward to working with you all." Vermilion feels a curl of amusement as All Might glowered at him from his seat at the sofa even as his younger self started mumbling in terror and Aizawa casts him an alarmed look. Beside him, Eri covers up a smile with a hand. Izuku grinned as he followed Aizawa and All Might to the teacher's floor. Once in the teacher's common area, Aizawa glowered at him. "Was it necessary to scare your classmates?" "Not really," Izuku grinned and ran his hand through his hair, ruffling it back up and peeling off his domino mask. "But it was fun." All Might spluttered and choked on blood, Midori Yashounen. "Hi All Might," Izuku beamed cheerfully, "you're looking very healthy today." Vermilion gently presses the edges of the domino mask into place and slides on the jacket of his suit. He knows far too well the dichotomy that his appearance would present, an unknown hero, who, were it not for the capture gear and domino mask, would be mistaken for just another Japanese salaryman. But of course, that was the entire point. Most of the time, villains had no idea he was an actual hero until they had been brought up before law enforcement, and it was that anonymity that allowed underground heroes to do the work they did and slog through the unglamorous underbelly of nighttime crime while other heroes like All Might and Ground Zero stood in the spotlight, drawing attention away from the shadowed parts of the profession. No matter how much the glitz and glam of the profession annoyed those who worked the underground, there was no denying that the attention paid to certain heroes were useful, especially to those who wished to go unnoticed. Vermilion though, because of his start, was more prominent. He thought of Eraserhead being recognized, his quirk's workings being spread around, and eventually, his being killed for it because of all those press conferences held by Yui back when Vermilion was still a teenager and had no doubt he'd meet the same sticky end. After all, Deku was who he started out as, and eventually someone would look at Deku and Vermilion and realize, yes, the teaching hero and the silent hero were one and the same. His death would be just as unglamorous and inglorious. At 30, he was reaching the prime age for an underground hero, though that was still young for an above-ground hero, but facts did not change. Another 3 years, and his countdown would start ticking. But for now, he was alive, he was young, and he was healthy. He looped the capture weapon around his shoulders and allowed 2 trailing ends to fall over his shoulders and down his back like a cape, the only tribute to his beginnings as an above-ground hero. It was time to get to work. Class 1A certainly doesn't expect to see that new hero, Vermilion, at the front of their class during their homeroom PRD. Vermilion is almost in every way like their teacher, cold and blunt, and his green suit is the most flashy thing about him, but he doesn't joke and tease like he did the first night. He is cold, to the point, and no nonsense. He does not tolerate Bakugu's temper and swearing, tolerates even less Minetta's perversions. He takes them to task from the very start, and by the end of the homeroom PRD, which is more a supervised study PRD under Vermilion, there is no doubt that Vermilion, had he the power, would have expelled both boys from the start. He doesn't of course, expulsion of students from 1A is Aizawa's prerogative, and instead, Vermilion settles for comparing their behaviors to those of known villains, and going in depth about the spiral down into villainy. Bakugu leaves, clearly shaken by the Dming similarities because plenty of people who graduate from heroic schools wind up villains simply because their attitudes work too much against them and civilians absolutely refuse to hire them outside heroics, so they have no choice but resort to crime in order to survive. Vermilion's face is grim as he watches Minetta from the window. The boy continues his behavior where teachers cannot see, clearly unrepentant. That one will be an issue, he thinks, remembering the times the members of Class 1A had to cover for him during exercises because the purple hero was too distracted by the swell of BRSTS and the curve of thigh underskirts. He remembers how, as the small boy grows into a man, he becomes more open about his perversion, but more restrained, does not flirt unless flirted with first, doesn't touch without permission grape juice, the fresh-picked hero, age 28, dangling naked off the bridge in Tokyo Harbor from his wrists, guts spilling from his slashed belly, GNTLS mutilated multiple lacerations and signs of having been crushed between 2 heavy objects, tongue cut out and eyes gouged out dangling from their sockets by the nerve bundle, lungs filled with water, back bloodied with strips of skin and flesh peeling and dangling from a whipping evidence of forcible anal PNTRTN with a foreign object. The coroner's report reads damningly. The heroines of Tokyo had mourned because despite being an open pervert, the young man was good at making women feel better about themselves no matter their weight or body shape, no matter how injured or scarred, crippled or healthy. Grape Juice's love for women also meant he was sincere when he told the women whose faces did not match the aesthetic standards of society that he thought they were beautiful and the women loved him for it. Mineta will grow up and learn respect for the fairer SEC and become an excellent hero, but his career underground does not end well. Vermilion breathes slowly and turns away from the window. He wishes he could change that outcome, but the school day ends, and Aizawa has not yet returned from wherever he is. Vermilion reads announcements of upcoming exams and physical training events from the notes that Aizawa had finished the day before. Vermilion-sensei, a presumably empty uniform, bounced in her seat. Vermilion sets the papers on the desk and looks up expectantly. Yes? Can you supervise training ground gamma today after school? Some of us want to work on maneuverability and stealth work. Vermilion studies the Invisible Girl missing in action. Stealth hero, Invisible Girl, age 21, vanished during patrol in Ikebukuro. The only evidence of foul play, the contents of her equipment pouch scattered in an alley in a pattern that hints at combat, presumed dead. Why not? He sighed. It's not as if I have anything else to do. He can guess who would take part from which students cheer happily. Present Mike and Aizawa arrive at the training ground in time to see Vermilion teaching the girls to jab at pressure points using Ojiro as an example. Aizawa-sensei. Ashido shouts, "You're back." The underground hero is promptly swarmed by his female students who chatter at him about what Vermilion is teaching them. The eyes of the two underground heroes turn teachers meet. Aizawa raises an eyebrow and a corner of Vermilion's lips twitch upward. Not bad, kid. Thanks. Okay. So, what if the entire reason Night Eye is actually AD to Izuku is because he has seen his future intertwined with All Might, and wants him to not die? Like, this whole time, he's trying to discourage the relationship between them, to save them? Like, what if Izuku as a hero is untouchable? So the villains go after his weak spots. And so All Might dies horribly because of Izuku, and Izuku dies horribly because his grief over being the cause of All Might's death fucks him over royally. And the world crashes and burns as a result? Like, the whole time, Night Eye's trying to save them both. By being AD-. Shoyuta remembers being less than observant of his surroundings and blacking out after being thrown off a roof into a thankfully half-filled dumpster. He remembers waking in a warm bed, his injuries tended to, and a young woman with the face of an angel. He remembers 7 nights of healing, of falling in love, 2 nights of bliss, of promises whispered into the dark and the searing heat of devotion that stole the breath from his lungs. He walks out her door, leaving her with only an email address to reach him, and his promise to return. And return he does after a year of tracking and shutting down cartels spreading around illegal quirk-enhancing drags, to an apartment inhabited by a new mother, a baby at her BRST. She welcomes him in with a smile, and offers to let him hold her baby. His baby. Izuku is tiny, his face round with chubby cheeks and a wide toothless smile and big green eyes full of innocence and unconditional love. Shoyuta falls in love all over again. Inko offers him a set of documents that she'd already filed out, using the alias he was using. Shoyuta thinks it's a bad idea, but he's too in love with a sweet, patient smile and the joyful innocence of Izuku. He signs the documents as Midoriya Hisashi, and stamps it with his hero seal, to validate the documents. It will take a little wrangling to get the documents to go through with his false name, but for his little family, there is no such thing as too much effort. Plus ultra, Shoyuta thinks wryly. Inko wears Shuta's grandmother's wedding ring openly. Shoyuta wears his ring on a chain around his left ankle under his sock. Under his sock and with his pant leg tucked into his boot, the ring is safe from being lost. It's a little hard bump that is unnoticeable under layers of fabric and leather, its tiny weight pressing against his ankle is a reminder of what he is fighting for, of what he stands to lose. Eraserhead has never been so vicious in the defense of his own person. Hisashi wonders why his habits have changed. Shoyuta throws the voice hero out a window until he stops asking. Izuku at 6 months is the most beautiful creature in the world. His first word is ma, followed by ida. Shoyuta is so happy he thinks he could die. Inko laughs at him. So dramatic, dear. Shoyuta pulls her close, tucking her head under his chin with a crooked smile. Only for you. Izuku waves at them from his high chair, grinning his little gap-toothed grin. Dada. Mama. Hold me, I feel faint, he says and is rewarded with Inko's laughter. Izuku is 2 when Shoyuta gets word that somehow an organization has got a hold of a list of underground heroes. He is concerned. When he learns that hits have been placed, not only on the heads of every hero on that list, but also their friends and families, he is horrified. These were his fellow heroes, his friends and colleagues. They all knew that assassins would come for them at some point. But their families? Their parents, their siblings, their spouses, and their children? Trust villains to be so dishonorable, 10th Flame growled as he crushed the beer can in his hand. We're heroes. We signed up for this, but our families too. 10th Flame dies a week later from a sniper bullet between the eyes. His only family, his elderly mother, dies in her bed from carbon monoxide poisoning the next day. Even murderers have some morals, huh? Arya says at the funeral of 10th Flame and his mother. At least they didn't make her suffer. Small mercies, Shoyuta grunts and thinks of green hair, a sweet voice, and a tiny, freckle-faced smile. Then he finds out Eraserhead is on that list. There is no choice, is there? He speaks to Inko, holds her close as she sobs into his chest, and hates himself for this decision. But he can't risk it. It's fine if it were just him. But Izuku is still only a baby and Inko is a civilian. Shoyuta is grateful he took the time to get the papers filed under his alias. Midoriya Hayashi is one more level of separation between Eraserhead and Inko and Izuku. Shoyuta kisses Inko and Izuku goodbye as if he were just leaving on patrol, and he knows Izuku won't understand why he was not there when the child woke up in the morning. Walking out that door is the hardest thing Shoyuta has ever done to date. But walk away he does. Shoyuta comes back as often as he dares, but it's not as often as he, or Inko likes. Izuku has begun to forget his face, Shoyuta thinks as the 4-year-old hides behind his mother's skirt, peeking out at him shyly and looking absolutely adorable in his All Might onesie. Shoyuta wants to cuddle him like he had back in happier, more carefree days. But Izuku doesn't quite know who he is right now, and suddenly being cuddled by a stranger, the one whom Inko obviously knows and trusts, would frighten him. Shoyuta never wants to frighten his son. Never. Hisashi, nosy as ever, tries to search Shuta's apartment for the cause of what he calls mood whiplash in him. When the voice hero starts trying to search Shuta's pockets, he hurls him out the window. It's an answer, a confirmation to Hisashi's unspoken question. He doesn't try to search Shuta's person again. But this is one secret Shoyuta won't even tell Hisashi. He knows his friend. Hisashi will start checking in on Inko and Izuku because he will worry about Shoyuta. Hisashi is a hero, he knows how to be subtle, but present Mike is a radio personality and a celebrity, and his taking an interest in a woman and her son will eventually draw attention. It drives a rift between them. Shoyuta feels guilty about that, but he needs Inko and Izuku to be safe. He'll throw Hisashi out as many windows as he needs to in order to do it. Izuku has begun canceling his mother's quirk when emotional, Inko tells him, fear in her eyes. They both know that quirk-negating quirks were not common, and Eraserhead was the only person in Muzurafu on record with that particular quirk in the past decade. The underground heroes have made headway in breaking up the organizations that have been hunting them down, but the list is still out there. As long as it is circulating the underworld, Shoyuta and his family will never be safe. Shoyuta wants to scream. It's not fair. He wants to teach Izuku all his little tricks, to teach him how to spot the tells of someone preparing to activate their quirk and to cancel it before it starts. He wants to build up Izuku into the hero he knows his son can be. He wants to be able to show off Izuku to his friends, to bring Izuku with him to Yui on Bring Your Child to Work Day and show off his darling to his students. My 5-year-old has a better handle on his quirk than you do, you lazy brats, would spark a fire under the kids, he thinks, but he can't. It's not safe, and teenagers are not good at keeping secrets. And Mike is the definition of a speaker on legs. And Midnight is a talkative drunk. Keep it secret, he tells Inko. Keep him safe. It would be wiser to tell Izuku he's quirkless, but Shoyuta can't do that to his boy, not to his son. Izuku would have a hard enough time, not being allowed to use his quirk in public. People would assume he was quirkless. As a result, Shoyuta hopes he's doing the right thing. Izuku is at the age where he would remember his face now. Shoyuta visits with Inko when his son is at school. He talks to his son on the phone and through email. He steadfastly restricts his Skype calls to the daytime. He's grateful he can't see Izuku pout. Shoyuta thinks he would cave immediately. Dad, Izuku whispers into the phone. Shoyuta immediately feels his blood run cold. Izuku has never sounded so defeated. Can't I use my quirk? Please? Kaken. Shoyuta investigates. What he finds infuriates him. He knows Izuku was being bullied, but he hadn't known that the teachers were letting the other children use their quirks on Izuku. He knows when he's made a mistake. He speaks with Inko. They transfer Izuku to a different school and Shoyuta throws caution to the wind. Anything is better than hearing Izuku on the verge of a breakdown again. Only if you feel like your life is in danger. Only in self-defense, he tells Izuku. The bullying doesn't quite stop, but it's no longer the outright discrimination against a presumed quirkless boy. It's just general bullying between children in order to establish a pecking order. Izuku makes friends with a boy with a mental quirk and aspirations toward heroism. Shoyuta breathes a little more easily when he sees the two defending each other. Years go by too quickly. Izuku is growing so big. Shoyuta trails his son to school some mornings even though it's out of his way, even if it makes him late. Principal Nedzu doesn't say anything, just gives him knowing and disappointed looks. "Dad," Izuku starts, and Shoyuta can hear the indecision, the fear in his son's voice. "Yes?" Shoyuta settles himself more comfortable on the roof of the opposite building, where he has a good view of his son from his window. Never mind, it was stupid." "Izuku," Shoyuta said, his voice gentle, "you can tell me anything. You can ask me anything. You know that, right?" Shoyuta hears him SCK in a breath, and another. He counts the rhythm and recognizes it as fear. There is a tiny ball of anger in his chest that writhes and burns his heart with its fury, because what has made his son afraid? Who has been hurting his son? His grip tightens and the heavy-duty plastic of his phone creaks ominously. "Dad, are you a hero?" "Oh. Yes." Shoyuta sighed. "Dad." Shoyuta is alarmed to hear the hitch in the boy's voice. "Is that why you can't come home? Are you in danger?" Shoyuta has never wanted to leap across the distance, slide through the balcony doors and hold his boy more. He is right, Tihiri. So close. Shoyuta restrains himself by sheer force of will. A hero is always in danger. He tilts his head back to look up at blue skies. His tongue is like a leaden weight in his mouth. 12 years ago, a list of names went missing. The heroes on that list were picked off one by one, and their families with them, he admits. He doesn't want to say it, but Izuku is smart. He'd figure it out. Better to tell him now. Shoyuta wants to take the words away, hide them where they will never see the light of day. He wants to hold Inko and Izuku in his arms and never let go. He wants them safe. "And your name is on that list?" Izuku's voice is tiny, frightened. Shoyuta wants to soothe that fear away. He wants his boy smiling, happy, safe. Shoyuta wants. Shoyuta closes his eyes and breathes, "Yes. Dad." Izuku's voice breaks, and Shoyuta feels his own heart break as his son sobs in fear and anger and relief. "Sure," he whispers, trying to soothe his boy without being able to offer him physical comfort. "It's all right, Izuku. I'm still here. I'm still alive. You're here, your mother is here. We're all safe. It's okay." Shoyuta just about has a heart attack when Sekijiro turns on the television in the staff room and there is breaking news about a sludge villain holding a boy hostage in the business district. There is a flash of green as a boy runs out of the crowd. He knows that hair. He knows the curve of that jaw. What is he doing, that reckless boy? "HEWILLGROUNDHIMUNTILTHESKYFALLSDOWNIFINKODOESENT, God damn it, Izuku." Shoyuta bites his tongue until it bleeds to keep the horrified Izuku behind his teeth. Shoyuta ducks into Nedzu's office when he can't hold back his sob of relief when All Might appears and saves both boys. Nedzu pats his knee sympathetically and offers him tea. Inko grounds Izuku for a week. Shoyuta shouts at him over the phone that night and grounds him for another week. "Sorry, I won't be able to meet with you, All Might." Izuku apologizes into the phone. "Mom and Dad grounded me for 2 weeks for that stunt." "It's not a problem, Midoriya." All Might laughed. "If you had been mine, I'd have grounded you for the rest of your life. 2 weeks is lenient in comparison. It will give me time to draw up a schedule for you." They hang up and All Might looks at the file for Midoriya Hayashi, stamped and validated by Eraserhead. "And it will give me time to convince your father not to kill me." "Oh my god, what have I gotten myself into?" Shoyuta is mildly confused when All Might, in his emaciated true form, asks to speak with him on a matter of importance. He feels a little thrill of terror shoot up his spine when he places a set of 4 files on the table, and Shoyuta carefully tamps down the curls of anger into a ball in his chest when he reads the names on the files: Midoriya Inko, Midoriya Izuku, Midoriya Hayashi, and his own file under Eraserhead. He knows what is coming. Shoyuta wants to rage. He wants to throw something, anything, at All Might and demand he leave his family alone. Isn't Izuku in enough danger because of the 7 sins hunting down underground heroes? Why should he allow All Might to add another target on his son's back by letting him make Izuku his successor? But this. Shoyuta has long ago resigned himself to not being the #1 hero in his son's life. There will be another target on Izuku's back because of this, but no matter Shuta's disapproval of All Might's methods, he admits they are effective. When put in the position of defending one person or a household, All Might has never failed to follow through. Shoyuta worried. He always has. Can he trust this man with his son? He studies All Might, watching him with a hooded gaze, his entire body language open, honest, earnest. As if there was any doubt. Izuku will never speak to me again if I say no, he muttered, looking away. That boy adores you, Yagi said firmly. No teenager I know would obey an absentee father's words if they didn't respect them a little bit. Shoyuta stands up and leaves. There is a curl of glee in his heart and it feels like a weight has lifted off his shoulders. His son adores him. Hisashi comments on the mad grin on his face and Shoyuta smooths his expression and hurls him out the window in retaliation. All Might gives him a knowing grin from across the room and Shoyuta can't throw him out the window, so he dumps the day's grating on him. All Might's dismayed look brings back Shuta's gleeful grin. Yagi does him a kindness, telling him about Izuku's progress during training. Shoyuta is content to stop stalking his son through the streets and leave him in Yagi's hands. He doesn't hesitate to yell at Yagi when he finds out Izuku has been overworking himself though. He hopes Yagi punishes the kid. Geez. Shoyuta can't shake the feeling that Izuku will have 3 parents by the time he takes the entrance exam. His son already has All Might wrapped around his fingers. Where the heck did that incredible charisma come from? Certainly not Inko or Shoyuta. Inko worries. Shoyuta soothes that worry as best he can. Look on the bright side, he tells her, if he makes it into Yui, how long before he realizes I'm there? Inko giggles, burying her face in his chest. You'll have a limpet attached to you when he realizes. He idolizes All Might, but Eraserhead is the one he looks up to. Shoyuta feels his cheeks heat as he recalls the 2-hour-long rant Izuku had subjected him to when the boy turned 11. Does he? Why wouldn't he? Shoyuta, he inherited your quirk. For years, he said that if he could be a hero he'd want to be like Eraserhead, Shoyuta repeated, because we both cancel quirks. Our son thinks you're cool, Shoyuta. He'll think otherwise the first time I ground him on school grounds. We'll see. That's the future. Shoyuta leans down and brushes the line of his nose along hers. And it will be another 2 hours before Yagi is done with him. We have the apartment to ourselves. Inko giggles and pulls him into the bedroom. Shoyuta walks into the observation room the morning of the entrance exams and tells Nedzu straight out that he will not be judging this year. He stays to watch, but his withdrawal from the judging causes an uproar among his fellow teachers. What? Mike yells, why? Shoyuta takes off the thin gloves he was wearing, and for the first time in years, his wedding ring glints on his finger, because my son is taking the exam. The room descends into chaos. Only Nedzu and Yagi, who both knew about Izuku, are silent. Sekijiro watches him warily once the 0-pointer appears and Izuku, the little idiot, runs toward it instead of away. Yagi's hands clench into fists and blood dribbles from the corners of his mouth and Sekijiro literally grabs Shoyuta by the shoulders and holds him back when he lurches to his feet when the backlash pulverizes Izuku's legs and arm. Shoyuta can barely hold back the infuriated scream that is building in his throat when Izuku free falls toward certain death. The girl Izuku had rushed in to save saves him in turn. Shuta's legs lose strength and Sekijiro gently lowers him back into his seat. Grounding him for life, that reckless, irresponsible, Shoyuta mutters into Sekijiro's shoulder. Sekijiro pats him wearily on the back, his expression of worry, amusement, and awkwardness. Nedzu puts Izuku in his first-year class, the absolute. Shoyuta breathes in through his nose and out through his mouth and generally resists the urge to dangle his former teacher out the window. There will be no way to counter any accusations of bias if they come up, even if it is more logical to put Izuku in Shuta's class. Shoyuta can cancel quirks after all, and Izuku can't control one for all just yet. Shoyuta has sat through more than one of Izuku's fanboy rants about heroes. He's even sat through several about himself the few times he's been caught on film or video. What he doesn't expect is to show up to teach homeroom, and for his son's eyes to grow big and round and watery and a blush to rise in his cheeks and his hands come up to over his mouth when he see him. And oh my God, no. Please don't let his son have developed a crush on him. For all that is holy. Please. No. He will nope himself out a window. For the love of all that is good and holy. Please no. Don't let his son have developed a crush on him. Please. God. No. Just. Nope. Yet Eraserhead out the window. Just. Yet. Thankfully, according to Yagi, it's just Izuku's normal expression when he starts internally fanboying. Thank you God. Shoyuta doesn't think he'd be able to look his son in the eye if it had been one of those incredibly awkward student-teacher crushes. He knows he's been the subject of a few, but Izuku. Just. No. The unforeseen simulation joint is a disaster from start to finish. Did they even start? God. Izuku. Izuku is here. Izuku might die here. Shoyuta almost wants to weep with the unfairness of it all. A whole decade away to protect his son. He'd given him everything, even All Might. And this cannot be where it ends. He won't let it. He fights like a rabid animal. He is a cornered animal. His son is here. Izuku has to get out. He has to. He feels his arms shatter. The creature bashes his head against the ground. He feels the bones of his face give under the force. The kids. Izuku. Izuku. Mineta. Azui. The corner of his eye. The villain. Hand. Azui. Izuku. Mineta. Azui. Izuku. Izuku. Izuku? Not Izuku, no. Not Izuku. Not. Izuku no Izuku no Izuku no. Not. His son. Please. Anything but. Ku. He wakes. He didn't expect to wake up. A flash of green. A muted whisper. Pain. Izuku's face swims into view. He's crying. Dad, he says, Dad. Shoyuta wants to brush his tears away. But his arms won't move. Inko appears. She's crying too. Go to sleep, Shoyuta, she whispers, we'll still be here. Shoyuta sleeps. Katsuki had not meant to put Deku in the hospital. The shitty nerd just made him so angry. How dare that useless, quirkless freak call him a villain? If he was doing something wrong, the teachers would have stopped him. It was their job. The teachers were adults and knew better, that was why they were teachers. Shitty nerd was wrong. Katsuki was going to be a hero. Everyone said so. And if everyone said so, it had to be true. And useless, stupid, quirkless, Deku could go stuff his bullshit where the sun doesn't shine and rot. In the end, it wasn't Deku who was wrong. Auntie Inko, who had always called him a good boy, calling him a villain was the first sign something was wrong. The hero that stopped Auntie Inko attacking his mom, throwing Katsuki and his mom out of the hospital like they had done something wrong was the second sign that something was wrong. The day after he put Deku back in his place, flat on his back, under Katsuki's feet where he belonged, the evening after Auntie Inko called him a villain in the hospital, the police came. And a stern-looking woman in a navy blue suit, with her hair in a bun, who was introduced as a social worker came with them. That was the biggest sign that something had gone terribly wrong. The detective with the truth-telling quirk looked more and more angry as Katsuki bragged about the way the teachers encouraged him and his classmates to use their quirks on Deku. The more Katsuki tried to impress him by bragging about how often he used his quirk on stupid nerdy useless Deku, the more his mom cried, and the angrier his dad and the detective became. The other officer, with a cat's head, looked at Katsuki the way the teachers looked at Deku, like he was shit. Katsuki stopped talking, but what was done was done. Using your quirk on another person is a crime, Detective Naomasa said quietly after Katsuki stopped talking, and his mom stopped crying. Did your teachers tell you that? Katsuki shook his head. Well, Detective Naomasa said, now you know. Because unfortunately, Bakugo-kun, we have to charge you with the crime of assault with a deadly weapon. If Midoriya-kun doesn't pull through and dies in the hospital, the charge will become second-degree murder, when you assault a person in a way where death is likely. However, because you are young, your case will be handled by a family court. From there, Katsuki barely noticed as the detective spoke with his dad and his mom, still crying, brought out a bag of stuff from Katsuki's room, followed by the cat-headed officer. Katsuki barely noticed as he was bundled out of his family's apartment and into a car, and the social worker put his bags, including his school bag, into the trunk before climbing into the back seat to sit beside Katsuki. They had been driving for a while when social worker spoke for the first time, and pinned Katsuki with a stern stare. I understand you want to be a hero, Bakugo-kun. Katsuki nodded stiffly, just a JRK of his head. But it was enough of a response for the social worker. Well, she said, get that idea out of your head right now. Using a dangerous quirk like yours on another person is a very serious crime. I want you to understand this right now, Bakugo-kun, however the family court decides, this is a black mark on your record. From now on, you will be watched very closely for villainous leanings. No hero school will accept you with your record. The world came crashing down. Katsuki curled his hands into fists and clenched his teeth. This was all that shitty Deku's fault. There were 2 potential openings in his class. Aizawa has enough complaints about Mineta's perverted behavior that he could boot the boy and no one will raise a fuss. Bakugo's temper and behavior has grown worse, if at all possible, since he got beat out for top student in the class by Todoroki for all of 2 weeks. Since then, Bakugo has only displayed more and more villainous leanings than heroic in his bid for the position of pro-hero. Just last week, he'd sent Azui and Yururika to the infirmary for 2nd and 3rd degree burns. Azui's back would scar, and Yururika would always have some mobility issues with her left arm, but the injuries would not interfere in their training. Provided they were careful, Yururika would not aggravate the injuries enough to have major issues. The incident meant Aizawa could boot Bakugo at any time, and the only one who would make a fuss would be the student in question. He has his eyes on two students from Gen Ed, Hitoshi Shinso, who had a brainwashing quirk, and Midoriya Izuku, a boy with a healing quirk. Both boys showed promise, they had drive, and the desire to help people. They had even displayed self-discipline, taking self-defense classes without prompting. There was only two problems. Hitoshi Shinso wanted to be a hero to prove people wrong, that his villain's quirk could be used for heroism. It was a selfish reason, but the boy had drive and he did want to help people, more or less. Aizawa could beat any further heroic instincts into the boy if necessary. Midoriya Izuku, on the other hand, had no interest in heroics outside of the analysis of quirks. He wanted to be a doctor. He had good instincts. Aizawa could make him the best recovery hero since Recovery Girl. Whether or not Midoriya cooperated had yet to be seen. He stamped his seal on the expulsion paperwork. Midoriya would still be able to be a doctor provided he passed the course. After all, not everyone who earned a hero license used it. Aizawa's own lawyer, who dealt with his personal affairs, was also a trained hero, but she'd never used her license except the once, when she found out that the man she had married was the villain known as Dragon. She was classified as an underground hero, but Dragon was her only and highest profile case. Aizawa could easily see Midoriya following in his mother's footsteps. Not all heroes were known to the media after all. No one ever gave their doctors enough credit, but those medical professionals were the heroes of highest merits to the heroes who worked the streets. Aizawa grinned as he stamped his seal on the transfer paperwork. Midoriya was going to be a hero whether he liked it or not. A doctor was the idol all heroes looked up to after all. It was after hours at UE, and the students had all retreated either home or to the dormitories. The only signs of student presence was out on the grounds and the occasional teacher's assistant roaming the halls. The door to the teacher's lounge slammed open and Midoriya Izuku raced in, Eri clamped under one arm, his eyes wild. Aizawa and Yagi were on their feet immediately. Midoriya dash. What is it, my boy? Eri-chan has a question, and frankly, not it. The teenager all but shoved the little girl into Aizawa's arms before turning tail and fleeing the room. The teachers blinked at the door the normally reckless student had fled through in confusion. Aizawa glanced down at his charge and sighed. Well? What is it? Eraserhead-san, Eri said quietly, what is Lolita and Vor? Aizawa froze. Yagi choked and spluttered and Midnight shoved a trash can at the retired hero. The rest of the teachers froze, then scrambled to look busy. Where did you hear those words? Aizawa asked. Surprised that his voice kept steady. The strange boy said it, Eri said. The strange boy? Eri nodded, he said. 1A is so eager for attention that they'll resort to Lolita and Vor now, and Lemillion-san got mad. Aizawa sighed. Your kid is an idiot. Sekijiro sighed, I'll talk to him about appropriate language for a school setting. Again. Eraserhead-san. What is Lolita and Vor? Those are bad words that good little girls don't say, Aizawa said drily, and if Deku doesn't teach whomever said those words manners, I will be very disappointed. Not all people are born equal. This is a truth that most realize as they near adulthood, but some come to this realization younger. Midoriya Izumi was quirkless. Or at least, that was how she appeared. She never breathed fire, never pushed or pulled objects to her. The closest she ever came to a quirk was that she healed a lot faster than other children. Scrapes and cuts vanished in days instead of weeks. But young children healed quickly as a rule. And so her speedy healing went unnoticed. Until one day, it wasn't. Bakugo Katsuki was not stupid. He could see how everyone looked down on Izumi for being quirkless. Before he had died, Uncle Hayashi had told him to take care of Izumi, to protect her no matter what. And he would. So Katsuki drove away people who wanted to hurt her. He made it impossible for the other kids, who wanted to get close to her so they could ruin her things more easily, so they could air her innermost fears to the world, to approach her. They were dead persistent. It made Katsuki mad. Why were they so intent on hurting Izumi? Izumi was quirkless. She couldn't hurt them without a quirk even if she tried. And goddammit, why was Izumi such a doormat? Katsuki decided he'd make her strong. He'd build her up so she could protect herself when they were both grown up and he was out being her hero. When they were 5 years old, Katsuki deliberately turned his hands on Izumi for the first time. And Izumi. She smiled at him through her tears. And she just took it. It infuriated Katsuki. Somewhere along the lines, Katsuki stopped feeling sad and guilty, and instead he got mad. Why wouldn't she fight back? Fight back, you stupid girl. Katsuki saved her as often as he hit her. But Izumi never fought back. She still called him Kaken. It made him furious. Don't do that. Midoriya Izumi stepped between her old friend and the boy he was shouting at, small explosions going off in his hands. Heroes don't hurt people, Kachen, she cried. She never noticed the other boy's face twist in hatred. Shut up, the boy shouted. I don't need help from a quirkless freak. She's helping you, you shithead, Katsuki roared, show some FING respect. Bad enough Bakugo thinks he's perfect, the other boy screamed as he reached out, I don't need a quirkless freak to protect me either. Stop that. Katsuki snarled, stepping forward. Don't touch Deku. The other boy shoved Izumi as hard as he could, so go away freak. Deku! Katsuki shouted, his hand outstretched. Her back was to the empty stairwell. His fingertips brushed hers and Izumi fell backwards with a shriek. A teacher slammed open a door. What is the ruckus? A small body hit the landing with a crack, and tumbled like a rag doll down the rest of the stairs to the horrified teacher's feet. Izumi's breath gurgled in her throat. At the top of the stairs, Katsuki and his cronies had grabbed the boy responsible and held him still when he tried to run. Call 119. It starts like this. A baby is born in China, the illuminated baby. That baby is the start. From that day forward, humans begin developing superpowers. That's how it begins. With superpowers come new dangers. Criminals who use their quirks to their best advantages and the police helpless to stop them. And so a new industry rose, and heroes came forward to offer aid and assistance. But other things came to a standstill. In a world of superpowers, modern medicine does not advance quickly enough to keep up with the increase in injuries that come with developing and learning control of extra-human abilities. In a dangerous profession like heroism and villainy, even a weak healing quirk can mean the difference between life and death. So certain quirks become more precious than others. Uncommon as combat quirks were, they were still a dime a dozen, at least compared to the quirks that were force multipliers. It happens like this. A little girl is pushed down a flight of stairs. The teachers call emergency services. The EMTs notice something. She's healing, a female EMT said in awe. She's a healer. A healer? Here. Someone call a hero. Calling in N11-51, N11, we have an underaged healer in need of assistance. Requesting hero presence immediately. Repeat, N11-51 we need a hero escort for an underage healer. Roger that. Nearest hero is Jetburst. Dispatch is contacting the hero for escort now. A healer, can you believe? Hush. Midoriya Inko receives a call from the hospital regarding her child. She ignores the order to wait for a hero and rushes out of her apartment. She doesn't get far. 3 blocks down the street, 5 blocks from the train station, she is hauled into an alley and a menacing man grins at her, flanked by 2 disheveled men. Midoriya Inko ha, he leers at her, all crooked teeth and ill intention, you're the mother of the asset. A asset? Inko is scared. There are 3 resounding bangs and all 3 men collapse. A familiar form drops down behind her, Present Mike, his usual cocky smile is replaced by a solemn stare. Behind him, the hero Snipe appears at the mouth of the alley, his back to them. That was foolish. You should have waited for the car, Midoriya-san, he said. He doesn't touch her, there is a car waiting to take you to the hospital. Inko meekly follows the 2 heroes to a car. When she arrives at the hospital, her own half-brother steps in front of her, his face taut with worry. Inko feels her heart freeze as Shoyuta stares at her for a full minute, his quirk activated. He sighs, blinks, and nods at the 2 heroes behind her. I'll take it from here. Present Mike and Snipe move away, but they don't leave. Inko can see other heroes in the hospital lobby. They all look tense, worried, some are staring out the windows. As if they were standing guard. It makes Inko anxious. Shoyuta, Inko whispers, what's happening? Erase her head while I'm on duty. Shuta's hand is gentle on her elbow as he leads her. Toward the elevator. This way, Midoriya-san. I'll explain later. Hero Ward. Her daughter is being treated in Hero Ward. This simple fact only serves to ramp up Inko's anxiety tenfold. Her daughter is in here somewhere. That single fact and Shuta's hand on her elbow is the only reason why she is still moving forward down the hall, past heroes with solemn and tense faces, and not pulling a hasty retreat. They arrive at a door with a name card on it, Midoriya Izumi. Shoyuta lets go of her elbow and Inko steps into the room. There, in the hospital bed, looking tiny and fragile, is Izumi, dark curls spread out over the pillow. Tears spring to Inko's eyes, but she doesn't move any further into the room. She hears Shoyuta sigh behind her and he pushes her into the room. Her feet move, 1 step, 2, 3. Before Inko knows it, she's next to the bed. Izumi, Inko sniffles and tears begin streaming down her face. What happened? From what we gathered, Shoyuta said quietly from behind her, she stopped someone being bullied, and the ungrateful kid pushed her down the stairs. But that doesn't explain why she's in Hero Ward. For her protection, a female voice says. Inko spins around and stares at the person at the door. Recovery girl? The elderly heroine nodded. Midoriya Inko, I presume. Recovery girl studies the frightened woman. Midoriya-chan is resting. She's mostly fine, just exhausted. Traumatic quirk activation is usually the hardest on the body, especially for late bloomers. It starts with a visit to a law firm. At 15 years old, Aizawa Shoyuta was on his way to see his guardian, his aunt, for assistance with his assignment. Nedzu-sensei had assigned a project. Students were to interview active or retired heroes regarding their work, and Shoyuta hoped his aunt could talk to some of her clients in the industry and see if any of them were willing to spare some time for an academic interview. But then the elevator got stuck. At least the company was nice. Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Hayashi were both licensed heroes, both of whom were all too happy to help a hero in training with his homework. And then Inko's water broke. Hayashi proceeded to climb out of the elevator through the cabin's utility door, and the last Inko and Shoyuta saw of him was the hero laboriously climbing up to get help. Alas, help was not forthcoming. A ridiculous 5 hours later of no movement and no assistance, and there was a paramedic on the emergency line, and Shoyuta was supporting Inko as she crushed the fine bones in his hand as each contraction hit. 8 hours after getting stuck in an elevator with two pro-heroes, one of whom was heavily PRGNNT, Midoriya Izuku was born, a tiny, squalling thing. Inko laughed breathlessly at the disgusted look on Shuta's face as he offered up his uniform blazer to wrap the baby in to keep the newborn catching cold. 9 hours later, everyone was out in the lobby, and Inko was being whisked away in an ambulance to the hospital and Shoyuta was being hugged by his aunt. In his pocket was a card for the Mantis and Dragon Hero Agency. Shoyuta gets an A on his project, with extra credit. A few months later, after the sports festival, Shoyuta picks Mantis and Dragon Agency for his internship. 16 years later, 31-year-old Aizawa Shoyuta was ready to rip his hair out at the antics of his students. He activated his quirk, kicked Bakugo out of the way, and hauled the green-haired boy toward him with his capture weapon. Midoriya, he growled, 15 years ago, I brought you into this world in an elevator, and by God, I can take you out of it. Focus. The teachers of Yui were well known as pro-heroes. The vast majority of the teaching staff were established heroes. That said, they were all reliable and responsible adults with the duty of protecting and guiding the next generation. They took their responsibilities to the children seriously. Kinda. Yamada Hizashi worked 3 jobs as hero, teacher, and radio host. Lately, with all the attacks on the school's students and the uptick in crime from All Might's retirement, the voice hero had been working himself to the bone. For the past 2 days, Hizashi had been tired enough by the end of the day to start talking to inanimate objects, much to his fellow teachers' hilarity. And that is what led to current events. Aizawa Shoyuta had arranged a guest speaker from a hero office he was acquainted with to discuss the perils of judging an opponent by appearance with his class. They also happened to be a size suitable to fit in the refurbished filing cabinet Shoyuta had special ordered from the support department. Majima had been amused enough with the plan to help with the manufacture. So with Namuri's help at the end of the day, they moved the filing cabinet with its occupant into the staff room. Stop giggling, he scolded, you'll give it away. I can't help it, a female voice said from the depths of the cabinet between giggles, this will be awesome. Hurry, hurry, Toshinori said, grinning from around the corner, Hizashi-kun is on his way. Moments later the cabinet was in place and all the teachers smoothed their expressions and scrambled to look normal. Shoyuta was at his station with Yagi leaning over his shoulder as they pretended to discuss Midoriya's distressing tendency to jump in head first into dangerous situations and how to beat that out of him. Namuri was next to the coffee makers, extolling the virtues of her neighbor's new puppy to Hounddog and Ishiyama even as Ectoplasm and Snipe discussed the failing grades of a student and how they might bring those grades up. Sure enough. Hizashi came in. He was exhausted, even his hair, gelled to high heaven, seemed to droop with exhaustion. Was it mean to take advantage of him like this? Yes. But Hizashi would do the same to any of them. Hey, Ishiyama, Hizashi addressed the filing cabinet they had deliberately placed so it blocked his path, would you mind moving? I'm pooped. That was the cue. Sure thing. ROUS chirped from inside the cabinet, and she and the cabinet rumbled away. Hizashi's face. The teachers burst out laughing at Hizashi's gobsmacked expression. Stand back. Aizawa barked as he fished his goggles out of the folds of his capture weapon and put them on, these are villains. What? No way, villains? Here? The class explodes in horror. The teachers are conferring in clipped, urgent voices. Hush, child, darkness will rise from the deep, and carry you down into sleep, child. Darkness will rise from the deep, and carry you down into sleep. The villains emerge from the portal. Well now, what have we here? Where is All Might, the leader who wears hands all over his body like some morbid accessory says? Oh well, if he's not here, we can at least hurt his pride. He's sure to come if we kill the students, right? Guileless son. I'll shape your belief, and you'll always know that your father's a thief, and you won't understand the cause of your grief, but you'll always follow the voices beneath. Izuku was barely aware of more than the humming in his bones. 13. Evacuate the children. Aizawa barked. 13 immediately moves to comply, ushering the children toward the stairs, toward the doors, to safety. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, loyally. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, only to me. But, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku said quietly, urgency thrumming through him. Your normal method is to erase a quirk and strike hard and fast. Against large numbers like this, you're at a disadvantage. Don't worry, kid, Aizawa smirked. No good hero is a one-trick pony. He lunged forward. Guileless son. Your spirit will hate her. The flower who married my brother the traitor. And you will expose his puppeteer behavior, for you are the proof of how he betrayed her loyalty. The warp villain uses 13's own quirk against them. One teacher was down in the plaza, fighting for the lives of the children against a force of superior numbers, one teacher downed by a superior, or at least more wily, opponent. The third was not present, unavoidably detained. The children have no choice. They must fight if they wish to survive. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, only to me. Ida was able to escape. He'd bring the heroes. But right now, that doesn't help them as the warp villain separates the class, dumping each student in a different part of the facility. Hush, child, darkness will rise from the deep, and carry you down into sleep, child. Darkness will rise from the deep, and carry you down into sleep. Izuku feels the vibrations in his body reach a fever pitch as he impacts the water. Water carries sound pretty well, doesn't it? Izuku pulled on his mouthguard, pressing a button that supplied him with oxygen. He breathed, 1 breath, 2, 3. Switched off the oxygen supply, and hummed a low, slow song. A lullaby. Azui hauls Izuku and Mineta out of the water. Izuku immediately stops humming. It would be bad if his classmates fell asleep in such a dangerous place. They need to get back to the central plaza. From there, they can potentially get to the doors and to safety. Guileless son. Each day you grow older. Each moment I'm watching my vengeance unfold. The child of my body, the flesh of my soul, will die in returning the birthright he stole. The 3 children leave. The villains in the flood zone float away, dead to the world. The ones with gills will be fine, but the ones without? Well, they drowned. Izuku doesn't know this, and his teachers will spend the rest of his academic career doing their best to keep it from him. The police say nothing on the matter of the drowned villains. It was self-defense after all, and the children were all scared and not thinking straight. No one wants to tell a child that in defending himself and his classmates, in saving his own life and the life of his peers, he'd killed 10 people. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, only to me. At the central plaza, they come across the worst-case scenario. Aizawa-sensei is defeated. The villain comes toward them. Izuku remembers the glimpse of the villain's power earlier. His mind's eye conjures images of Azui or Mineta crumbling away into dust. Denial thrums through him, a cold, unrelenting vibration. An AC septiabelli. Izuku touches his mouthguard. Turns a knob. He breathes in. And gives voice to the vibrations in his bones. Hush, child, darkness will rise from the deep, and carry you down into sleep, child. Darkness will rise from the deep, and carry you down into sleep. All Might slams open the doors of the USJ, his roar of, "I am here," echoes eerily through the facility that was supposed to be the site of a battleground between 2 teachers, a handful of students, and an army of villains. The facility is dead silent but for the sound of water and crackling flames. All the forms present are still. Silent. His heart sinks. His footsteps echo through the facility. 2 fingers press against Aizawa's throat. Oh. He's alive. A footstep. A flash of green. Midoriya Shounen. All Might embraces his successor, the only sign of life in the entire facility. The hero does not sob in relief, though he desperately wants to. How many times do I have to tell you not to rush in recklessly? Sorry, sensei. I just saw the opening and my body moved on its own. That's not an acceptable excuse, problem child. The lights from the police cruiser flashed as the police shoved the villain into the back of the cruiser. Standing off to the side, a little out of the way, a man with dark hair was yelling at a teenager. Why do you never listen, idiot problem child? I didn't do it on purpose, sensei, I'm sorry. Eraserhead had just finished handing over a villain when his phone rang. He'd given his students his personal number after the mall incident in case they ever needed to call him. He had not yet had cause to regret it, though if Kirishima sent him another ridiculous meme, he'd expel him on principle. Eraserhead. Sensei, sorry about the hour. Figures. At least it wasn't Kaminari who would ask outright for answers to the homework. What is it this time? There's a villain? He's got a lady hostage and I swear I didn't seek him out. This kid was going to be the death of him. Where are you? Midoriya rattled off the address. Eraserhead sighed. All right, I'm coming over. Stay where you are. I'm on a roof with a broken leg, sensei. Midoriya's voice was flat. Good grief. Then stay there, problem child. And the winner of this year's UE Sports Festival is Midoriya Izuku Uyu. Mike howled, that's a name to look out for folks. Sure, Aizawa deadpanned into the microphone, if he can learn to act rationally instead of diving in like the reckless problem child he is. Eraserhead landed on a street lamp right as Deku was flung into a wall by a villain. The newly graduated hero grunted but didn't let go of the child he was shielding. Need help, there, problem child? Yes please, sensei. Eraserhead and Deku arrived on the scene almost simultaneously, followed by Uravity and Red Riot. But where his former students strode out into the street, Eraserhead hung back in the shadows of the nearby alley. He'd intervene if necessary. The villain who was holding a family hostage grinned. Well, if it isn't number 15 hero. Problem child. Everything screeched to a halt. What? Deku's voice was confused. That's his name isn't it? The villain said dryly, Eraserhead sure calls him that often enough. What the F- was all Red Riot could say. He's not wrong. Deku glared at the silhouette of Eraserhead in the alley. The older hero had a hand braced on the wall and his other arm wrapped around his waist as he laughed silently. Thanks a lot, sensei. You're welcome, problem child. Uravity snorted, then started laughing uncontrollably. Aizawa looks out the window toward the courtyard where Deku is teaching Yagi how to throw a punch, while the grown-up form of Eri spars with Shoyuta, and God is that the strangest thing to have ever crossed his mind. And then at Toshinori who is supervising as Midoriya tries to draw out more of his quirk without breaking himself and thinks that no matter how much changes, teaching has always stayed the same. Don't overextend. Toki, the older version of Eri barks as she kicks her son to the side. Aizawa, watching from the staff lounge window, winces. He knows from experience that no matter how much they hold back, a hit from a pro hurts. And also, it's strange to see their ages reversed. That boy, only just learning the in and outs of his capture weapon and quirk was him and the woman was Eri, and in that world, Aizawa Shoyuta is the biological child of Aizawa Eri. He looks over at a separate pair, the grown form of Midoriya Izuku, the number one hero and symbol of hope and the young, teenage Toshinori Yagi and thinks that he'll never wholly understand the relationship there. Even with this world's version of the two, their relationship is a murky, convoluted thing. The two number ones have apparently decided to have their students spar. Both boys are hesitant because the other boy is essentially the scaled-down version of their mentor. I'll make you Katsudon if you give it your all, Toshi. Deka shouts. That certainly lights a fire under the young Yagi's butt, because he shoots forward, toward Midoriya who cries out in surprise and barely blocks the blow. Give it your all, Midoriya Shounen, is apparently all Midoriya needs because he immediately goes on the offensive. Aizawa-san. Eri walks up to him, workbook in hand. I finished. She offers it to him with both hands. Aizawa takes the book from his ward, and from outside he hears a distant shout, and a splash. He glances out the window again to where Midoriya and Yagi have apparently ganged up on Shoyuta and dumped him in a fountain, to the amusement of the three teachers. Would you like to go outside and watch Deku? He asked Eri. Yes please. He smiled and took her hand and led the way out. In this world or any other, teaching apparently remains the same. Hey, listeners. Give us a yeah, Present Mike bawled. Beside him, Aizawa rolled his eyes. It's the time you've all been waiting for. UE Sports Festival. I'm your host, Present Mike, and with me is Eraserhead of Class 1A. We've got a good crop this year. Without further ado, give it up. Give it up for the Siren of 1A. Beyond the boundaries of your city's lights. Stand the heroes waiting for your cries. So many times you did not bring this on yourself. When that moment finally comes, I'll be there to help. The large screen set up behind him on the makeshift stage shows the iconic silhouette of the Tokyo skyline at night. Slowly, the silhouettes of men and women, some from obvious professions like doctors with stethoscopes and scientists with flasks and police officers, begin to appear. Less obvious silhouettes for teachers and lawyers and perhaps just your average citizens, followed by highly recognizable heroes. And on that day, when you need your brothers and sisters to care, I'll be right here. Izuku sings of heroes. Citizen soldiers. Holding the light for the ones that we guide from the dark of despair. Standing on guard for the ones that we've sheltered. We'll always be ready because we will always be there. The students participating in the sports festival file out from entrances in the four corners of the stadium, the top student carrying torches and lanterns at the lead, followed by class representatives carrying the banner proclaiming their class and departments. When there are people crying in the streets. When they're starving for a meal to eat. When they simply need a place to make their beds. Right here underneath my wing, you can rest your head. Izuku stuffed the buzzing of his quirk down deep, and gave voice to his hope, his wishes. On that day, when you need your brothers and sisters to care, I'll be right here. While his classmates trained for the upcoming sports festival, Izuku and present Mike and Recovery Girl had gone to various locations, got footage of surgeons desperately at work in emergency rooms, soup kitchens feeding the homeless, teachers in their classrooms, janitorial staff hard at work cleaning, computer engineers and cybersecurity specialists frantically working to bar a hacker. All the unsung heroes. Citizen soldiers. Holding the light for the ones that we guide from the dark of despair. Standing on guard for the ones that we've sheltered. We'll always be ready because we will always be there. All Might had taken him around police stations and military bases where they got footage of police officers hard at work capturing detaining criminals. Of soldiers training and preparing their weapons before setting out. Hope and pray that you never need me. But rest assured I will not let you down. I walk beside you, but you may not see me. The strongest among you may not wear a crown. Eraserhead had been critical in gaining the cooperation of underground heroes for this project. Who would have thought grumpy, eternally tired, and super strict Aizawa-sensei was actually such a big deal in the underground? Izuku had gotten them to pose for pictures, to wear a camera that would record the night's patrol from their perspective, provided certain information would be removed. On the day when you need your brothers and sisters to care, I'll be right here. All the footage that was spliced together to make a music video, one that would pay homage to all the heroes in the world, even the ones who were overlooked. On that day when you don't have strength for the burden you bear, I'll be right here. It wasn't much, but perhaps a truth from the students could mitigate some of the damage to Yui's reputation that the attack on USJ had caused. Frames of silhouettes of the people they'd recorded, walking together down the center of a bridge and stopping in the middle. Behind them, law enforcement and military stood at attention. And yet still behind them were the silhouettes of the heroes. Citizen soldiers. Holding the light for the ones that we guide from the dark of despair. A video of All Might in his Silver Age costume in his iconic resting post, smiling brilliantly at the gates of Yui, the principal beside him. The hero teachers of UA arrayed behind them in costume. Fade out, to show class pictures for all the first-year students. The next generation. Standing on guard for the ones that we've sheltered. We'll always be ready because we will always be there. The last notes of the song faded away. The stadium was silent. Then, they erupted in applause and cheering. Put your hands up, put your hands up. That was Class 1's Midoriya Izuku opening Yui's first-year sports festival with Citizen Soldier, circa 2007. Over 100 years later, and still paying homage to the heroes of the world. Give it up and give us a yeah? A resounding roar rose from the viewers in the stands and from the students on the field. Yeah, oh yeah. That's how we do it. Present Mike shouted, "Tio start off," a word from the first-year class representative. Bakugu Katsuki. Bakugu scowled and snatched the microphone from Izuku and snarled. Don't get in my way, peons. I'm gonna win this. The stadium erupted again. Only this time, the atmosphere was far less jovial.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.